chances, but when we're giving up chances, they're ending up in the back of the net, and they're, I don't know, coverage mistakes. Half of them, it's like individual guys getting beat in their coverage, and it's costing us. So standards going to have to go up because we need results, and we're not getting them.
Well, that sucked. I don't feel like the Avs played a bad game yesterday. Again, there was a couple of bad moments that led to some goals from New York. But you wonder if you don't get another goaltender interference going against you, does that change kind of the fabric of how the game looks? I mean, we all know that there's moments in games where a tide turns. And if one thing happens, then it can change the outcome of a whole bunch of stuff. It felt like that was a moment where the Avs are going to take control. And after you have another one of these called back, and I don't even know what their percentage is this year on either when they've challenged for goal interference or goalie interference and lost, or when one of the Avs goals has been challenged and then they've lost the goal. It just feels like one of those hasn't gone your way in months. And that was a big one. New York's a decent team. They have some talent on there. They've been on quite a run lately. And getting a win like that would have been really big. Especially, you got all these changes going on and you're trying to find chemistry again with some different lines that are put together. And I want to get to it in a second because I think a lot of positives can be taken away out of last night, but you can't let a mistake compound on itself, and that's kind of felt like what happened last night. You had just a few different moments, especially in that third, where it's lose control of your man, turn the puck over here, it ends up going the other way. And a lot of these goals are things that Mackenzie Blackwood can't do a lot with. For how great of a start Blackwood had, he didn't give up more than a goal in his first, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 starts. He's given up at least 3 in each of his last 5. So maybe not the same amount of stalwart, stand on your head kind of play, but he still made some big saves over the last few games. You get maybe some offensive help in a couple of those. Things could change too. It's just you're waiting for things to click again for the Avs, and it's been a minute since you've had that. The Avs run a nice little stretch, and then this has turned into a pretty miserable last couple of weeks. They rattled off 5 straight, and since that win against Buffalo, where you came back, it's been sub 500 hockey. So they need to find a way to get right in a hurry, because what you have coming up on the schedule now is a couple of home games here where hopefully you can set the standard back at home, especially against a team like St. Louis, another sub 500 hockey team. Then you go and play the Flyers, another sub 500 hockey team. And then you play against Vancouver, who's another sub 500 hockey team, and also has some sort of inner turmoil stuff going on with them. You got a chance to go on a run here, and I don't think the Avs are that far off. As much as yesterday sucked, there's an excitement that I have, and I was a big Mikko Rantanen guy, big. But Nate just fits with Nathan MacKinnon. Drury fits as far as somebody that can fill in some depth for you on the lower half of that forward group. The goal that was scored by Lehkonen, where it's everything you kind of want to see out of your top line. It's Natchez using his feet, creating space, handling the puck beautifully, finding McKinnon screaming down the opposite side for if McKinnon wanted to let that shot go, who knows, it could go in. But then McKinnon unselfishly throws it to Lehkonen, who's standing at the back post, who then slips, ends up on his keister, and throws it in the back of the net. I mean, that was it looked weird at the end, but it was beautiful hockey. And it's something where it's you make a move like the Rantanen one, there's a lot of risk. I mentioned this last night. With him specifically, I don't know if the Avs are going to be better than what they were with Mikko Rantanen on the ice. I don't know. Time will tell. Here's what I do know. Natchez is somebody who can play on the Avalanche. And he's somebody who can play next to McKinnon. Like, at 3 games in, I think we can all tell that already. And so now it's just a matter of you need to find a rhythm here and find it in a hurry. Like, here's the good news. The couple of teams above you in the division, Winnipeg's kind of its own animal to deal with. But the couple teams ahead of you, it's not like they're screaming away from you, right? Dallas has won 3 straight now. They're 5 points up, couple games in hand. Okay, fine. But you're right there for trying to climb the ranks still. The one thing to keep an eye on is it felt like the teams that were behind you, that were in the rearview mirror, were firmly back, and now they're creeping a little bit closer and closer. I mean, Vancouver, with 3 games in hand, is only 6 points back. So now it becomes like you got to start finding a way to rack up some points. And I know you're in the middle of this transitional kind of period. When you do that for a top line, it can be tough in the middle of a year. Bottom line is, got to find a way to get a few. Like, you cannot continue to limp your way into this 4 nations. Because you got 5 games left until that break. I think the goal should be to get about 7 points. And if you can do that, you should be in fine shape. Wait for guys to get healthy after that tournament. And then come back and start playing, hopefully, what is recognized as championship-level hockey. But I understand the people that are upset yesterday because the Boston game felt that way. The Winnipeg game felt that way. The Minnesota game felt that way. Doesn't mean you played your best brand of hockey, but you were right there in it, just couldn't find a way to finish. So finding that little finish there is going to be absolutely key here, especially in the next 5. But to me, as disappointed as you are with the L last night, I do think that there's a lot of encouraging things that you saw. Defense needs to be a little bit sharper, but as far as that forward group goes, I saw a whole bunch of lines working their asses off to try and make some plays happen, keep pucks in the offensive zone, keep the pressure on the Islanders. Just the finishing part wasn't there yesterday. Can I tell you something that really annoyed me, by the way? Because that was the ESPN Plus app game only. I felt like I was going crazy. And I don't know if anybody else had to deal with this problem. Maybe it was just my setup. But let me ask it. Like, Nelly, you watched the game last night. Did it feel like the broadcast team was like a tick ahead of the play? Did it feel like Buchagras was saying save like a moment ahead of the actual save? Or saying goal a moment ahead of the actual goal? It was driving me nuts.
I mean, that's just how good the broadcast is. They know exactly what's going to happen before it happens. No, I honestly, Brett, if it was that significant, it didn't stick out to me. But usually when they got the ESPN broadcast on, I'm going to be honest, I'm usually not listening to the commentators. I don't care what they have to say. They always seem to have it out for the Avalanche anyway. Usually I have the volume down pretty low, and I'm just kind of paying attention to the actual game action itself. But I don't like the national broadcast. I'd rather have Connor in my ear holes.
Well, when I'm playing with magnets on my living room floor because my daughter wants to bring out a toy set, it helps me like stay in tune to the game. And what's weird was I would feel that the tone of the voice of the broadcast team. But every time I looked up, they were doing things like it wasn't even like a half second. It was maybe a tenth of a second. But they would do it before it happened, and it was driving me insane. I'm like, I don't even know how that's possible for your broadcast audio to be ahead of the video. As annoying as it is the other way, where it's like delayed for half a second, I would rather have that than you tell me what happens before I see it.
Well, so far, the text line agrees with you. Universally,
Okay,
everybody
thank
says
you.
they notice the same thing.
So I wasn't going crazy.
For people unlike me who actually were paying closer attention to what the broadcast was saying, yes, you're right.
It was so annoying. Anyway, so, well, let me throw it out to you guys. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I know that the result was disappointing, but are you guys kind of like me in the sense that I'm a little bit encouraged, actually? I'm encouraged with the early returns on this trade, and, Drury obviously scores yesterday, but the way that Nate just fits with McKinnon's style of play, the power play looks a little bit better. I know that it wasn't, last night you were 0 for 2, but it does look like it's got a little bit more juice than beforehand. And we'll talk to Bednar later today. He's going to be later today at 9:30, correct? 9:30 today.
9:30.
So we'll talk to him later. All I'm saying is it does give me a sense of that fit that they have with Nate just on that top line, with Drury being able to fill out your bottom end and create a lot. It just feels like the pieces fit better on the lower end of your forward group too. I think that helps. Now, I need a little bit more out of the defense. They seem to have a tough time clearing the puck and get a little bit out of position a little bit too often. And that's a group that remains unchanged. It's the same kind of guys that are back there. But, like Malinsky is making a few too many mistakes. And Calvin Nahan is making a few too many mistakes. If you can find a way, maybe with some extra cap space that was created with the Rantanen trade, to find somebody to bring in to bolster that group before the deadline, that would be, to me, ideal. Because the guys up top look pretty good, and if you think about that in the context of Val's not even there yet, and you're waiting for a couple other guys to join that group, forwards look all right to me. Get a little bit of help on the back end if you can. But I am incredibly encouraged from what I've seen from both Natchez and Drury. The way that their roles on this team, usually it takes a minute. They seem to have figured it out pretty quick. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line's open for you. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. We spent a decent amount of time yesterday discussing the idea of the NBA All-Star Weekend and the dunk contest and why do guys who are not prominent names want to participate and stuff like that. It's annoying. Because I don't care about a G Leaguer being good at dunking. Because I don't care about the G League. I care about players in the NBA who are really good and really fun to watch dunking. And they won't do it. And then I see this yesterday. Congratulations to Drake May being selected to his first Pro Bowl. And all I can think to myself is we used to have the Pro Bowl as a standard for how you evaluated talent. You'd be like, is your team any good? How many Pro Bowlers did they have? And it's become Drake May, who finished the season with 15 touchdowns and 10 picks. That's what the Pro Bowl is now. And I get it, like Bo Nix would have been a Pro Bowler, and then he turned it down because he had an injury. And so did the 10 other quarterbacks ahead of him. I don't even think you can use, because, like, you know how you go to a baseball reference or basketball reference or pro football reference sort of site, and it gives you the accolades listed next to their seasons? So it'll be like, hey, Barry Bonds was 1997 Silver Slugger, 4th in MVP, All-Star. 98, he was first in MVP, Silver Slugger, Gold Glove, and All-Star. Like, it'll list those accolades next to it. I don't think I can take the Pro Bowl stuff seriously anymore because I don't even know what that means. I mean, how far down the list was Drake May before somebody actually accepted an invite to it?
And Russell Wilson, also a Pro Bowler.
So what, the AFC quarterbacks, I believe it's May, Russell Wilson, and Burrow are the three?
Yes, I believe so.
Which Burrow makes sense. Burrow should be. But at some point, with the game not even being a game, and you're getting down to this end of the barrel, and maybe it's just at that one position. I think most other spots, guys pretty much go. Pretty much. But it's funny, like the Pro Bowl votes come along, and every year we're like, can you believe that this guy got this many votes? Isn't that crazy? And then they don't even play. It's like, who cares? Now, I do think there's value in players going to a Pro Bowl. And it's not so much in the sense of what they get out of it, but it's what you could bring your team. I mean, professional sports now are basically just networking. Let me go talk to a guy and try and convince him on why our team is the place you should be going.
Hey, that's tampering. Watch it.
But seriously, that's all the NBA is. You get to be friends with somebody, and then eventually you hope that you can play on the same roster together. But if we're playing the game of Drake May goes to the Pro Bowl, then you know what? I don't think we need to watch the Pro Bowl anymore. I think I haven't watched it in years anyway, but we can just go ahead and declare that dead.
And also, one thing I was wondering when I saw these designations coming down yesterday are these guys have Pro Bowl incentives baked into their contracts, right? So if 6 other quarterbacks turn it down and then you get a spot as the 7th alternate, does that count as you making a Pro Bowl, and does that trigger your $500,000 bonus?
Yes, it does. Now, I don't know how many guys that go. I guess it goes for everybody, right? So, in theory, I don't know how many quarterbacks had to say no before they landed on Drake May. I would imagine it's like 10, though, right? So 10 different guys at one position in one conference all got Pro Bowl incentives triggered in their contract. Like that's bizarre. And if I'm a team who's negotiating a contract, I'm saying, hey, guess what? We aren't doing this anymore.
But let me just say though, with the Pro Bowl, I got to give the NFL some credit where it's due, because you started this conversation by talking about yesterday. We were discussing how you don't care about the dunk contest. So you think the dunk contest is
I
dead.
would care, but I don't now. I
Right.
would if they did it properly.
So I think the NFL saw the Pro Bowl and they changed the timing of it. They shifted it around, and then they found out that the game itself was a joke. So what have they done in the past year or two? They've made it the Pro Bowl games. And so now instead of just one game, you have the flag football game itself. But then you got the tug of war, you got the sled push, you got the dodgeball. And last year, all those clips going around social media of the players in the Pro Bowl games, tell me that wasn't the most fun you've ever seen any of those guys have, including in their actual football games.
I would say this. The clips were funny. I would never sit down and watch it, but the clips were good. Now, they had that one thing way back in the day where it was that quarterback accuracy competition. They do a version of this, but they had it like dialed in back in the day with the moving little tackling dummies with the targets on them, and each target was worth a certain amount of points. I like that one. That one's fun. But let me take this in another direction. Bo Nix, heading into this offseason, had that surgery. He's going to be fine. The question is, how do you get him help and what do you do? I wonder if the Broncos see themselves as in a position to where, I mean, it's pretty rare for them. Think about this, guys. They have a first-round pick and a second-round pick and a third-round. They have draft picks that resemble an actual NFL franchise and not you waiting around twiddling your thumbs for a day and a half before you're even remotely on the clock. So with that, you discuss, all right, what does this team need? And I wonder if the Broncos find themselves in a place where they say, what we need is good football players no matter what the position is. We have it in our heads because this is what we do as fans. We take a look at the team and say, where are they weak? Well, then that should be where you draft. And I'm telling you, that's not how GMs think. Like, would I love to have, an Ashton Genty fall to him? Would I love to have a top-tier tight end go to him? Yes. But I think that George Payton probably feels something along the lines of this. When our pick is up at 20, we are going to take the absolute best football player that we think is out there. And if that's a corner, then we'll take a corner. If that's a defensive end, then it's a defensive end. If that's a linebacker, it's a linebacker. If that's a guard, it's a, you know what I mean? Like, I think they're going to operate sort of in that mode. Because one thing that teams reach for in the draft, they reach for positions of high need. If you don't have a franchise corner, you need a franchise corner. If you don't have a franchise edge rusher, you need one. Obviously, quarterback's in the discussion. And then it would be a top-tier offensive lineman, typically a tackle. All of that stuff needs to be pretty honed in for you to even think about anywhere else to go. And to the Broncos' credit, franchise corner, they got one of those. Yeah, PS2 is pretty good. How about an edge rusher? Yeah, Benito is third in the league in sacks this year. How about quarterback? Well, it looks to be a thumbs up. Early, but looks to be that way. You are not getting a quarterback this year. And then as far as franchise tackles, you paid a whole bunch of money to McGlinchey and you just extended Garrett Bowles. There you go. Those are locked up. So the question becomes, what's next? And I think what's next for them is whoever the hell they feel like is the best player out there. That's at least what good GMs do. You don't need to bend your will to what your fan base thinks that they want. And we all kind of understand, and they do too, that you need help in that running back room. You need help in the tight end department. But that doesn't mean that those are the only two positions that are on the board for that first pick. Now, again, if the stars align and it ends up that your need fits best player available, then perfect. Could you skirt that a little bit by saying, yeah, I feel like this guy and this guy are pretty close as far as best players on the board, but we need this position more? Do they make those decisions? Yes. But when you're in a spot that the Broncos are in, which is young team, building forward, good pathway to success, a bad sort of habit that they can get themselves in is we need this, so let's just take the first guy here. I don't think that's necessary for where they're at. And I think there could be a good chance that when the draft rolls around and we jump on the show on Friday and it's the Broncos taking a linebacker or something like that, then, or a safety, we might be sitting there being like, not exactly what I expected. That's all I'm saying. Because I've been looking at the ESPN released their top 50 free agents that are available. And as far as the stuff that you wanted to see, not a lot out there. Not a single tight end made the top 50. Not one. And this thing is pretty littered with cornerbacks and things like that. So I take that back. Juwan Johnson was number 48. He's the only tight end on this list. And he's 28 years old, big-bodied guy, had some success in New Orleans, familiarity. Maybe Juwan Johnson comes here. Who knows? But between that and running back, it's Aaron Jones, it's Najee Harris, it's J.K. Dobbins. And J.K. Dobbins, my assumption is he's going back to the Chargers. My assumption with Aaron Jones is he's probably going to run it back one more year with the Vikings. Najee Harris, I have no idea. But if you're looking for help through free agency at those spots, there's just not a lot there, which means can you find somebody in the draft? And I hope that he does. Because the idea of this offense with help in those two departments, like, they can be really scary. Truly. We saw moments, is what I'll say, of really high-end explosive offense last year. It just wasn't consistent. And their problem was they had far too many drives that ended before they even started. It still felt like if you had, a false start penalty or something like that, then the drive was over unless Bo Nix made some sort of miraculous play. And to his credit, he did that at a far higher clip than Russell Wilson. Like, if it was 3rd and 9 with Russell Wilson, you just might as well trot out the punt team. With Bo Nix, you didn't feel that way. You felt like you had a shot. But there were far too many drives that ended in 3 and outs that put a lot of pressure on your defense, which you saw once the playoffs rolled around against a team like Buffalo. When you play an offense that's high-end and high-level, it will be a very, very difficult ask for your defense to go out there and constantly get off the field and make plays over and over and over again. So you need to help them. Well, how do you do that? Keep time of possession in your favor. Get to 3rd and 3s by being able to run the football, which they couldn't do last year. Like, the one thing that I am sure of with this Broncos offseason is their running back room is they're going to do like an Avs goalie overhaul, is what it feels like to me. Doesn't mean that everybody's going to be gone, but the main dudes that should be toting the rock for you next year, I don't think are on this roster. And you can tell me, is that giving up on Estime really early? Yeah, it might be, but read the tea leaves here. Estime was a scratch in your playoff game for a guy who didn't play for months. What does that tell you? And this isn't, I can understand this. If you have like a rookie corner that you drafted in the first round that maybe had a so-so to bad year and he got benched, those guys can come back in year 2 and make a jump because playing corner is really difficult in this league and it takes a long time to learn. Quarterback, same thing. Like, it felt like the Panthers were done with Bryce Young. Now it doesn't anymore. But there's a couple positions on that field. You can play or you can't. And running back is one of them. Wide receiver's another. No, edge rusher feels like another. A lot of other positions, it might take a minute. But if you're running back, like your prime years are immediately when you enter the league. And so I'll still hold out hope for Estime that he can be a guy that's in that running back rotation because they aren't going to do the bell cow thing. Sean Payton's never done it. And he likes to have like a different sort of mix and feel of what different running back skill sets are. You know, like could Estime be your Mark Ingram type, where it's more the bruising back and you find somebody who can get outside the tackles and catch balls out of the backfield that becomes your Alvin Kamara? Sure, you could do that. But I still think without it, you're just going to have a tough time. Like, Jaleel was pretty good for filling in that type of role. The problem is he's so small that he can't be your feature back.
Well, I got a solution. We're really overcomplicating things. Last season, who was the Broncos' leading rusher, or at least consistently their best rusher with the ability to move the football with their feet?
Well, last year's probably Jaleel.
No, it was Bo Nix.
Well,
so we already got a running back. Put in Zach Wilson at quarterback, run Bo Nix as running back. You could do direct snaps to him in a wildcat.
Yeah.
Problem solved. Done. You're welcome.
That always makes me laugh, by the way, when you look at when you look at yards per carry at the end of the year, and you're like, gosh, this running back had a really good year. I wonder where he ranks. And he's like 50th. And you're like, how is he 50th? And it's, 20 different quarterbacks are up here because anytime they take off and run, it's at least 9 yards. That's why. Like, if you ever see a running or a quarterback with like a 2 yards per carry thing, pretty crazy. Because if they find open space, they're typically running for like 8, 9, 10 or more.
Right, exactly. Their average is long. You don't get quarterbacks that rush for like 1 yard repeatedly.
Exactly. Texture says, let's be honest here, Brett. It's not like a 5th-round pick of some sort of ringing endorsement or an investment at running back position. Estime still has a shot, but you definitely need an upgrade in the room as a whole. Yeah. The funny thing, though, is running backs, they can come from any draft pick. Like, obviously, you draft somebody higher, there's higher expectations. It's part of the reason why the Javonte thing is so disappointing. He was a high draft pick. Like, wasn't it like top 37th overall or something like that? Like top 5, 6 in the second round? That is an investment in somebody that you are considering to be your running back for a good 4 years. And unfortunately for him, I think the knee injury messed up a lot of things because he looked really good early before that injury. But once that happened, it's just like the explosiveness was missing. So yeah, a 5th-round pick, you aren't drafting a guy in the 5th round to be like, you are going to be our main dude, but it's certainly possible they could be. My beef with it was it just didn't feel like he really got an opportunity for it. And maybe that changes next year. But I would still like to see a bigger investment made in that instead of rolling the dice and crossing your fingers and hoping. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Again, Jared Bednar joins us a little bit later today, 9:30. Stick around. Texter says, what do you think the likelihood of us drafting a tight end like Tyler Warren out of Penn State, in the first round and then getting a running back like Scadaboo in the second or third? Like, it's all that's possible. Here's the fun part about what the Broncos offseason is. When you don't enter something with a giant glaring hole in the roster and you're operating, as far as the Broncos go, for the first time in a positive space, in a successful space, and now you're going on year 3 with a head coach. And what is it for George Payton now? Is it 5? 5 or 6 with a GM? You know, we talk about this a lot. Consistency that spans over the course of a couple of years, you know what you're trying to build and grow to. And with that comes a level of understanding and compatibility between your GM and your head coach on what the plan should be for the offseason. Like, it's not that I feel like George Payton had no say in drafting Bo Nix, but Sean Payton was the one who was in charge of that because he has a specific vision for what he wants his offense to look like. And so once you get on the same page from that standpoint, you can then take that to the next level, which is, all right, now that that is figured out, we can go ahead and start filling in the other stuff now. You know, you bought the house. Now you find the furniture that fits the feel of the house. That's kind of how it is. I'm excited for what this offseason is going to be for the Broncos. I think there is a ton of possibilities that they could take this. You know, who's to say that they don't go out and grab T. Higgins for all we know to fill out another wide receiver in that room? Like, that would be fantastic. I don't think they're gonna, but I'm just saying, who knows? This is the beauty of the spot that you're in. When you don't have a giant glaring need, and now you have some money to play with again, at least some, and a full deck of cards in the draft, like you can take that in a million different directions. But Texter says, people are going to be pissed when they take a defensive tackle. Look at Peyton's draft. He always goes after D tackles and O linemen. The O lineman thing is the only reason I don't think that's at least a first-round option. And who knows, it could be. But I don't think it's going to be, is because you've invested a lot in that O-line. Like, center's the only one that doesn't have a lot of dollar value tied to it, because you've just done that with Garrett Bowles. Mike McGlinchey's still making a ton of money. Quinn Miners just got extended, and Ben Powers got a contract 2 years ago. The only spot that's available is center. And could you get better than Wattenberg? Yeah, I'm sure you could. And maybe there's somebody who's just killer at that position, you know, at number 20 in the draft. Who knows? But again, this is kind of the thing that's fun. It's like nobody's really off the table unless you're a kicker, punter, or long snapper or quarterback. Like, kind of everybody else that's going to be available at number 20 is a possibility. Couple things. I saw this news the other day. And I'm curious. Well, I know how it's going to hit your ear. But I saw a report from ESPN that on February 23rd, so about 3 weeks from now, Andre Iguodala will be the 7th player in the history of the Golden State Warriors to have his jersey number retired. And I know the feelings that people around here have about Iguodala the Snake. But that seems like a lot. I know that he was a big piece of what they did there in all those championship runs because he would come off the bench and he'd play some defense for him.
He got a Finals MVP. That 2015 Finals.
Little insane on that. All I'm saying is this guy didn't average over 8 points a game for that team. Except for his first year in which he was a starter for Golden State in 2013, in which he averaged 9.3. So in total, he pretty much had a 7.5 point, 3.5 rebound, 3.5 assist run. And I want to carve out a niche like that somewhere. I want to be somebody that does. I mean, we all kind of have that person that it's just they didn't put up numbers, but maybe they felt more valuable than the numbers actually said. But that's a pretty wild thing to put together for him to be now have his number retired for Golden State. Like, what would be the equivalent here in Denver? Of guy whose numbers were not great, but you just loved, so you put his name up in the rafters.
Tim Tebow.
Well, you need more than, I think, a year and a half. Because Iggy was there for 6 years.
Oh, someone with longevity? Okay, Peyton Hillis.
I'm trying, like, who would that be? Guy who was around the franchise for a while, didn't really put up the numbers that would be worthy of a retirement, a number retirement.
And are you talking about specifically the Nuggets were looking for a basketball comp? Or
No,
Broncos, Avs,
whatever.
Rockies, anyone?
Any team here, anyone. So hang on, let me just look this up.
Because I can think of the opposite. I can think of guys who were with a team for a short period of time and had a huge impact.
Those are easy. Like your Bruce Browns and guys like
Ray
that.
Bork.
Ray Borks.
Not the opposite. Guys who were with a team for a long time and had a minimal impact.
See, a lot of these names that people are throwing out, like Jake Plummer. Jake Plummer was good, but Jake Plummer put up numbers. He did that.
Oh,
okay, Jano.
22
Jano
Janos.
is perfect. Like,
that's perfect.
Now, if they won a championship, would totally change. Jano is like the perfect type of name I'm looking for. Like,
Brock Olivo already built a statue of him at his house.
No numbers, nothing really amazing to speak of. Like, if you try and explain it to somebody statistically, they'd be like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, Charlie Blackmon. Charlie Blackmon has insane numbers over a career. It's way too good. Way too good.
And Virgil Green?
Virgil? Okay, Virgil. Here's the numbers, by the way, retired by the Warriors. Wilt Chamberlain. Chris Mullin. Rick Barry. Andre Iguodala.
Get that shot out of here.
One of these things is not like the other. Just bizarre. I thought about.
Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup. Oh, blocked by James. LeBron James with the rejection.
When your main highlight of your career is one that ended with you losing because you got rejected, I mean, let's calm down a little bit. I thought about, by the way, somebody threw out Tim Howard. I thought about that, but he was too prolific of like an overall career, I think, to do that. Like, he was the goalie for the U.S. for like a decade, more than a decade. All right, you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Keep in mind, fellers, Safeway has an app, and you can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same local great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Avs again get it back. Wood up top for Manson. Big drive. Score! I think it's the Manimal with his second goal of the season. Uses the screen in front. And I'll tell you what, Ross Colton is Ross Colton. He gets a deflection to this puck.
After review, it was determined that there was goaltender interference. We have no goal.
This league drives me absolutely crazy sometimes.
I say hey. Well, if you've been to a karaoke bar anytime over the last 15 years, I'm sure you've heard that song before.
Stop. That song came out 30 years ago, dork.
I said if you've been to a karaoke bar over the last 15 years, you're guaranteed to have heard somebody sing that song.
How about the last 30 years?
Whatever. I'm just, you know what? I know you're upset because the Avs lost. Let's not start on this note.
Connor's
Let's not
so
do
right.
that.
You know what? Here's what I need to do. And I know I'm going to tell the listeners right now, everybody, all you Twitchers out there, everybody who tunes in to try and gain some knowledge from my vast NHL experience. I've been working for the Avalanche since the 1997-98 season. I've seen a lot of things. I've done
way
a
to
lot.
prop yourself up.
I just shut it. I've seen a lot of things. I've done a lot of things. I've been around, you know.
I'm very important.
I should exclude myself from this conversation today, and we'll talk to Coach Bednar about it at about 9:30
Hey, Captain
today.
Feng Shui, sit down in your chair and pay attention to your
You're
job.
driving me insane. I don't want to see your
I just hear
butt
jingling.
all morning. And now you butt in the camera. P-U-T-I-T-I-N.
Oh, good shot. What are you doing?
So,
I can't believe you said that.
so the point is that I don't know what is. I don't know this league anymore. We sit here and we talk about pass interference and roughing the quarterback and all this. I don't know. You're going to ask me, Moj, was that goalie interference? And I'm going to say, you know what, guys, I don't know. And and it doesn't make me a bad person or doesn't make me an uninformed hockey person. Because I don't know anymore. Because was he in the paint? Did his butt touch the blocker of Sorokin?
Was he kind of pushed? Who knows? Like, nobody knows anymore.
Moj, what's a catch in the NFL?
Vic, I don't know. How did Kansas City get away with a one-handed catch that hits? I don't know.
See, but hang on. Here's the problem.
The DB has two hands on the ball. You got one hand on the ball. It hits the ground. It's a catch by the receiver. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Here's the problem I have. Even if we don't know what the rule is, like in the NFL, we don't really know what a catch is. You'll find yourself on the right side of a call every once in a while. When's the last time they've been on either a call that they've challenged, that they've won, or a call that was challenged against them in which they won? Like, the Avs just haven't gotten a W on one of those calls in, like, months.
I tweeted that last night. I cannot remember the last time they benefited from one of those calls. They've always been on the wrong end.
Vic, let me pass along. I've talked. I know a guy who's a former official who's very smart about these things in the National Hockey League.
Was it Dave Jackson who actually chimed in during the
late great
itself?
Dave?
The late, great Dave Jackson, yes, who's not dead.
Came back from the dead to chime in on the broadcast last night.
Listen, Dave, it's not an easy job for these guys. I dig it. And I was basically told, not by him, but by somebody else, look, if you're in the blue, it's on you. They're going to give the benefit of the doubt to the goalie. Okay, I can live with that. All right, it sucks, but I can live with it, even if. But I've seen Scott Wedgwood almost got amputated by a guy in the blue, and they allowed him to score the mother trucking goal.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I don't know, bro. I don't know. And here's the thing: you're saying, Moj, well, it's 5-2, Moj.
No,
that changes the course of a game.
Yes.
It changes how teams play. You can't
100%.
you can't project that the game would continue the same way if that is allowed to stand. Do you see what I'm saying, Brett?
100%.
I think I'm
because
with
then
you.
then you say the Avs have the 3-2 lead.
Palpably unfair.
On the Drury breakaway goal late. I mean, It's incredibly frustrating, man. I don't know what to say.
Nobody's going to disagree with you. Now, I'm going to have two different. I've got this fork in the road that I'm going to go to right now. I understand that it changed the game. I get it, and I'm with you. I also understand that sometimes you have to overcome ridiculous hurdles.
Absolutely, Vic.
And
there's
sometimes
no doubt about
those
it.
obstacles, those potholes will present themselves, and the team with more focus, the better team usually wins. Listen, if you watch the game, the first two periods, I'm like, my God, the Avs are winning this game every which way except the scoreboard. Islanders score first, and you're like, how are they losing? They're dominating possession. They've got it in their zone most of the time. They've got more shots on goal. They're more of a threat, and yet they're losing the game. That's what bothers me. Yeah. That bothers me more than anything.
It bothers Jared Bednar, too. I'm sure he'll talk all about it today at 9:30.
Yeah, a little bit later today for Betsy. He's going to be at 9:30. Here's what's weird, though, with Vic mentioning that. Like, obviously you're disappointed because you lost. And those points that we're talking about, well, you're starting to get pretty tight now with the teams behind you in the wild card. You're still in decent position. But who is it? Is it Vancouver? Yeah, Vancouver's 6 points back with 3 games in hand. Like, we're getting some teams creeping up because he's taking some L's.
Tell that dog to shut it.
Moser's not in the mood today, Vic. You tell that dog to shut up. But here's the thing, though, Moj. I know they're on a slide right now. I'm really encouraged from what I've seen from Netchis and Drury and the way that forward group looks, though, because they look dangerous. And I know it didn't result in more than 2 goals last night, but there's something about the flow of that. You know, I mentioned this yesterday. I don't know if the Avs are going to be better off without Mikko. Mikko is an incredibly talented player. Time will tell on that. He's hard to replace. Here's one thing I do know. There's 3 small games of a sample size. And that just fits with McKinnon. That play that they had that got that Lehkonen goal was on his ability to find open ice, handle the puck, find McKinnon just screaming down the opposite side of the ice. It's some pretty high-level stuff what that guy's able to do with the puck on his stick.
Yeah. The guy, you can see it. You can see what a player he is. You can see that I'm sure Nate likes playing with him because the game is happening so quickly, right? I mean, the pass is boom, boom.
And he moves, man.
He does. He's a puck retriever. He'll go get the puck. He'll make the play. His vision is way better. See, I only saw him twice a year, and then the games I would watch on television.
Sure.
But you see it in person, and then you say, okay, his vision is better than I thought. His one-timer is better than I thought. All these things are better than I thought they were going to be. And that's a good thing. You know, it's a matter of time. I'm going to agree with what Coach Bednar said. He said, we've played 3 pretty good dang hockey games on this road trip, and we got 1 win.
Mm-hmm.
And he's right about that. I thought that last night, Blackwood didn't play poorly last night. But the Avs got out goalie because I thought Sorokin played. Yeah. Sorokin made some saves. The one goal that I think that, and listen to me, the Horvat goal, which was pure luck because Lee's trying to wrap around. He's not trying to pass it to the guy across the crease. He's trying to wrap around, and it gets away from him, happens to go right to his guy. And Blackwood has to make the push. And he was there, but it went in the 7-hole between the arm and his pad. Now, again, what I'm saying, I'm not saying he should make that save. I'm saying that Sorokin did in the first period for the New York Islanders. And that's, you got goalied a little bit last night, too. You ran into another hot damn goalie.
You know what it tells me, too, Moj? I can't tell you how many times I yelled at my screen in the first 2 periods, shoot the puck. Shoot it. The goal that got taken away for goalie interference, there's a classic example. You shot the puck from way out, and it found its way in the back of the net.
That was redirected by Colton, right?
Shoot. Too many times looking for the perfect shot. It's still happening. Different clientele. It's still happening. Shoot it.
Well, I saw even Nate pass one up last night, which is rare.
There were some shots I thought from the slot you could have pounded right at his head.
Yep.
You know, so look, that's a frustrating road trip. All of the all of the trade stuff aside that you had to deal with if you're the Avalanche and try to get your heads on straight and quick back-to-back games, right, in Boston, then in Madison Square, and then on the island. It's a frustrating road trip because you played good enough probably to win, tiny little circumstances, and when you're blowing the coverage or you're blowing something, that first goal, it's just dumped into the island. The Islanders just dump it into the Avalanche zone, and Lee just goes and gets it and goes to the front of the net. I mean, nobody's back there to pick him up. That's a glaring mishap on the Avs' part.
Moj, this is a trend though. When every opposing goalie plays the game of his life, then there's something going on with the way the Avs are approaching it offensively. I really believe that. You're trying to be too fine. It's obvious from the naked eye. I'm watching the game. Brett, I'm going to just talk to you now because Moj has seen too many of those. He understands the game much more than we will ever. But you're watching the game. Aren't you saying to yourself, God, one team's way better than the other?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Sure. The Avs looked like they were better last night.
I'm like, what's going on?
Their puck possession, their cycling. I mean, they did so many damn good things. It ain't going in.
Defense needs to get better.
Yeah, it does.
In critical moments, in the third period especially, in critical moments when the game is tight and you need points, 1 point, 2 point, you need points. Man, button it up. Mm-hmm. Button it up.
By the way, it's another game last night where you didn't take a penalty.
Right.
You didn't take a penalty last night. You didn't take a penalty in the Boston game either. In fact, I would say like three or four out of the last 7 games, you haven't taken a penalty.
And another game in which the power play didn't do anything.
And you get 2 power play chances, and you don't convert on them. Yeah. Look, Brett, I'm not worried about – and by the way, the Islanders, as I told you yesterday, all of a sudden they've gotten hot as hell.
They have, yeah.
They've won 5 straight. I don't want to say they're back in the mix in the East because it's very tough, but they've won 8 out of 10 now. Okay, so that's what you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, the Island, they're kind of struggling. They've won 8 out of 10 now. They won 7 out of 9, and then they got you last night 8 out of 10. For some reason, they've just found a spark, and they're playing hard. They're not overly talented, but they're finding a way to win. They did against the Avalanche.
Can I just, for a couple of minutes, ask you guys something? And I was backed up, thankfully, by texters because I thought it was going crazy when I was watching the game last night. So that's one of those app-only ESPN game dealios, right?
I got it to work on my TV, by the way. I feel pretty proud of myself.
Yeah, so did I.
I went to the ESPN app on the TV and just went...
I had to download... Let me tell you something, though, about that.
Turn me on.
I didn't have the ESPN app on my TV.
Yeah, you had to find it.
Had to find it. So then the TV says, well, how do you want to download it? You got to enter a password. I'm like, I don't know what the password for the TV is.
Yeah, you got to get the
old
password.
Roku. The Roku's easy. It's
Okay.
only like $20 or $30, and it's just a very easy thing you can go to.
This is an LG, okay? And so I'm like, okay, fine.
No, I'm saying you can buy a Roku and
I
put
have
it
a
in.
Roku up in my bedroom.
Okay.
I got it.
Hey, don't be a Roku pusher, dude.
I know you are, dude.
It's just easy. I like it. That's all I'm saying.
Next thing you know, Vic, we're going to be on meth. Anyway, the point is that it says how you can log in. So then it says we've sent it to your email. I go to my but then the clock starts ticking because I did the QR code thing. So I get my email, but it's like you got 3 minutes to open up your computer and then get the password in here. Or
scan your phone. Scan it on your phone. Why are you using the computer?
Because it was a 2-point verification.
Hey, listen.
So I'm doing that. I'm running.
It's hard for the old people.
Let me make the point I was going to make. Okay? I was backed up by people on this because I, like you guys, I didn't have to go through every step of how I got it on my TV. I got it on my TV. So I'm watching on TV.
Oh, I should have just used my Apple TV. I have that. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't make use of my Apple TV nearly enough. I have it too, and it just sits there.
Sorry, Brett. Go ahead.
Did you guys notice what I noticed? It was incredibly annoying.
Leave it up, Nelly. I like that. That's good. Thank you, sir.
The audio of the broadcast was like just a tick ahead of the actual game action. And
when
he was
goal
saying
was scored,
save or goal before I saw the save or the goal.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what is this? It was so bothersome. I hated it. And I'm like, how is that even possible?
You enjoyed Bucci last night, did you?
Moj, I texted Moj on a side note. and I said, your broadcast, and I'm not just saying this because I love you as a brother and
So
a
much
friend.
better.
Your whole broadcast, the whole team, Lee, everybody, you're so much better than ESPN.
So much better.
So, I mean, it's not even in the same ballpark. You're so much better. I don't know what it is. Is ESPN going on the cheap with everything?
I don't know. I don't know.
Look, forget the actual
I like everybody,
broadcasting
so I
stuff.
really don't know.
Just the fact that the call was ahead of the action it was killing me. Like they would yell goal before like Lekanen scores, and I'm just like, what's going on here?
Everything, from the intermission, all of it. You put it all together. That whole, I was like, whatever. Teach his own, whatever.
Anyway, 303-504-0925. Texture says ESPN is always ahead with the sound. It's annoying. Is that true? Always ahead? Is it just with hockey broadcasts?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, we'll talk to Bednar at 9:30 this morning.
They're going to rest up. Here's the story. They're going to rest up today. I'm sure that Netchus and Drury are going to be allowed to go back home to Carolina and get some stuff.
No, come right.
Well, they need clothes and underwear. I'll tell you what. Go to Vic's house. He'll provide you with all the underwear you need.
By the way,
last night, Bucci asked Netchus or whoever interviewed Netchus during one of the intermissions. So how's the move going? I was like, the move?
What do you mean, but move?
He hasn't even left. He's been on the road the entire time. He hasn't even seen Denver.
He hasn't left New York. They got to go home and get some crap. Today's an off day. They'll probably be in Denver tonight. Tomorrow will be a good practice day. Settle things down, and then stick it to the Blues on Friday night. Stick it to them.
Get back to this in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Hey, men, it's the new year, and are you deciding to make positive changes in your lives? You should. If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, don't deal with the frustration, and don't be embarrassed by it. Do something about it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make in your life in January than to be done with ED. It's a new year. Be a new you. How many times have you been there, you're like, hey, this could be a lot better. This isn't really going that well. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, last you a long time. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit, only $99. Includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test. And if medically advised, they'll give you a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then the whole appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. If you've got an issue with your elbow or your leg or something like that, you're going to get it taken care of. These people can help you if you have ED. They've got an expert staff. You could be back to normal right away. You got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins to the Colorado Springs area. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So with that, hard to find goals. You guys get the one called back. What were your thoughts on goal interference?
I thought it was a good goal, honestly. Yeah.
Did you get an explanation?
No, I don't even ask. It's not worth asking.
I can't say as he's incorrect because all you're going to do if you ask is not get a satisfactory answer because it's subjective and it's going to leave you just as frustrated as you were before.
Yeah.
I don't want to get. I mean, I'm sure there are coaches who contact the league and go, "Hey, how was that a catch?" Well, if you go by 26.3.2, the receiver and the play in the projectile, you're like, "Come on, man! I'm not doing that, man."
It's like the NBA's 2-minute report. It does you no good. It just makes you frustrated.
By the way, when Joker lost both forearms into the third row with 1:26 to go and it was not called a foul, yeah, that should have been a foul. Sorry that you lost.
Sorry. Sorry.
It almost makes you feel more angry if they acknowledge that they're wrong.
Good for you, bud.
You guys remember how we were talking yesterday about the NBA All-Star festivities and how the dunk contest just is a waste of time now because nobody of note wants to participate?
Yeah, I thought that was a good segment on the show.
Drake May's a Pro Bowler?
I saw that. I love the Quinn Miners. I love that finally somebody stepped up and said, hey, stop. I'm not going because the first three choices couldn't show up. I'm going to hang out and vacation. Yeah. I'm not going to bounce around Orlando or wherever the hell they have the Pro Bowl anymore just to call myself a Pro Bowler. I'm glad Quinn Miners, I'm glad he looked at them and said no. But Drake May, on his resume, will have Pro Bowler. Russell Wilson this year, who, come on, Pro Bowler as a replacement. What are we doing?
So I have a couple of questions on this. Number one, a lot of guys, they have Pro Bowl kickers in their contract, right? Like if you make a Pro Bowl, you hit an incentive and you make $100,000, couple $100,000. Does that mean, I don't know how many guys it took before they got to Drake May, because I know Bo Nix was one of the people he was an alternate that was going to be chosen for it, but he had surgery, so he can't go. Does that mean everybody from the very top of that, which I think was Burrow, who is going, all the way down to Drake May, all gets a Pro Bowl incentive kick? Because technically they were the next alternate up, even though they declined it. Do they all get one? Like Quinn Miners, who wasn't selected initially, was an alternate, but then would have been chosen, but said no. Does he still get that money? That's the first question I have. Here's the second. At what point do the leagues just say this is too embarrassing for us to keep going with stuff like this? Will this ever end? I know that they make money, and we all complain about the Pro Bowl, but it's like the highest rated thing of the day, every year that they have that thing. Is there a point of shame that hits before you stop doing stuff like this? You know what I mean? Before you just realize this is a total money grab. All the other things the NFL does, at least there's some substance to it. Even with the combine, like maybe you get a look at 40 time for somebody. I'm the guilty party if they have the combine on in a bar and I'm there I'll watch some of the 40 time stuff from like wide receivers. I will.
Okay, well, let me make it very simple for you, Brett. If you didn't win a certain radio award, but somebody offered to pay for your trip to Florida for you and your significant other for an entire week, and on top of that, you got a bonus and a pretty good thing you could put in your resume, would you take it?
Pretty
here's the thing.
Pretty good.
Yes or no? Would you take it?
It's not apples to apples because there's not a comparison I can find. The Pro Bowl, I don't know what you could even offer that is similar to the way that they feel about going to the Pro Bowl. They don't want to go.
Well, when it was in Hawaii,
that's not true.
When it was in Hawaii, they wanted to go badly.
I've been to several Pro Bowls.
It's not in Hawaii anymore.
I understand that. That's why I said when it was in Hawaii.
They're incentivized to go. If you tell an athlete, no matter how much money they make, and the top athletes are like, I don't need this. If you tell an athlete, we will have an all expenses paid trip for you and your family here, Is it in Orlando still? And I'm sure Disney
I
World's
think it
involved.
is, yeah.
They're going to take that.
But Vic,
I would absolutely take it.
But a lot of them haven't. Like a ton of them haven't.
Well, they may already have other plans going on. Maybe they don't have that bonus. Who knows?
Quinn Miner said no.
Do you know what looked really fun? The trip that the quarterbacks of the Broncos are on right now. I saw a video of all of them on a giant boat, looked like a yacht in Mexico somewhere. That
Along
looks
with
like a trip
McGlinchey.
I would take. Yes,
Yeah.
McGlinchey was there. That's
Now,
right.
They're paying for that out of their own pocket. It's
Sure.
not paid for
Sure.
by the National Football League.
Hey, Vic,
Yes.
didn't you have a horrific Pro Bowl experience one time?
It was awful. But I'm going to tell you something. The Pro Bowl experiences, because I've been with as a player group back when the Broncos were always making Pro Bowls. When Peyton Manning played for the Colts and he was always the mayor of Pro Bowl town, I'm going to tell you, when they were playing this game in Honolulu, they were treated like royalty, like kings. The place they stayed at, the way the benefits they got. I mean, are you kidding me? Every guy wanted to go to the Pro Bowl. Now it's different.
What
Now
about
here.
the plane flight back?
Yeah, that was a bad experience, Moshe. Somebody crapped himself.
That's brutal. Here's something else I was thinking. As we head into the offseason, the Broncos are in a pretty rare space in this sense. They don't have a massive order of need this offseason. You know, as far as your pillars of the corners, or the pillars of the franchise, the things that you need to be successful, I think almost everybody would agree that you need a quarterback, which it looks like that they have. You need an offensive line, which it looks like they have, at least, you know, at the edge spots of the offensive line. They just paid Garrett Bowles again. Mike McGlinchey's under a big contract still. You need an edge rusher. Nick Bonito was third in sacks last year. And you need a corner. And PS2 is the best corner in the league. That affords for a really fun offseason of you can kind of take it wherever you want, right? Now, we talked about running back and tight end, and those are things that we would love for the Broncos to grab this offseason. The funny thing is, when the draft rolls around, I don't think they're looking at that saying, we need this position. They could take literally anybody. If you're not a kicker, punter, or quarterback, I think everybody's on the table. I think for that number 20 spot.
You look for the highest value you possibly can, regardless of what the position is, because that pick is an asset. And even if you have one of those, the highly regarded asset can bring you things that you do need. I mean, I think that's the way you have to go. You're not looking at any one specific spot. Now, that being said, hey, should a highly talented guy of a skilled position be available at 20, I'm all in.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at ESPN just released their top 50 free agent rankings. And for the positions we talked about, which is tight end and running back, there's like nothing there.
There's nothing out there.
Like the best tight end they have is Juwan Johnson at 48th. And then there's Aaron Jones, J.K. Dobbins, and Najee Harris. I don't think Aaron Jones is leaving Minnesota, and I don't think Dobbins is leaving the Chargers.
And in terms of wideouts, there's some old guys out there, some guys who are
well, you got like
aged.
T. Higgins. T. Higgins is at the top.
Yeah, I
and
guess.
Look, if the Broncos just were like, screw it, let's get T. Higgins, great. Please do it. Put
People
him
say
next to Sutton.
try to pry Garrett Wilson out of New York. Maybe.
I don't know if they do it.
I like a bigger receiver like T. Higgins more.
Yeah. That guy, I swear to God, T. Higgins, I think, suffers from I play next to Jamar Chase syndrome, which is people would think he's better than he is had Jamar Chase not been there.
I like the receiver, and we saw it with Higgins in that Broncos game. You can cover him, you can have him covered, and he still makes the catch.
Yeah. But this offseason should be really fun for them because they don't really need anything. And also...
Well, they need a lot.
But I'm saying look, man.
Of these super key positions that you're talking about. It won't be an O-line. It won't be a quarterback. It won't be a
You made the playoffs
superstar.
You made the
corner.
playoffs in a really tough division.
Yeah.
The need stuff, like, I absolutely need this for our team to do something.
Hey,
they aren't in that place anymore.
Newsflash, it's going to be more difficult to make the postseason next year.
Sure it is. All I'm getting at is the other benefit is this, and this is kind of what I'm excited about. So Sean Payton's he's going into year 3. What is George at? Is he 5 or 6? I was trying to do the math in my head. George Payton's been here for, I think it's going on year 6 or going on year 5. He's been here for a while.
It feels like he came here in 2021.
This is like the first.
Am I wrong?
Was it Fangio was his first year?
He was hired. Remember, there was a contingent of Broncos, including Elway and Fangio, who hired him.
Yeah.
Fangio was on that committee.
He got hired in 2021.
Okay. So, yeah, heading into year 5.
By the way, did you realize that George Payton played in the Italian Football League?
Huh?
Well, I know he played at UCLA. I had no idea that he played professionally.
Hold on a second. He played in the Italian Football League in 1992. In 1993, he played in the Austrian Football League with the Vienna Vikings.
Did he play for Parma in the Italian League?
It doesn't say who he played for in the Italian League.
Did you know Bradley Van Pelt played for Parma?
I do. He told us that. Yeah.
Just quickly here, a texter in the same minute text 2 things to us. One was Brett's takes are so bad. The second was, Vic, where in Italy are you from? I like those back to back. Secondly, in regards to George Payton, here's why I'm excited for him. This is the first year it feels like he's working with a full deck, right? He doesn't have full cap space. You still got some money that you're giving out for the Russell contract, but he's got a full slate of draft picks to work with. A first and second round pick.
And he's shown a pretty good propensity to find guys in that regard.
Exactly.
Especially working now with Sean Payton. So let's see what they can do. I mean, they're finding guys up and down the draft to be able to help them in some capacity. That's a big deal.
Well, let me start by saying, Brett, your takes are so bad. But the Denver Broncos have a lot of offseason time to get this right.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say the draft or free agency is more important to the Broncos?
Draft.
I agree.
There's no question.
Because they still have some dead cap money they have to pay off in the second year, paying off Russell. I agree. I hate to say this, in the era of Patrick Mahomes, follow me on this one, Bronco fans. All right, follow me. In the era of Mahomes, where he is breaking hearts all over the National Football League, specifically in the AFC, poor Josh Allen will forever be a bridesmaid, all right? Poor Lamar Jackson just can't get over the hump. These great quarterbacks, these future Hall of Fame quarterbacks, they picked the wrong time to play football. And the Broncos, and I'm dead serious, the Broncos, follow me again, picked the right time to be bad. If you're going to be bad, you might as well be bad when that witch is operating at that level in Kansas City. And let that sort of flame out. Let it happen. Let it go away. And then you rise to dominance. Because imagine how frustrating it would have been if the Broncos were at full staff, everybody was balling, and you lose every year to that dude.
Yeah,
Dude, that's such a good point.
If you find him, you're losing in the regular season, okay. But every year they're taking you down the way they're taking down the Buffalo Bills.
That would be more frustrating than anything.
You'd have to put chain link fences 50 feet high all over the tallest buildings in Denver. Because people
might as well suck.
They want a swan dive.
And I'm telling you, the Broncos, as bad as it's been for the last decade, it's been a decade of Kansas City dominance. You might as well suck while they're dominating.
How about this for a question? Would you rather be the Bills over the last few years or be the Broncos?
I'd always like to win. The heartbreak comes with it, but I'd like to win.
But to Vic's point, it's the same thing I brought up with Jordan. It's like, Barkley, you chose the wrong time to join the league. You just chose the wrong time. Everybody who existed in the NBA at that time, sorry, you aren't getting one. Just not going to happen.
Those Detroit Pistons probably would have won. How many more? Right? I don't know.
But if you sit there and you're like, especially if you're Buffalo, like they've never had it before, never had that feeling. And this is as close as they've gotten in a long, long time. And that thing stands in your way. Yeah. Oh my God, it'd be brutal. Because there's no way around it. And by the way, it's not like, you would typically think, all right, this will end sometime soon. It doesn't even feel like it's going to end. He's not even 30. That's crazy.
I'm telling you, dude. You guys, Loop Digga disagrees with me. He says, Vic, just because the Broncos suck doesn't mean, and they didn't suck this year. They sucked over the course of a decade. Doesn't mean the KC dynasty is a silver lining. Listen, nobody's pulling for KC. I'm not talking about, oh, yay, KC's winning. I'm saying the timing is right. If you're going to suck, you might as well do it when you know there's a witch you cannot beat.
Well, I guess that's, let me say this. It is a silver lining because you're not getting through those guys, as evidenced by what's happening with Buffalo, a dang fine football team, right? Again, if you're the Buffalo, if you're the Boston Bruins in the mid and late 70s and you stink and Montreal's just beating you up anyway, fine. But to be the second best team in the league and go down every single year to that team, that's
you're
tough,
asking
man.
yourself, what is my existence? I'm telling you right now, the people of Buffalo, I'm going to ask you guys a very simple question. Hell, ask Rob Trujillo if he's in the office today. Who is hurt more this season by the way their season ended? The Broncos fans or Buffalo fans? Who is in more desperation? Who is it's not even close.
Well, can I put a multiplier on this real quick?
Oh, my bad.
Think about if you're Buffalo and Vic, they thought they emerged. Buffalo's the best team in their division, and it's not particularly close. Like, Miami can be okay. The Jets still stink. The Patriots are terrible now. But they emerged on the other side of the Tom Brady era, where he dominated that division for 2 decades. And you're like, we got it now. It's our time. And then, like, another Brady popped up just outside of your division, but still stands in your way of a Super Bowl appearance. It's crazy. 303-504-0925. By the way, Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game to like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So hurry. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. I just did it. Super easy. Get it done in 40 seconds. Chance to win a prize pack.
As we roll on here, don't forget Coach Bednar at 9:30 today. The team got back really, really late. I'm glad I came home Sunday night. You ever see a really guy in a really good spot kind of whine and moan about another guy in a really good spot and everybody else is not in a really good spot?
No idea what that meant.
Good. I'll explain next.
Okay. So who's the good guy good and then another guy good and then people not good? What were you saying?
There's a guy in New York named Hal Steinbrenner. You ever heard of him?
I have.
He's the offspring of one
Len Dawson. Go to a history.
offspring of George Steinbrenner, the owner of the New York baseball Yankees. Does it drive you crazy when I say that?
Yes.
It does. Okay. He's saying that, you know what? It's difficult to keep up with the Dodgers spending spree. It's difficult for most owners to keep up. Rockies fans, listen to me. Major League Baseball is such a dumb, unfair, inequitable league. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. The Dodgers, Vic, you ready for this? Have spent more than $450 million guaranteed this offseason. Okay? Yeah. Their 2025 luxury tax the luxury tax payroll they have is about $390 million.
So they're paying more in luxury tax than what maybe 2 or 3 teams are paying in salary.
No, they're paying more in luxury tax than everybody else in salary. It's insane.
So what you're saying is, name like a I was gonna say a modest billionaire. Name somebody with just like $2 billion. Yeah. Who would that be?
I wish it was me. I don't know. I'd have a boat with the boat. I can tell you that.
Let's just take.
It gets worse.
All right, go ahead.
With the penalties for exceeding the $241 million threshold, you ready for this? And the Dodgers are willing to do this. It's in the rules. The total payroll this year for the Dodgers will be in excess of $500 million. Uh-huh. And then again, you got the Marlins. What's theirs? $12 million?
Yeah.
Okay, you've got, I don't know, some teams don't spend, right. He says, this is Steinbrenner, it's difficult for most of us owners to be able to do the kind of things that they're doing. We'll see if it pays off. By the way, the Yankees have baseball's third highest luxury tax payroll, just under $303 million.
Okay, so
you got a guy who's in the luxury tax at $303 million, bitching that he can't do what the Dodgers do.
So most
baseball is the dumbest sport ever to ever exist.
Where are the Dodgers making that up? What is their profit per year? How are they spending so much more than anybody else to the nth degree? Where are they making their money to do this?
That is a great question. Where is the money coming from?
Is it the local TV deal?
Well, it can't be. There's not that much money in local TV, even for the Dodgers in Los Angeles. They're not making $500 million a year. I don't know, Vic. I don't know where it's coming from. I really have no idea. But they're doing it. Their owners have gigantic pockets, and they've got, multiple hands inside that, inside that ownership group.
Do baseball teams have to show their work? Do they have to show their profits?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they do.
Okay, well then somebody look that up. What is their profit? How are they investing so much to get so much? I mean, it's a risk. It's a risk if you're going to put that much money down, especially deferred. I mean, and what it does with these deferred salaries, right? Everything's deferred. How do you possibly sell the team?
Because
you're selling future contracts
the Dodgers,
that need to be paid.
By the time that they sell, I know the Dodgers right now are worth about $5.5 billion right now. By the time they sell, it'll probably be $6 billion. Vic, I don't know, not my problem. But what I'm saying is that the luxury payroll and all this kind of thing, the tax, is put into make it a hindrance to do these kind of things.
So what you're saying,
but it's not. But for the teams who make all the money and have all the money, it's not a hindrance. They just, again, a payroll in excess of $500 million. Now, with maneuvering and deferred and all that, the real payroll is only like $340.
So here's how I understand it.
It's pure insanity.
You're talking about with Steinbrenner basically being like, I don't know how the Dodgers are doing that.
This is the most valuable franchise at $7.5 billion.
This is the equivalent, because I looked this up. Do you guys know who William Wrigley is?
I think we do.
The guy who used to own the Cubs, Wrigley Field and all that?
He's the heir to the Wrigley chewing gum fortune. So Juicy Fruit, Big Red, all that stuff, right?
I like a good piece of Wrigley gum. I mean, it goes fast. It really does.
Is there any gum that doesn't go fast? Like Fruit Stripe? For like
that's dead immediately.
Two chews with Fruit Stripe are awesome.
I'm a big double bubble guy. I like double bubble.
Okay, well, after about 20 chews, it's gone.
I had some gum the other day that literally dissolved in my mouth. It was the weirdest feeling.
William Wrigley, who is worth $3.4 billion, is looking at Elon being like, hey, bro, you can't have that much. That's too much. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Imagine having $3.4 billion off of gum, by the way. That's a pretty wild concept.
Find your niche.
Gum.
I haven't had a piece of gum in years.
Wait, are you kidding me? I chew gum every day. Every day.
Years. It's been years.
That is crazy. If I don't have gum nearby, I can't operate.
This is my gum. That's what it is.
That's crazy to me. When I get in my car, I pop a piece of gum in, and I'm
Straw
Pete
pull.
Carolyn that sucker all the way home.
Straw pull, please.
Straw pull. Oh, yeah.
Have you had a piece of gum in the last 6 months? Yes or no?
Wow, that is crazy to me, dude. I chew more gum.
The answer is yes, I have.
I chew
maybe
that
I'm the only one who
hard.
hasn't. Nelly, have you? You've been chewing gum in the last 6 months?
Yeah, I have a pack of gum in my backpack right now. I always keep it on me. Gotta have,
I have
that
gum
minty fresh
everywhere.
gum ready to roll.
If you ever see me, ask me for a piece of gum. I will give you a piece of gum.
Well, if your gum dissolves, then maybe not.
In fact, I will rank gum flavors.
Okay, hang on. Before you do that.
Big Red is the best.
There's a lot of no's coming in here. Okay, good. I
You
thought I was
people,
a
I
freak.
don't trust people that don't chew gum. Like coffee, if you don't drink coffee or chew gum, you're untrustworthy people.
Okay, I'm putting it up on Twitter, too. At Brett Kane Radio. Have you had a piece of gum in the last 6 months? Yes or no?
The hell's wrong with you people? What's in your mouth?
Like I said, dude.
Nothing?
With me popping these nicotine pouches like Tic Tacs, there's no room for gum.
Yeah, well, see, I don't. You go a little overboard with that stuff.
I
mean,
absolutely do.
I imbibe and zin, but not like you. If I have one or two a day, it's a big day for me. You're like one or two in an hour. It's ridiculous.
But I guess, dude, what I'm trying to get at here is how do teams show up for spring training and not just be like, what are we doing? How does baseball exist? How?
Speaking of,
Somebody's
the gum
by the way,
selection in a dugout is elite.
I'm sure it is.
Bro,
elite.
let me tell you something. Well, it used to be Chew, too. But in Omaha, they have a AAA team for the Royals called the Omaha Storm Chasers. Used to be the Omaha Royals. And my buddy worked the visiting team's dugout. And every once in a while, he's like, I need some help. My guy called in sick. Can you help me do stuff? And my job was just to get the players what they wanted, right?
Yeah.
And it was, if you didn't have like 8 tubs of gum in there and 5, 6, 7 logs of chew, they were not going to be happy. But they were very specific about what they. If you got the wrong thing, you were in for a world of hurt from those people.
Let me give you my top 3 gum flavors for those of you who do participate in gum chewing. Thank you, you Americans out there, fellow Americans. Number 1, watermelon extra. It doesn't get much better. It's tangy, hits the spot, gives you a little juice, get you going, get you on your toes. Watermelon extra. Try it. Number 2.
Those are good. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Number 2, you got to go back to basics sometimes. And the flavor in this one expires quickly, but the instant flavor gives you, it gets you so much. Double bubble. The basic double bubble.
Yeah, that's good.
You get for Halloween. Mm-hmm. Just unravel a double bubble, pop it in.
Especially like grape double bubble. I love that.
Now, shut up. This is my list. Nobody goes to grape. Grape is disgusting. Just basic double bubble. Climb a mountain. Go do Lookout Mountain. Put a double bubble in your set. Number 3, I don't even know what they call those packages they put them in. The little tub, the mini tub of bubble mints. It's called bubble
those
mint.
are good ones too.
Yes.
They got the little pieces in there?
Yes,
those little things?
pieces in the tub. I keep them in my car all the time. Give me a quick bubble mint. Boom. I'm gone. Off to the races. Challenge me. Fight me when I have a bubble mint.
I think it's Orbit that makes bubble mint.
It could be.
I think it's Orbit that makes.
Those are the top 3 gums.
Where you can flick it open to have one to share,
Hey,
or you can flick the other side and you just pour like 5 different. Yeah.
The fact that you, in the middle of my list, suggested grape tells me you're not a serious person.
I love the grape, man.
You're not a serious person.
Wait, is that
I
it?
love it.
Is that your
That's
list?
it. That's my top 3. I'll have others.
Can I
have others.
can
but
I throw in an
you give me
honorable
those 3
mention?
and I'm game.
Now, keep in mind, it's been like a couple years since I had a piece of gum.
If you don't chew Big Red, then
those are like Juicy Fruit and Big Red, the Wrigley family,
don't you remember?
if you will.
Don't you remember
They're
Talladega
good
Nights
options.
commercial?
Well, yeah. I'm just saying the Wrigley family of Juicy Fruit
Yeah.
and Big Red, like those are all good. But let me tell you something. You give me a Hubba Bubba, I'm a happy camper.
A little soft. They've gotten soft on my end. And you know, I'll throw those Hubba Bubbas in just to remember the old days. Now, watermelon Hubba Bubba for sure, but the regular Hubba Bubba, little soft.
Let's just lay it out there. Vic is watermeloned out, man. He just loves him a good watermelon.
That's the one I was thinking of, the Icebreaker Cubes. Those are good ones. I like the Icebreaker Cubes.
I cannot believe how many people do not chew gum. I honestly, I wonder about the future of our country.
I actually, Vic, when I put that straw pull out there, I thought I was going to be pretty lonely on this no gum island. And it turns out a lot of people are like me.
Like, what do you do? What do you do in your life if you're not chewing gum? What do you do with your mouth?
See, people.
What are you doing? What's your mouth doing?
People keep bringing up like this is a sports show. How are you not going to mention Big League Chew? Look, Big League Chew was a fun thing when you were a kid, but that's a kid's gum.
Yeah, that's a fake gum. That's hey, watch me. I'm gonna put some dip in. It's not the same.
Hey,
You're
man,
exactly right. You know the difference.
Big League Chew is still good. I take a pack of that when I go to a Rockies game, and since the Rockies aren't doing anything entertaining, you just pop in some Big League Chew. You blow a bubble the size of your head.
Nelly,
that's what's up.
Nelly, I'm not bragging, but when I was a Weebelo scout, I won the bubblegum blowing contest in the entire scout troop. I mean, I'm not trying to brag, but it happened. That's number one. Number two, have you ever taken the entire pack of Major League gum and thrown it in your mouth at the same time?
Big League Chew. Don't call it Major League.
I'm sorry, the Big League Chew. Have you ever thrown the entire pack in your mouth? Try it. It is enlightening.
I think that would actually clog up my airway. Those are huge packs, man.
Can I tell you something?
P-U-T-I-T-I-N.
Somebody mentioned this. And look, this is nostalgic because we all love to do this. Let's be honest, though. The gum was subpar. Bazooka was fun with the little comic strip that came with
crap.
But it's hard. It takes
crap.
like 15 minutes for it to turn into gum.
If you chime in with Bazooka, it tells me all I need to know about your amateur status as a gum chewer.
Now, I will say just the idea of the comic strip in there, very fun, like a fun little idea.
Yeah,
but
nobody's reading cartoons. You just want to chew the gum.
Texture, come on, man. Kane, have you ever had a Scooby snack? Who do you think I am?
The gum you used to get in baseball cards sucked.
That was terrible. It was half dissolved in your mouth by the time it got there.
For those who don't know what a Scooby snack is, I'll enlighten you in the world of 20-year-old college baseball players. You take a giant handful of Big League Chew. You put it into basically your cheek. You spit the gum out. You mush it in your palm.
And then comes
you take Red Man.
Yeah.
You put Red Man inside of it, and then you chew that.
I went through a good 10-year period of doing that back in my Texas days. They taught me how to do that.
That's what's called a Scooby snack.
Was my joke good, though?
What was your joke? I never heard it.
I know you didn't.
Well, say it.
No, that was one of Moser's whisper jokes to me.
What did I say that elicited that joke?
Nothing.
303. Bubble tape? Are you 2 years old,
Yeah,
sir?
no, we're not doing that. We're not doing bubble
Amateurs?
tape. Get out. Go home.
The hell's that?
Can you imagine? Imagine Vic, a 55-year-old man, rolling out bubble tape like it's a tape measure. Okay? Imagine that.
Get off our show!
All right, back after this. Oh, like a bubble. If you're... I'm sorry, I have to do the way that Nelly told me. If you're looking for Bednar, he's going to join us at 9:30.
By the way, if you're in the practice of blowing bubbles, being a past bubble blowing contest champion myself, Hubba Bubba, the firmness of Hubba Bubba at the end of the bubble lasts longer than Bubblicious. I put it to the test. Trust me. I know my bubbles.
Yeah, Nelly said, as a good producer would do, remind people who are tuning in for Bednar right now that he's up at 9:30. But he goes, when Bednar, when you come back from break, you just say, whatever. Bednar will be there at 9:30 instead. You don't have to say it like that. And I go, I'm going to say it like that. So just so you guys are aware, Bednar's going to be on at 9:30 this morning.
Also,
Thanks, Barney.
My wife, who does not listen to our show ever, as she's overhearing our conversation, I walk downstairs. She says, Vic, what are you guys doing? You're wasting people's time talking about gum.
No.
Talk about sports, something that matters.
I agree with that.
She says to me,
Don't
honest to
call
God,
me
she goes, why don't you talk about why the Nuggets are in New York and what they need to do to win that game tonight? That's what she said. I'm like, what?
I can't believe it.
She didn't say
Vic's
that.
wife
I
to
swear
get
to
us
God.
back on track.
I swear to God, she did. And it shocked me. It stunned me.
We'll get there in a moment. Let's talk about the best hard candies. Top 3.
My 4-year-old the other day was talking to me about world finance and expressed the concern that the GDP is dropping across Europe. And I said, don't worry, honey, you'll be fine.
You ever see those videos that people do? It's the most insane thing.
Yeah.
This is why, if you guys want to know, everybody says, hey, you need to get on social media more. You're in the media. They use that stuff. And I go, no, thank you. I'm just fine. Because whenever I go on, I'll see these videos like these TikTokers or somebody like that going, it was a tough day. I walked downstairs and my 3-year-old asked me, why did our government do this? And I'm like, I don't know.
Funniest
Sweet.
thing
And I'm
in the
like,
world.
oh, yeah. I actually walked downstairs the other day. Baby Jamal Kale was saying, like, Dad, what's with the price of eggs? I don't think this is sustainable for long term.
It's the funniest thing in the world. When people put those videos on, I got a 3- and 4-year-old at home. Now I have to tell them about this or that, or this or that. I'm like, don't tell them anything. Just shut up and go to school.
Yeah. And if you are talking about your kid with that, if you guys hear me talking to baby Jamal Kale about the economic status of the world, take my child from me, please.
100%.
I don't need to burden her with that.
There is a point where parent participation, this whole, trying to explain everything to kids. I wish I were a better parent. I wish I had more patience to explain everything to my kid. But at some point, it gets so overbearing and stupid. You guys are stupid. You don't have to explain things to a 2-year-old. Just let them live.
Okay, that being said, explain this to me like I'm a 2-year-old.
Like your baby Jamal Kale.
Like I'm baby Jamal Kale. The Nuggets are they're a dog tonight.
And speak to Moser like he's baby Jamal Kale, please.
Please. Mm-hmm. The Nuggets are a dog tonight, 2.5 points at the New York Knicks.
I'm surprised it's only 2.5, to be totally honest with you.
But I'm looking at my little matchup predictor.
That was a tough tone, by the way, if you're talking to my baby like that. Soften it up.
But, Daddy, the matchup predictor has the Nuggets ahead 55 to 45.
Mm-hmm.
How is that happening?
I don't know. Josh Hart is listed as questionable for the game tonight for the Knicks.
Okay.
And he's
so
a
one
key
shooting
piece.
guard's questionable, and all of a sudden everything's swung.
I don't know. I'm just saying it's a key piece. One thing that the Denver Nuggets have not done this season, they can hold that as a badge of honor. They've never this season lost 3 games in a row.
Yep.
So they've had the ability to put out the fire before it becomes an inferno. No team. All right. I mean, actually, there have been several teams that have done that, but the Nuggets have not lost 3 in a row. Got to get the dub tonight for many reasons. You got to wash that bad taste out of your mouth that we saw in Chicago. The only way to do that is to win a game you're not supposed to win. And on paper, this is one of those games. Again, I asked you guys yesterday. I can't remember the last time I felt this way about a Nuggets game, because last year and the year before, every time the Nuggets played a game, fully healthy, mind you, I always thought they had a chance to win that game, and I always expected them to win that game. I'd be surprised if they win tonight, and that's a weird feeling.
Yeah, I think this comes down to the same thing we've been talking about for 2 months. And part of me is like kind of tired of hitting this refrain, this chorus every single time. Play defense. Play defense. Your offense is going to get there.
What does that mean? What I mean, it's funny because I was thinking about what key should I give the boys today. Yeah, play defense. How? Where? Who? What?
I thought this for a while. You watch the games in which they struggle defensively. They switch a lot. And especially against teams who can shoot the three well. When you switch that much, you're always chasing. You're always chasing to find the guy who just switched, right?
Rotating.
And they aren't, you can't rotate fast enough. It's not even a matter of effort. Like Moser, you were talking about against the Bulls. They had a lot of wide open threes. Here's what I saw. I saw a lot of guys running out at the shooter, just they had no shot to get there in time.
I saw guys running out late, and I saw guys also standing around
but
for wide open shots. I saw both.
What I'm saying is a lot of the times they weren't late because they were lazy. They were late because they just couldn't get there.
You know one thing to solve that? Don't switch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, try and work through a screen. Like, sometimes the screens there's some of them you need you need effort and you need to get physical to work through. I saw a whole bunch of those in Chicago where the guys were 2 feet off the guy with the ball, and you just said, here, you take him. It's like, no, just work with it.
There are two reasons guys switch playing defense. Number one, it's part of the game plan because if you don't, a guy's going downhill, he beats you, you're screwed. So that's number one. Number two is you're lazy. Switch. You know, that's. I don't know what the reasons
fatigue
are.
Could be a factor too. Maybe you're just too tired, and so
or
it's just easier to
you're
do.
a step behind.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've ever played basketball and you're playing hey, switch it up, switch. And then they get a favorable situation on you.
Yeah. I mean, that's what every team works to do. I mean, you see it all the time where, if Steph Curry's at the top of the 3-point line, he wants to switch on MPJ, right? Because he's like, I can take him off the dribble or I can step back and he's not quick enough to get out to the...
I've got something for you.
And I do too. I want to get into some human psyche. You let me know when I can.
This comes... I'm strictly speaking nuggets here because my wife had to be the adult in the room to put us back on track. This is from Dan Hyatt, our statistics guru.
I have this too. Are you sure you want to read this or you want to let me do it?
All right, go ahead.
No, you know what? Give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, you give
it a shot.
When you say where can they play better defense, this is where. In the Chicago game, the Bulls took 98 shots. All right? 53 of those shots came from the three-point line. 53 of the 98 from the three-point line. 45 came inside the three-point line. Of those 45 that were inside the three-point line, only 13 of those were contested. Of the 53 they took outside the three-point line, only 14 of those were contested. What is contested? You got to be in the neighborhood. You got to have an arm up there. A contested shot in the NBA is not one where you just wave at the ball as the guy's shooting. That's a shot. That's an open shot. Mm-hmm. So 28% inside, 26% outside. Total contests in that game by the Nuggets. True contests, 27.5%. That's lazy, late defense. Yep. That is the definition. If you play a team and you only contest 27% of the shots, you're going to lose in the NBA.
I'm proud that you got through that.
You're going to lose in the NBA.
Vic versus numbers.
You're going to lose in the if you contest 20. Now, let me ask you, Mose. You've seen enough NBA games. What is a contested shot?
A guy on another guy, hand and face.
As the shot's being taken.
Here's the definition.
Yeah. Guy guarding guy.
Contested shots are defender within 3.5 feet or closer.
There you go.
So you mean to tell me that nearly 70, what would that be? Nearly 73% of the shots taken in that game by Chicago were with a Nugget nowhere within 5 feet of you?
Mm-hmm. About that, yeah.
That's unbelievable to me.
Well, within 3 feet of you, but yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Agreed. Hey, Vic, I don't know why do people watch scary movies? Because they do it to themselves, right? Like,
I know I'm going to be adrenaline jump.
Okay, I know I'm going to be scared, but so I looking at the box score from the first matchup in late November
against the Knicks.
No, against your mom's team. Yes, against the Knicks.
Who was missing from somebody was missing from the Nuggets? I think Aaron Gordon was missing in that game. Who else?
AG was not playing.
Okay.
Everybody else was there. Peyton Watson was inserted into the starting lineup. And Russ came off the bench and had a really good game that game. But the Nuggets got blistered, 145 to 118.
That game was over after the first quarter, from what I recall. It was a complete.
Yeah, they were down by 12, and then they were down by 12, and then they were down by 23 at half, and then that was it.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the three-point shooting. You ready for this?
Uh-huh.
In that game, and by the way, you remember OG Anunoby went for
Couldn't
40.
miss.
Yeah, he couldn't miss.
Couldn't miss.
The guy averages 16 per game, Brett. He went off for 40. They made 53% of their three-point shots. Makes. They made 53% of their three-pointers.
You ain't losing.
They only took 36, but they made 19 of them.
Yeah.
You ain't losing that game. I mean, you if the Nuggets right now have a difficult time guarding on the perimeter and contesting three-point shots, then my God, what's going to happen tonight? Okay, that's my scary movie. That's the scary movie reference.
Yeah. I mean, there's
The
something.
Nuggets themselves shot 33% from three-point range, which ain't great, but it ain't horrific. The Knicks shot 53%. I mean, dude.
Did you read the stuff Dan said about baseball? And we asked how the Dodgers are making money. It's very interesting. When we get back to that, the numbers are enlightening.
Apparently, Dan does not have my
It's okay.
Apparently, he doesn't want to waste time giving you that information because you go on and on about some random 80s band instead.
Hey,
but
do you ever
the
hear?
numbers are important.
Remember that gum, Freshen Up gum?
What was that gum where you chewed it and there was a centerpiece that exploded?
Yeah, Freshen Up gum, the gum that goes squirt.
I thought it was called Aquaburst.
That was from Bear. Freshen Up gum, the gum that goes squirt.
Yeah, you bit on it and then
Yeah,
it was like
it
a big
squirted. And,
big squirt.
Squirted at you. It squirted you.
No.
It did.
No.
It existed.
It had a gooey center that when you bit the gum, it came out.
Disgusting.
Sometimes it would squirt right out of your mouth.
Anyway.
You know what? I never smoked, but I used to. One of my jobs when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life when I was younger, and I realized that this job wasn't for me, but I worked there for like 2 years. I worked at a car dealership where I washed the cars.
I thought it was Walgreens.
Oh, I worked at Walgreens too. I worked at Walgreens, construction, daycare, and I did
a bunch. Yeah.
I worked at.
So you're hammering darts at the daycare.
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No. But at this car dealership, everybody smoked. And this guy, he had they were some sort of Camel cigarette that had like a flavor thing inside of it that you squeezed it and it popped and it made it taste like menthol. But you could choose when to do it. I always used to pop it. I'm like, give me that. Let me pop it for you.
That's great. Imagine
it squirted.
imagine my surprise when one day one of the best athletes on this radio station says, "Oh, I love a good dart."
Hey, I was known.
Not you.
I know you're not talking about me. I'm just saying I was known. You got a few drinks in me in my 20s. We were outside of a bar. I might
Marlboro
bum
Light.
one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
might bum
Marlboro
one off
Light.
somebody.
Yeah, you got it. Anyway, does Freshen Up gum even exist anymore? That's enough of that. I'm scared. I'm diverting because I'm scared of the Knicks tonight.
One term,
Vic. I'm legitimately scared about the game tonight, Vic. I'm
You know
scared.
what? You know what? It's an opportunity for the Nuggets. You win this game and you put that at the very top of the resume. That is your big win of the year. That is your big win of the year. Bigger than the OKC win at home. This is on the road against a red-hot New York team that's put 143 on its last two opponents.
You got to win.
143 each.
You got to win this game. You got to win. You got to D up, man.
Hey,
you got to win this game.
Just for context here, so that stat that Vic gave you, that out of 98 total shots for the Bulls the other night, only 27.5 were contested, which means had a defender within 3.5 feet. The average this year in the NBA is 40%.
Yeah. So trust me, the Nuggets clearly have this information. These guys wear trackers, right? They wear these little chips, or they know exactly where every player is. They know this. They see this. What gets me about that stat, you just got embarrassed Saturday in Minnesota, right? And that's what you do?
Yeah. Then you back it up in Chicago
and
with that?
That bothers me more than anything. How many guys on the team have that hunger? You tell me, how many? You watch the games. You see them play. You see them move. How many guys on this team right now were pissed off about what they did in Minnesota and they brought it to the court in Chicago? Clearly not enough.
You know what's weird about that? I did think that some guys didn't show up in the box score, but I thought Peyton Watson, despite not having a whole bunch of numbers, played with some effort a couple nights ago. But yeah, certainly not enough. And they got a chance to get back to it tonight as they take on the Knicks in New York, and the Knicks scoring 140-plus points back-to-back. Pretty crazy. So you got to bring the defense. You want to have a shot tonight.
Hey, did you guys see that fight last night between VCU and St. Louis?
No.
It was actually the fans. They got in a fight behind the VCU bench, and everybody fell onto the floor.
Really?
Jeez.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Well, I watched Mark Stone try and decapitate somebody's knee.
Oh, my.
He was not tripped on that play, by the way. It was not a trip. That was diving straight at a guy's knee.
Yeah,
and he better be suspended.
6 one way, half dozen the other. We'll talk about it.
When we come back, I want to talk about the game last night from the Avs. In a game that felt like they played well. But when you have a call that doesn't go your way and then you let that kind of snowball, it's a problem. Now, there was a positive thing I think you can take away from yesterday as well, and we'll get to that in just a second. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
about freshen up gum?
Love that squirt.
What do you love when you bite into one?
Love that squirt.
Freshen Up freshens breath with a tingly liquid center. One bite squirts refreshment all over your breath.
Freshen your breath with Freshen Up.
Your gum that goes squirt.
Love that squirt.
Love that squirt.
That's the new motto for this program, I think.
Can I tell you something? The guy who
By the way, that
voices-
was a real
That's from 1978.
Hang on,
real
That's a
commercial.
real commercial, bro.
Everybody pause for a second. That guy that voiced that commercial voiced every commercial.
Yeah.
What happened to him? Why don't we have guys like that?
Yeah, from like
anymore?
1949, they just kept using him all the way to
Yeah.
like 1981, right?
Who is that guy?
I don't
and
know.
Why, and
It's
we need to make
Freshen Up
another.
Gum, the gum that goes squirt in your mouth. I mean, it's like what the it's it's ridiculous. Anyway, I showed Brett. Hey Vic, I showed Brett a Freshen Up gum commercial during the break, and I think he wants to take the rest of the day off.
No, hang on a second.
Squirts refreshment all over your breath.
Jesus. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I think the reason why I was just like, what is this? They tried to make it like erotic. Like it was a slow motion of this woman just about to put gum in her mouth, and I'm just like, I don't know what's happening here. This is weird.
Yes, you do know what's happening
Yes,
there.
hey, what
You don't
motivates
know
you
what's
to chew
happening.
gum? What motivates you? It depends on what motivates you. What inspires?
All right. So the Avs lose yesterday. We'll talk to Bednar at 9:30 this morning. 9:30.
You notice, by the way, that golfers, Phil Mickelson started the process. Tiger Woods did it. They chew gum when they play.
Yeah, a lot of guys do. To this day, I mean, a lot. Yeah. He saw Harris English over the weekend. He on Saturday, we'll see the final round. He's working that piece of gum hard.
Nervous energy.
Yeah,
that's why I chew. Honest to God, the reason I chew so much gum, nervous energy. Got to do something.
Nervous about what?
Just nervous energy. I got a lot of energy. That's what it is.
Okay. So the Avs lose yesterday again. They're in the middle of this skid right now, and they've got a lot of changes going. The thing is, they played pretty well yesterday, I thought. And it just, for whatever reason, you can go back to the goalie interference call that would have, really
tied the
given
game.
them a
It would have
boost
tied,
with
no,
a
it would have
tie.
tied the game.
And it's just like, the second that gets called back, it felt like some air was let out of the balloon.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And the Islanders took advantage of it. Never looked back.
Of those 3 games on the road, 2 points over 3 games, the 2 losses they incurred, which one ticks you off more? The Boston loss or the Islanders loss?
Probably the Boston loss.
Yeah.
I mean, because
you had it.
But you had it. Well, I don't know if you had it, but Boston, they come out and they blast one in right at the start of the third period, right?
What did they both have in common?
You played better than the other team and you lost. What?
Third period, you take your foot off the pedal, and then you get there's some holes.
Well,
defensively.
a little bit. Here's what they had in common. Your breakdowns resulted in goals. Period. End of story. Listen, if last night the Islanders, let's just call it 3 goals, okay? That last one that floated, that went off Girard and in. I mean, come on, man. Let's call it 3 goals. If you give up, 15 prime scoring chances and they score 3 of them, you're like, okay. But if you give up 5 prime scoring chances and they score on 3 of them, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
You see, I mean, there's a difference. The ratio is not good right now. Every little thing that you're doing wrong, or even a big thing like on the first goal from Anders Lee, when he's the only one in the zone to retrieve the puck and take it to the front of the net, that's a big mistake, but it's in the back of your net. There's a miscommunication. Right. There's too many guys looking at that side of the ice, right? Lee's in by himself, bang, 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 and it's all said and done. I mean, they're resulting in bad things happening to you, even though overall, for 57 minutes and 23 seconds of the game, you're not playing bad hockey at all.
Well, and here's another thing that I noticed, and I don't think this is on him, because I can't pick out too many instances in which, like, Mackenzie Blackwood just let one in that he shouldn't have.
Right.
But, he was on a streak. The first 12 starts, or first 12 games that he had with the Avs, he gave up 2 or less. In the last 5, it's been 3 or more.
Yeah, he's on a little bit of a streak right now, yeah. And again, I think Coach would tell you his saves above expected were brilliant. outstanding, right? And that's hard to sustain for long periods of time. You're going to need guys not to break down in front of you. I take a look at that Holmstrom goal, the second goal for the Islanders last night. And again, it's a play where Gerard, well, how do I even put it? It comes around, but you got to take the man behind the net, but it comes to Holmstrom, and he makes a great play. DeHaan flashes out to him, but he shoots it through DeHaan's legs blindly, turns around blindly, throws it at the net. It goes through DeHaan's legs, and bing, inside the post. You're like, are you kidding me, that guy? Now, again, he's got 11 goals on the year, so it's not like he can't put it in, but you're like, that play is like 1 in 50. You know, it's these kind of things are biting you in the butt right now. They're just biting you right in the backside. The Anders Lee play, I would ask him 100 times, hey, were you trying to send that puck over to Bo Horvat? And if he doesn't say out of 100 times, no, I was trying to wrap around and it got away from me and it went to Horvat and he's able to put it in.
Yeah, there's
frustraciado.
There's frustration, especially when it doesn't feel like you're playing super poorly and you just can't find a way to get over the top. And then, the Avs have been having trouble finishing lately for whatever reason. Like they can't get the puck in the back of the net. They can be all around it. They can ring it off posts. McKinnon can throw one off the post that hits the back of the goalie's helmet and it still doesn't go in. Like all that stuff's been happening. Can't find the back. And so you finally get one with Manson that I think was redirected off Colton. And
I'm not even sure he got a piece because they denied it and they never showed the replay again.
So when
at least the redirect.
When they called the goal off, did they call it because he was in the blue on his own accord, or did they call it because
the pad? Right?
They say he touched the blocker.
Yeah, the blocker.
It was the blocker.
At what point did he touch the blocker?
A split second before the puck went through the 7-hole of Sorokin.
So here's what it looked like. It was he was battling for a position. And
his butt touches the block.
But when he threw a little bit of the stick to the back, it was almost like he kind of pushed for a second.
He created a little bit of separation from the defenseman who was fronting him, and he pushed off on the top of the pants a little bit. His butt touches the blocker, and then they separate, and then the puck goes through the 7-hole.
Yeah.
Now, does it really mean could he have gotten the blocker over to stop that puck, or was he just beat? I would argue to you it wouldn't matter if his blocker was stapled to the butt of Jack Drury.
Right.
That puck was going through him. He was not going to be able to get the blocker over anyway. I would argue that, but that's not the way the league sees it, man. Look, here's the story.
That Drury snipe that followed was sweet.
How about this? Drury's got goals now in back-to-back games. And Netchus hasn't even scored a goal yet, but he's got 4 points in 3 games in an Avs sweater.
But he looks good.
Listen, optically, watching, Vic, you tell me. You watched last night. You watched the top line cycle. You watched the speed with which they penetrate the zone. You tell me, how did they look last night to you? Just visually speaking, how did they look?
That's why I'm ticked off, because I watched the entire game. I saw one team thoroughly outskate another team, outshoot another team, outplay another team, and yet you lost.
Yeah.
And again, you throw your hands up in the air and you're like, what? How? Because if you didn't care, if I didn't see goals, if I did not consider the puck in the net, I would have told you 100 out of 100 times the Avs win that game last night.
Well, here's
they got out goalied.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they did. But here's also how, I thought they did. I mean, Sorokin was great last night. He was the number one star of the game. You ran into a hot goalie. His 7-hole closed just in time on some opportunities.
Yeah.
Could the Avs have done more to throw it at the front of the net? Yeah, they had 32 shots on goal, but here's where it's getting. The Islanders played their perfect game. They blocked 27 shots. The Avs had 32 shots on goal. They missed some shots. They also had 27 shots blocked last night. Mm-hmm. So the Islanders are laying out all over the place. They also out-hit the Avalanche. Not by a lot, but they out-hit the Avs, which means they're throwing their body. That's how they have to play in order to win. They don't have the skill to compete against the Colorado Avalanche. Simply don't have it.
Well, I can't wait till we have Coach Bednar on, because I'm going to flat out ask him, why aren't the guys shooting the puck more often? Why is, and I've seen it now over the course of the last couple of weeks, why is Jonathan Drouin not shooting more readily, especially on the power play? he's trying to set guys up too much, in my opinion.
You know what's weird is that I agree with you. I hesitate because I don't want to be shoot the puck guy. That's just always like, shoot it! Just shoot it! But when they have clear lanes that are open to shoot and they don't.
But Brett.
It's like you're getting too cute.
Brett, even on the puck that was taken, the goal that was taken away, we all agree was a crap call. There was no clear lane. Manson threw it on net, and it found its way. You don't have to have a clear lane. Sometimes a puck at the net finds a way in.
Or a rebound with another chance, that's why even last night I saw McKinnon pass one up where he tried to make the extra pass. I think it was back to Makar. It was like a give and go. But he had an opportunity to shoot, and he tried to slide it back to Makar. But there was, forget who it was last night for the Islanders, was right in front, hits off his skate, ruins the entire chance. I just think sometimes it's, especially when you're struggling most, can we get volume? Just volume. Put volume out there.
It's the style the Islanders play with is aesthetically less pleasing. Okay, I dig it.
It still freaks me out to see Patrick Waugh on that bench.
Yeah, maybe. What they're going to do, though, Brett, all these teams now, they just go home. I mean, they create like a little bubble in front of their goalie. I don't know how guys even get stuff through. You look at that Romanoff goal late, and by the way, he had a pretty good game because he's out there throwing his body around. He laid out Cale Makar, which never, ever happens. And he throws it toward the front of the net, and it goes off Girard's hip and redirects inside the post, and Blackwood can't see it. There's nothing he can do about it. I mean, it's just like, are you serious? Golly.
Right.
Are you serious, right? Again, the Avs won that game with the Rangers. They put, plenty of pucks. I mean, they won 5-4. They put plenty of pucks on Shesterkin. They probably should have had 8 goals in that game. Hit posts and luck and scoring through and blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. I don't know, Vic. It's frustrating. But as Coach Bednar said last night, yeah, it's frustrating, but you're going to have to find results, period, end of story. You got 2 opportunities coming up this weekend on the home ice. Friday night, you've got St. Louis in town. They're on the outside looking in. Sunday day, you've got Philadelphia in town. They're on the outside looking in. You're on your home ice. You need to come on out and blast those guys.
We'll talk to Bednar at 9:30 this morning, so about an hour from now. 303-504-0925.
But you can't be disappointed with the new guys, can you?
They look good.
Brett, how do you think they've looked?
I don't even know what my expectation was for Netchis to be thrust into that top line, but it's better than what I thought it was.
You know what?
Better.
I'll pay them the ultimate compliment. I noticed them on the ice.
Yeah. Netchis is impossible not to notice.
And there are some Avalanche players who you just don't notice them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Last thing, too. I don't know when Val's going to come back, and I don't want to keep just going back to the Val angle. But his net front presence, it starts a lot of things for a lot of different players, sure, especially on the power play. So what I'm trying to get at is, like, when he's there, it makes the opposition do different things, and it opens it up for everybody. You'll see it when it's happening. When it does happen in the future, when he's finally healthy, you'll see it.
Guys, when we come back, I got to get into this. There are a couple big names in the NBA that are suddenly in the trade me orbit. We know about Jimmy Butler. There are others now who are moving to the forefront as the trade deadline approaches. Even if the Nuggets are not in business to work those specific trades, they will benefit for the more trades that are available to them. Somehow, some way, the Nuggets can get in on these multiplayer deals and benefit from trade deadline. I'll explain a little more when we come back.
Get on your computer. Are you looking for a new ride? Go to sthmotors.com. That's Silterhorn Motors in Broomfield. And they've got so many pre-owned certified vehicles right now, and that means something, too. It means these cars and trucks All these SUVs, they've been gone through a billion times, and they are great and ready to go. And right now, you can get up to a 75,000-mile warranty on certified Volvo, Ford, Lincoln, and Mazda pre-owns. And how about this? A 5-day exchange policy. You know what? I don't like it as much as I thought I did. I'll go get something else. You can do that. Silterhar is family-owned. They've been in business for 65 years. That means they do it right. It's the best dealership I have ever worked with by 1,000 miles. Greg Larson and his staff will take care of you. Trust me when I tell you that. TG and everybody up there, they are the best. So get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth. See over 1,500 vehicles right now on the lot, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
Go ahead, Vic. Let us know what's going on here.
Well, I'll tell you what's going on. The NBA trade deadline is a week from Thursday, and possible deals already heating up. Clearly, the one in Miami is turned into a crap show with Jimmy Butler, and I don't know what ends up happening there. Miami's in one. They're sort of screwed. They got a guy who won't show up, who keeps ruining his own draft capital, his own value. But whatever. Now comes word that De'Aaron Fox. Are you fond of De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings?
I very much am. Is that good or bad?
I like his game.
He's incredibly fun. He might be like with the basketball one of the fastest guys in the
Why
league.
does he want out of Sacto? Do we know?
I don't know all the reasons. I know he took a lot of heat once they fired Mike Brown. People thought he was the reason they fired Mike Brown, and he had to go on a personal campaign to convince people that he was not the reason. Whatever. They've come to terms in Sacramento that he's going to go. And
does anybody want to play in Sacramento at all? I mean, look, I know it's my hometown.
Would you?
Probably not.
Let me answer that question by saying,
not.
Would anybody want to play in OKC? They are, and they're playing
they
well.
love it. Apparently, Shane loves it there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I can answer that question by picking another market.
Sacramento's one of those markets. Remember Chris Webber back in the day? He couldn't wait to get out of there. The Sacramento Kings would have had an NBA championship if not for Robert Horry. I'm convinced of it. They had Weber and Vlade and Bibby.
Game 7.
They had all the dudes. They had all the dudes. But then some of those dudes don't want to play in Sacramento. They don't want to be in Sacramento. It's one of those towns.
By the way, Bibby
is
on every supplement that is possible.
Oh, man, he's gotten huge.
Have you seen Bibby lately?
He's so yoked. It's unbelievable.
Dude, I used to ball with Bibby when he was 16 years old at the North Scottsdale YMCA. And back then, he was being recruited by everybody. He used to show up and ball.
He looks like an actor that's like, hey, you just got the role of Rambo.
Yeah,
Go.
pretty much. Yeah, he's completely
that
yoked.
dude. All right, so anyway,
the point is, Vic, is that it's one of those towns I feel like you have to have a guy. Like, we're so lucky the Joker wanted to stay in Denver. Now, we love Denver, but it's not exactly NBA destination time for the best players on the planet. So you've got to have guys that actually want to be there.
So De'Aaron Fox is now trade bait. And the Sacramento Kings are looking for possible suitors. They're in no hurry because he has an extra year on his deal after this season. So it's not like they're trying to trade an expiring contract. It's not the same deal as Mikko Rantanen with the Avs. They can wait until after the season to trade him. Unless somebody comes up and says, we really want him. He's made it known that he'd love to end up, through circles, in San Antonio, to play next to Wemby. That would be something. The LA Lakers are also on that list of possible. Now, what's interesting about the Lakers, take a guess at who De'Aaron Fox's agent is.
Rich Paul.
Who also represents LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
Right.
Would it surprise you at all if somehow, some way, the Lakers maneuvered this deal to make it happen in LA and he ends up there? Would that surprise you?
Oh, dude. Nothing revolving Lakers and player LeBron wants is surprising. Nothing. And the fact that they haven't, and they probably do have causes for tampering that they just aren't making public, is insane to me. Like crazy.
You mean because LeBron's best friend is his agent?
Why is everybody afraid to complain about tampering? Why is that?
I want you guys to hear something. This was, I think, last week. Do you remember we were talking about for a second that Rich Paul wants to make a basketball league overseas that he wants to rival the NBA?
I don't think
that wasn't Rich Paul.
Him. That was the other guy.
Maverick.
Carter.
Maverick Carter. Sorry. Said he's part of the agency with Rich Paul, and they're doing like these bullet points of his resume. Part of the agency with Rich Paul. And in parentheses, they said, LeBron is not an owner. And we're like, all right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Where's the money coming from?
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, listen.
I really don't give a
So
we can hear all the whispers there.
Just so you guys are clear, if I started a radio consulting company, or if I didn't start it, my wife started it, I would have no part in that. None whatsoever.
Not.
It's all my wife's thing is what she does.
Yep.
Yeah.
So De'Aaron Fox, if I had to give you, if I was a betting man, I'd say San Antonio is a better fit because You put him next to Wemby. Look out.
That inside-outside game would be unbelievable.
Yeah. And I don't think the Lakers have the draft capital to make it happen, number one. And number two, the Lakers, they've already gone public and said they want another big to go alongside AD. Point guard's not necessarily the need, but whatever. Here's where the Nuggets come in, and here's where I think the Nuggets can benefit from all of these deals in action. The more deals, the better. Because if a team is desperate enough to want a player and they don't have the capital to get that player, and let's say that they had to take on more salary, oh my God, we can't make it work. That's when third teams get involved and fourth teams get involved. And that's where I think the Nuggets can unload one of these contracts that they can't seem to unload.
Mm-hmm.
If there's another team desperate enough for De'Aaron Fox or Jimmy Butler and they can't make the money work, right, Moshe?
Yeah, but
the Nuggets have a couple guys that are worth money. Maybe they can be a fourth cog in that wheel.
Yeah, that's a great idea, and I think they probably could be. But what have you done for me lately? That's the problem, Vic, is that could that deal get done in time and then you have another deal in mind ready to – I mean, if that deal comes down to the deadline, you've got no time to do another deal. So you're not really even helping yourself for this season.
Oh, but here's what you could help, though, Moj.
What?
If they found a way to, offload the Najee deal, that leaves you flexibility in the future that you don't have.
100%.
That's true. You're absolutely – so I'm saying go forward either way. But how about getting help right now?
Yeah, well,
how about a dude right now?
Obviously that would you would entertain that. I think what Brett's trying to say, though, and I agree with you, the more deals that are being juggled by teams out there that are very tough to pull off, they always need that third team involved.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets can be that third team.
Yep. By the way, just quickly, again, Bednar's going to join us at 9:30 this morning. Let's play a game called One of These Things Is Not Like the Other.
Well, that is a game. That was on Sesame Street.
I know. I want to play the game right now.
Is Sesame Street still on?
No. I'll give you some players who have their numbers.
I can still sing the song, by the way.
I'll give you some players whose names, their jersey numbers are retired for the Golden State Warriors. You ready?
Do you want me to sing the song?
No.
Okay.
Wilt Chamberlain. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Wilt was pretty good. Chris Mullin.
Yeah.
Pretty good player.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Barry.
Oh, yeah. Super good.
Nate Thurmond.
Yeah, really good player.
Andre Iguodala.
Jesus Lord.
On February 23rd, Andre Iguodala will have his number retired by the Golden State Warriors.
That's a bad name around here.
I know it is, but I just want to bring something up. Because I know the feelings. Yeah, I know snake, mole, all that stuff. I'm trying to figure out a man who averaged 7 points, 3.5 boards, and 3.5 assists per game in his career with the Golden State Warriors is getting his number retired.
Wait, tell me again, what are the numbers?
7.5 points, 3.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists per game.
Because a lot of people in Golden State would tell you they would not win those championships without defensively.
Fine.
In fact, was he not the MVP of one of those finals?
He was the
series?
finals MVP in their first one. Yes. Yeah. But I want you guys to give me who is a comp to the Denver version of Andre Iguodala, who has virtually no numbers, played for the team for a few years.
Frank Tripucka.
And you would be like, if they retired his number, I'm cool with it.
Well,
and I'm talking about any sport. Nuggets, Avs, Broncos.
Somebody that you think
anybody.
Okay.
Somebody that impacted the team that much?
Like that.
Huh. That's a tough one, man.
Because you can't say Bruce Brown, because Bruce Brown was here for a year. Can't be him.
Can't say Ray Bork. Ray Bork had numbers.
Yeah, he did.
Ray Bork had numbers. He didn't have time. He had 18 months spent, but he produced when he was here. It's not like he just showed up on the ice and put it that way. He wasn't a token.
Yeah.
He was a critical player.
Like somebody said like Charlie Blackmon.
Yeah,
guys, Charlie was great.
He's a great player.
He was great.
Nafi Perez. I'm kidding. Who was huge?
I heard? It doesn't have the championship behind it, but a great name if they did win a championship would be like Jano. People loved this guy, and he did like no numbers whatsoever.
I'm thinking about success. I'm not thinking about teams that didn't succeed. You have to have success to play that role.
how about this now?
T.R. Dunn, if you want to go back to the 80s, T.R. Dunn, I never got enough credit. T.R. Dunn was a defensive
Really good
specialist for
player.
the Nuggets.
Really good player.
He always locked up the best opposing offensive player. He was like on the team. I think he was 6th in scoring, but everybody knew on night in, night out, he was going to start and he was going to play his hardest.
You guys got to understand. See, like I'm trying to get this across. People are saying Cargo. Cargo was excellent.
Yeah, he's
like
too good.
excellent. Somebody said Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, it might be like that. It might be like that.
Was that like your version of Iguodala, kind of ish? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so bizarre to me. Like, I know that he was a key cog in them winning championships. I don't think there's any denying that.
You know, I got a good one
here. He averaged 7.5 points a game.
Here's a good one. This guy was a member of the 2 Super Bowl champion teams in the late 90s, and he was primarily a special teamer. Keith Burns. Moj, Keith Burns.
Yeah, he was huge. Dude, he was such a leader
Good
on
one,
the
Texters.
team.
Keith Burns, to me, is one where you'd go like, who?
He was a great leader on the team.
He was a captain.
Yeah, he was great. Yeah, he was. What about, I'm trying to think. Back to the Avs, 22. 20, who on the Avalanche would
Cogs?
qualify? No, because Cogs wasn't here that long.
But on that championship team, he was a key player who didn't have necessarily big numbers, but...
What LOC?
Yeah, I suppose. I'm trying to think here. Who else would qualify for that?
It's just it's crazy. To
Like
me
if
that
if Lehkonen had his retired. Like if Lehkonen had his retired.
Lekkonen's pretty good.
By the way, you see Lehkonen is now tied his career high in goals.
That's what I'm saying. He's pretty good.
I mean, and we got still plenty of season left, man. This guy's having a wonderful year, and he's been injured.
I'm going to reiterate the numbers from Andre Iguodala: 7.5, 3.5, and 3.5.
That's Lehkonen's way better than that. That's more like JT Compher.
Maybe, yeah, more JT-ish.
Comfy.
Just weird. All right, so Bednar's going
to
join us.
To me, that's like a JT Compher.
What about Matt Calvert?
He wasn't on that team, but he didn't win.
Oh, that's right.
Although I love me some Matty Calvert, man. Afraid of no man nor animal.
Jared Bednar's going to join us at 9:30. I got a stat for you. Our only hope to keep the Chiefs from a three-peat is the Philadelphia Eagles now.
You forgot to do Nuggets keys in this segment, which was a requirement.
Let's get to our keys of the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Nick, let me just say this. You got the biggest smile out of KJ in that. When you put Brett on the spot, and KJ's like, yeah, he got him. It's awesome.
But first of all, the key is to do things on time, to be punctual. And when you call for a segment, to have it happen on time, be at the ready. And not have one of your co-hosts have to remind you to do the segment all the time. That's number one. Key number two.
First time that happened.
And this is big. Listen to me. Last time the Knicks came to Denver and beat on the Nuggets, they did it with OG Anunoby. We know that. And they did it with Karl Anthony Towns. That was one of the few games this season in which I thought the opposing center outplayed Nikola Jokic.
Agreed.
That cannot happen tonight. If the Nuggets stand a chance, Nikola Jokic has to go to the Garden and do one of those things where everybody in the Garden whispers about why he's the best player on earth. Cannot be outplayed, cannot come close to having Karl Anthony Towns outplay you. That, to me, is a very simple key for the Nuggets to win this game.
Keys of the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Jared Bednar in 30 minutes. Stick around. All right, Bednar at 9:30, so we'll get to him shortly. Our last hope to stop the Kansas City Chiefs from the NFL's first ever three-peat is the Philadelphia Eagles. And there's bad news on this front. Who is the defensive coordinator in Philadelphia?
Vic Fangio.
Vic Fangio in
0
his
for 6.
In his time in Denver and Miami is 0 for 8 against Patrick Mahomes.
Now, good news and bad news. He's been one of the more successful defensive coordinators or coaches when he's coached against him, against Patrick, in terms of offensive output. He slows him down.
Yeah.
But he can't beat him.
Right. And how did the Chiefs win football games this year? You slow down their offense.
They don't care.
But it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't care. Yeah, we all know what's going to happen, right? We all know what's going to happen. Philly may give them a scare.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be a game.
Yeah, they'll give him a scare. Saquon will go off a little bit. And Mahomes will have the ball with, I don't know, $1:23 to go. Kansas City's down by 2. And you know what happens.
Can I just ask for one thing? If I could get one thing out of this game. I don't want there to be a moment in that Super Bowl in which a call is made that becomes the topic of discussion the day after. Because it feels like every time with the Chiefs, there's always that.
Well, it's part of the narrative now. And I don't think you can dismiss it. Because even a call that we don't deem that big a call, it's going to be part of the narrative, no matter what.
I hate when big games like that come down to number one topic is a call that is or isn't made, and you're like, that's the overarching narrative of the entire championship.
Would you rather have a complete blowout where that doesn't even factor in?
No. I don't want to blow out either.
If it's a close game, it's going to factor. If you're guaranteed, if it's a close Super Bowl, somebody will have a play, a call, a non-call, which will be controversial.
Well,
it's going to happen.
We've had, if you guys think back, we've had a good run here of championships that were pretty tight. You know, it was overtime last year. The year before that was a 3-point game between the Chiefs and the Eagles, 38-35. Year before that, this is actually the one that I think, remember Rams and Bengals? How great that game was just a few years back?
Yeah.
That was a 3-point game. Then he had the blowout between Tampa and Kansas City. But there's been a nice run here of like really tight games in the Super Bowl where.
What was the score in that Tampa-Kansas City game?
31-9. Remember, Mahomes got sacked like 8 times, just beat the hell up. Yeah.
See, it's almost lost because very rarely do we see the Chiefs get embarrassed in a big game. That's the only time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the wow, it's dawned on me. That's the only Mahomes game in playoff environment where they've gotten tattooed.
Yeah, like steamrolled.
The only one. Every other time, even if they lost that game to Cincy. It's been close.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm looking through these like basically ever since Broncos Seahawks, like with the exception of the Bucks and Chiefs Super Bowl, these have been really tight games. And I'm expecting this to be one again because that's what the Chiefs do. It's just going to be tight, and there's going to be, a simple margin for error. Can you get over it or not? And with the Chiefs, you typically don't.
Do you believe, given the teams involved and the relative malaise with these teams, do you think the Super Bowl will take a ratings hit? Or is that just us talking?
Well, I don't know that I'm going to watch it. I mean, I don't know.
What are you going to do? So if you're not going to watch, so let's take typical fan Mark Moser. That Sunday approaches. Mark, what are you going to do instead of watching the Super Bowl?
Well, it's going to be 12:31 in the morning in France.
All right. Well, you have a built-in excuse.
Well, I said, I'm not going to watch it. So yeah, there's a hit right there.
All right. Forget.
I mean, I'll probably get up and watch it. I probably will.
At 12:30 a.m.?
I said probably. I don't know. We'll see. Dude, I don't want to watch it anyway. I mean, the only reason I would is because we're all going to get together at my house, and Bear's going to make something great, right? And I'll, give you wine and give you beers and give baby Jamal the dogs to play with, and then, I don't know. That's Probably the only way I would watch the game if I was going to watch it.
I think my answer is no to your question, Vic, but you can't put a measure on interest, and the Super Bowl is just something that you do. You just do it.
That is correct.
Whether you're interested in the game or not, I really don't know if there's a Super Bowl matchup that I would ever be like, this is so uninteresting to me that I just won't watch, period.
We may not like the teams involved,
right,
but it's become an American event. It's become a holiday of its own. You're going to watch it. In fact, I'm still going to be that guy. If people are on the streets walking around, I'm going to wonder what the hell they're doing.
Can you trust people who are out walking their dog in the second quarter of the Super Bowl? Or at the grocery store? Are there people who are going to do grocery shopping?
I would consider
during
them
the
social
Super Bowl?
misfits. I would consider them social misfits. Yes.
I'm trying to look up how many games that Mahomes has lost by more than one possession. I think it's like 2.
What do you mean?
Are you talking about regular season games as well?
Everything?
I'm talking all of it.
Like everything? Like all. Like
so that
his
Super
whole
Bowl was an
body of
incredible
work?
outlier.
I'm trying I'm trying to do this like real quick because we got to break early to make sure we get enough time for Bednar. I don't know how many times he's lost by more than a possession. So it happened earlier this year to Buffalo and it happened in that Super Bowl. But, dude, this just doesn't happen to him.
By the way, here's the story. Around 123.7 million people watched the Super Bowl last year. It was 115 the year before in 2023.
Wait, say that again?
Last year, 123.7. The year before, 115.
What's the record?
Oh.
Well, you got something in front of you. Look at it.
We got to get the break anyway. Bedsy's coming up.
Yeah, we get Jared Bednar at 9:30. You can always get in touch with us. Voice the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Circa Sports available right now, and with the big game coming up, Circa has their Circa Squares contest. You guys know how the Squares games work, but typically you're given numbers. With Circa, you get to pick your own, and there's different odds for all the squares that you choose, a minimum $1 bet and a chance to win $100,000. Jump on with them right now and get yourself ready for the big game, not to mention all the prop bets that are coming up in a couple of weeks. Quite literally anything you can think of, they got on the Circa Sportsbook. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so I got the number for you. And we'll move on from this. We got Jared Bednar at 9:30. Mahomes as a starter in his career is 89-23. He's lost by more than one possession 5 times his entire career. Just for the record.
It's insane.
One of those losses
It's insane.
by more than one possession came to the Broncos in 2023. The Broncos lost by more than a possession 5 times that season.
Yeah. It's insane, man. Guy's just a witch. It's just what he is. It's who he is. I mean, am I going to wake up at 1 a.m. in France and watch the witch and Kelsey
France.
win another one? Yeah, France.
I got a question for you, Moj, before we get to Bedsy.
Yeah.
I noticed something. Maybe
Next
it's
question.
nothing. Maybe it is kind of intriguing. The Blues are waiving Saad, Brandon Saad.
Yeah.
Any interest, do you think, for the Avs bringing him back or no?
Not for me.
Okay.
Hey, what was the national story that was running about Jonathan Taves as a possibility?
I think Jonathan Taves would like to make a comeback. You know, he dealt with that condition that he had, Vic. It was really kind of weird. His gear was causing rashes. I mean, it was just a lot of things went wrong for him late in his life. In that regard, in his career, I think he would still like to play the game. He would be a cheap, third line center, I guess is what he would be. You tell me.
It'd be cool to have 2 Taves on one team.
It kind of would, yeah. I mean, he's only 36 years old. There are
Pair of
guys.
tasers?
There are guys older than him in the league.
Before we get to Bedsy,
Just out of the game for a couple of years. I don't know. I don't know where he is, but I do know that. I've heard the rumors that he would like to try maybe give it one more shot.
the Nuggets take on the Knicks tonight. We've given you a couple of numbers here. The Knicks have scored 140 points in back-to-back games. That's tough to do. They are really, really effective offensively. They're just a good team overall. Karl Anthony Towns, I think you can pretty easily do a one-to-one sort of comp. Look at the T-Wolves without Towns and look at the Knicks with Towns. Knicks get a lot better. T-Wolves get a lot worse. Now, we have our own sort of feelings about Cat, but he's a good player. The key here is, if you missed the stat from earlier, against the Bulls, they took 98 shots, 27.
The Bulls did.
The Bulls took 98 shots, 27.5% of those were, quote, contested, which means within 3.5 feet of the shooter. The league average is 40%.
I would love to compare that to when, give me a tight NBA playoff game. Game 5 of the NBA Finals, when the Nuggets played Miami, right? And everybody is into it on both ends. I'd love to know the percentage of contested shots. And you will see the difference in just intensity and hustle and effort on the defensive end. That number tells me 27% contested. That's not strategic. That's not like, oh, I'm lost. That's effort.
And the late closeout things are useless. Like, they don't matter at all to a shooter. It's like they're invisible. They might as well be wide open. But the Nuggets, by the way, in that category, they're bottom 10 in the NBA in contested shot percentage.
When was I can't. When was Game 5?
That was 2 seasons ago.
All right, what was the date?
It was June.
It was June 12th.
It was a June night. It was a June night in Denver, Colorado, that resulted in a lot of tomfoolery afterwards.
It was June 12th. Let me go back here.
Are you? What are
There
you
we
trying
go.
to look
Okay,
up?
hang on. I'm looking at the box score.
Look up Miami's shooting percentage in that game. I'm just curious.
Miami's shooting percentage in that game overall was 34.4%.
Holy crap.
25.7 from three-point range.
Holy crap. You think the Nuggets were defending in that game?
Oh, yeah. Hey, what do you think the Nuggets percentage
They
was?
didn't shoot well either.
What was their
a
percentage
brick house.
from three-point? Yeah.
The Nuggets from three-point was like 16%.
17.9%. Yeah.
I remember. Nobody could make a thing, and yet they still won. Why'd they win, Moshe?
Defense.
They defended.
Defense. Hey, by the way, I've been looking at the Knicks scores, looking at their box scores and whatnot. They're not like other teams. They're not taking 50 three-pointers per game. They're not. they're taking mid to upper 30s per game.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what happens when they win? They make about half of them.
Yeah. Can I offer a prediction for tonight? The Nuggets have now lost 2 in a row. They haven't done that since Christmas week. Nuggets have not lost 3 in a row all year. Nuggets are playing a team that handed it to them last time, and that last time they did not have Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon did not look right in Chicago. We all saw it.
No.
I would not be surprised if they go back to their original starting lineup tonight. I'm not saying it's going to happen because I don't know what they're going to do, but it would not surprise me if tonight's the night they move Aaron Gordon back into the starting lineup.
Why's that?
It just feels right. It just, you've lost 2 in a row. You know, that you when you won 12 of 15, you're like, we can't touch the starting lineup because it's working. Well, you need a shakeup. He doesn't look right with the second team right now. It's not an injury issue. We talked about it yesterday. There's more to that story. And perhaps he needs it as much as the Nuggets need it. Tonight could be the night. We'll see.
So Westbrook back out?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, look, I don't want to get too caught up, and I don't know what it is about the Nuggets specifically that does this, because I feel it too. Like, the Nuggets were rolling, and they lost 2 games, and it feels like you're kind of panicking at the moment. But
it's not a panic move to go back to your original starting lineup.
I'm not saying that, but the tone in which we discussed the Nuggets is wildly different than 4 days ago.
Uh-huh.
And it's just because of 2 games. And again, they were bad.
But those 2 games,
they were bad.
They got wiped out. They got wiped out in Minnesota.
Moj.
And didn't respond at all in Chicago in the second half at all, man.
Another reason why I think tonight would be a good night to start AG. Can you pull up the box score from the last time the Nuggets played the Knicks?
I have it. Yeah, I have it.
Who is the Knicks power forward?
Is this a trick question?
No. I mean, who is the guy outside? OG Anunoby. What
Well,
kind
yeah,
of night?
OG Anunoby. Well, he's.
What night did he have against the Nuggets the last time?
He had a 40-point night. What do you? I guess what are you getting at?
You start AG. You put him on Anunoby, and you shut that down from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he only averages 16 per anyway.
I know. I'm just trying to paint a picture. I'm trying to, if there's ever a time to shake up the starting lineup to go back to what it was, I think tonight might be that night.
Before we get to a break, can I just bring up one more thing that I was reading this story on ESPN? And I don't understand advertising. At least 10 commercials to air during the Super Bowl on Fox have sold for $8 million.
I saw that.
Do you see the proper return in an $8 million ad for like a day?
Some people do. I mean, obviously they do, otherwise they wouldn't pay it. Again, the highest Super Bowl rating ever was New England and Atlanta. It was 126 million plus. So 30 seconds, I don't know. Is the return worth it? Apparently these companies think it is. They think of these things. I mean, they work on ads all year long for 30 seconds in the Super Bowl.
I want that job.
You know, somebody brought this up to me. I think championship weekend is better than Super Bowl weekend. 2 games for the price of 1.
Yeah.
Both incredibly dramatic results, obviously. You win, you go to the Super Bowl. If I'm investing in a commercial, why wouldn't you pay the money for championship weekend?
Right. Save like 1/10 of your price.
And Vic, to your point, it's almost like you get 2 mini Super Bowls. And I actually went to a party last weekend to watch both games, and we just spent all day eating wings and drinking.
Yes.
And
I had people in my house for
great.
those games too.
Yeah.
I think championship weekend, especially this year, because I don't care about the 2 teams playing, I think it trumps Super Bowl weekend.
Is that your phone?
Yeah, it keeps buzzing.
All right, let's go to break.
What?
We got to go to break.
We have just a little bit of time.
Nelly?
No, we have. What are you doing?
you got about 30 seconds. You get a lot done in 30 seconds, brother.
I'm going to take this 30 seconds.
What is this?
You don't run the show
Moser
here.
He was DeAndre Jordan. He said, give me the rock at the 3-point line. That's what
Exactly.
you just did right now.
Who do you think you are?
How are you not trusting your teammates?
Can we play?
Oh, because you did so well with the keys at the top of the last hour, didn't you?
I mess it up one time, and now all of a sudden I'm.
Hey, you lie in the witness stand one time, I can throw out your entire testimony.
You did jack up, Brett. It was embarrassing. I had to catch you for that. If it weren't for me, this show would have gone to the gutter in that last hour.
The defense
We are
was
done
It actually
with,
would have been
this
fine.
segment.
And now we can go to break. Gonna talk to Jared Bednar in just a moment, get his thoughts on not just the game last night, the trade of Mikko Rantanen for Natchez and Drury. Again, it was disappointing result, but it feels like the Avs aren't playing terrible or anything like that. They're having a problem getting in the back of the net. We'll talk to the coach right now as we go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar, joins us. Coach, how are we?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing good. We'll get to the game in a second. I do want to start with the trade. I mean, it's a big one. It's a blockbuster, first and foremost.
Yeah.
The absence now of Mikko Rantanen within your lineup, just the thoughts he had over the last decade on this team and what he brought to the table for the Avs.
He was awesome. Yeah, awesome. You know, just a phenomenal teammate, competitor, great guy. His skill obviously speaks for itself and what he was able to do with our team. Stanley Cup champion, you know, that was a tough day to see him go, you know, and but I think the guys management team did a nice job of getting a good return and players that can help us. And you know, in a trade like that, it's always going to be tough. You're never going to outright win that when you're trading a player of the caliber of Mikko. But we get younger, we get some cap space, we get, you know what, some players that we need to try to build out this roster this year and moving forward, and they're under contract, and you know, sometimes you just have to move on. And we're going to miss Mikko, though, you know, as a person, as a player, all that, and we would certainly wish him the best over there. And yeah, but it was a tough day for sure, you know, seeing him go.
Coach, just curious, how do you find out a story? How do players find out? Does it just word of mouth? People call? You find out online like the rest of us? How does a story like that emerge?
Yeah, a little bit of both. It's interesting because you when the trade's going to happen, it seems to like get out to the media super quickly, right? So, you know, it's coming on TV like at the moment it's happening, it seems like. So you certainly want to be able to sit down with your players and the players, but generally I think nowadays that they're finding out through social media and word of mouth, you know, as quick as you can possibly sit down and even talk with the players that are involved in the trade.
Coach, it's your job then, I guess, to settle yourself down, coaching staff, everybody, right? I mean, it's just a big shakeup. And your team as well, and then play some hockey games. You've played 3. And I thought you did a pretty good job of that. I heard you say last night that you played 3 pretty decent games overall, and you've got 1 win out of it. Take us through the settling down process, focusing on the actual games themselves, and then, you know, the process as to where you are here on this Wednesday.
Yeah, I thought our team did a really nice job of it. Obviously, there's emotions involved going into the Boston game, and it's a quick turnaround because we're playing the next afternoon. You know, so we had a quick meeting when we got to the rink and talked about it, and that there'd be lots of time to sort of adjust and figure things out with a long-term plan after that. But we put everything together for Boston and kind of went business as usual. I talked to a bunch of guys individually, and I felt like our guys understood that we needed to go out and have a good road trip, and that they remained pretty focused on the task at hand. And I think, like, over the course of the season, not big monumental things like Mikko Rantanen trade, but you're always kind of dealing with something and change and adversity that you have to work around. So they narrowed their focus for a couple hours and came out and played hard. And I thought, you know, the Boston game and last night's game were very similar for me. I thought we were much better last night than in Boston, but just on the lines of, we're going out and we're playing 3 teams that are fighting for their playoff lives, and all 3 of those teams right now have had gone through a rough stretch and have now come out the other side, and we're playing really good hockey and riding, like shooting heaters and goaltending heaters and some special teams heaters as well. It's how they're getting their wins, and we saw that, like it's the Boston game. I felt like we controlled the play. We had the bulk of the chances. We spent most of our time in O-zone play compared to D-zone coverage. And we knew the areas that they were going to challenge us down low by the net and the back of the net, and kind of winning the net front was going to be the key. And as good as we played in that game, that we didn't control that area for the length of the game. We gave up 2, net front goals against, and I don't think we made it hard enough on Swayman. So we talked about it going into the Ranger game, and I thought we were firing on all cylinders offensively. Still had a couple breakdowns, even though I really liked the way we played in that game. We were able to get the win. And then we continued offensively, the way we did against the Rangers. I really liked their game last night, from exits to entries to possession time to scoring chances. We looked like, a team that was firing on all cylinders, and we couldn't beat Sorokin. And, on our end, I can't complain with the number of scoring chances we're giving up. It's dropping. It's getting into that range again where I'd be really happy with it. But on this road trip, when you're giving up the handful of chances that you are of high quality and they're all ending up in the net, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Because like last night, I'm sure the analytics, I haven't checked them, but we'll have doubled or tripled them up on opportunities to score, and we come away with it with nothing. And that's frustrating, because it's big points. Like, those teams were not only fighting for their playoff lives, we are as well, with teams all trying to track us down. They're right behind us, and they got games in hand. So, the results are the most important thing, even though I like a lot of the things that we're doing. And I'm kind of riding that balance now of, like, we've got to ratchet it up and get even more urgency, but I want to keep us loose and playing our game offensively the way we've been doing it.
And it's tough to adjust. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with this. It's tough to adjust this quickly when, as you said, the trade happens and the next day it's just like it's an afternoon game, got to go. But I'm sure you feel the same way. It's been really impressive to watch both Netchus and Drury just kind of jump in and look like they fit and flow with the way you guys play.
Bright spots for me, both of them. Like there was a bunch, I felt like, over the road trip, but both of those guys, Necas obviously different than Mikko in a bunch of different ways, but also elite offensive player. His skating of the puck transition, being able to create zone exits, zone entries, and then make the play after is elite. Like, it's up there with McKinnon numbers, and seems to have really good chemistry, the give-and-go chemistry with McKinnon. There's a ton of movement in the offensive zone. I think especially the first game or two, maybe like those two guys both being too selective on their shots. Like, they're getting each other open into the slot and then still looking for another play when I think we should be shooting some of those. That's going to be like a little balance that they find. I thought they did a better job on the road trip as it went on. We're just like, our shooting right now is just not like, it's not just selection, it's just actually scoring on some of our opportunities, like in some of it's goaltending. Maybe it's traffic where we can get to the net front and help turn some of those B scoring chances into A's, and making sure that, like, when we get A's, a little bit of traffic should help us be sure goals if we hit our spot. But we hit a lot of posts. Goalies made a lot of big saves, and I try not to be too critical of them, but I want to push our guys to find another year and bear down around the net a little bit here. So we'll talk about it and regroup because we're going again tomorrow. But that was a frustrating road trip for me because I really felt like we should have won all three games.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up the shooting thing because we noticed it as well. Now, you did get a greasy goal last night where you put a guy in front of the crease, puck comes in out of nowhere and it goes in the back of the net. And you were denied that goal last night. I can't remember, Coach, the last time on a goalie interference call, whether against you or for you. I can't remember one you've benefited from. Can you?
No, that was like we watch them all, right? I think we've had this conversation before. Like, we not only watch ours, but we watch all of them through the league. And on back-to-back nights, there was one in St. Louis and Vancouver the other night, and we watched the review. Brett sends it over. Everyone has their opinion. I'm like, it's good goal all day. Like, he's pushed in there. There's no way that's not counting. He goes, they overturned it. It's no goal. It's like, am I missing something? So we had to play the next day. So we play yesterday, and now we have ours. Like, I felt like our guy established his ground at the top of the crease. Their guy backs into him. Then our guy tries to push him out so he can stay out of the blue paint. And when he goes to push their D out, their guy keeps backing in, and then the amount of contact there is nothing. Now they're saying that's enough, and okay, it's fine. But our guy established his position outside of the crease. He doesn't go in on his own, except it's our pushing motion that pushes him back in. I will call the league on both of those and get clarity. But the problem is they'll give you the story and their answer as to why those goals were overturned, and then you'll challenge for the exact same thing a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later, and it won't go your way. You know, it's goaltender interference is a crapshoot. We got the one disallowed in New York Rangers too. That was a big goal, and I felt like that one could have counted too. They called it no goal on the ice, and now you need definitive proof to challenge it. And we did have some contact there, and I felt again like it could have went the other way. But once it's called no goal, then you have to have definitive proof to turn it over. I felt like that should have just been pointed as a goal, and if they wanted to challenge it, then they could have. But I guess they didn't see it, the entry into the crease the same way we saw, because I thought he was bumped in. And so, you just got to deal with it. But critical time of that game last night, because I feel like you're outplaying them, and you're down, and then it's third period, and it's a tie game. And, I did not like the way we finished that game, because when we gave up a chance, they put it in the net.
That's it. And again, I hate not doing the games, but I'm sitting here in Denver, Coach, and it allows me to say foul things at my dogs. You know, they're watching the game with me when I don't know what I don't know. So at least I can do that. But at the same time, you just explained it there a little bit, but maybe expand on it. It changes the course of a game. It changes situations. Teams will play different in different situations. It takes away a tie when you guys have been dominating. I mean, if you can explain, at certain times during a game, a call like that, you can score another goal, fine. But at that particular moment, it was huge for your team.
Oh yeah, huge. I mean, the message on the bench is can't control it, stay with it, just keep chipping away, scoring chances every shift, no shifts off, keep going, But then it just, that game last night just felt like we were working for scoring chances, and we're getting them, and they're not going in, and then they just come down, win a face-off, and throw it to the net with one guy there and two of ours, and it hits a guy or two in the pants and then goes posting in. And it was, I'm guessing, just based on the chances and cutting up a little bit of the game, I'd say, I can't even say Blackwood played bad. I think it was I do because he has not played bad games for us. I'm just that was just unlucky. Every time it hits something, it goes in. Turnaround, spin shots that are nothing plays that you're defending hard, and then it's posted in through traffic. The one from the points posting in through traffic, and it's it's like the quality of those chances are very poor, and yet they're going in, and we're getting grade A looks at the other end all night long and can't put them in. So you try not to let the frustration get to you. Like, you just got to go, like, there's 8 minutes left, there's 6 minutes left, like whatever it is, you just got to keep chipping chances. Because how many times have you seen where you'll get 20 chances the whole night of quality and put nothing in, and all of a sudden your next 2 go in, right? So you got to stay positive and keep grinding and leave it all on the ice, and then you got to live with the result. But it doesn't take away sort of the frustration, after the game, because like everyone's along with me is like, okay, what do we got to do to win a hockey game here? And this month we've had multiple games like that, like. In years past, especially in years past, when we would control the O-zone, D-zone ratio, like playing 6, 7 minutes, 8 minutes in the offensive zone and only playing in the D-zone 5, and then you look at scoring chances, shot attempts, like when we find our rhythm offensively, when it's on and the numbers are favoring us significantly, we're winning all those games. Well, we're win one, lose one now for, I don't know, I think it's 14 games, and which is not good enough. And yet in those win one, lose one situations, like there's too many games where we are controlling that and then not winning. So now, like, we've been digging deeper to try and make sure we're winning those games. We're addressing more things, but you're just thinking at some point it has to turn around if we continue to play like that.
Coach, be honest with us. One of our listeners said this, and I think it's a good point. You said that you're going to call the league about the goalie interference stuff. Are they tired of taking your phone call at this point in the season?
I'm pretty selective when we call. I have a good relationship with some of the guys in that office, and they'll know like who was on, and they'll give us their like consensus and their opinion on it. I kind of know what it's going to be, so like that. But I still want to hear them out, so I'm clear on them.
Yeah,
because that's all you can do is like educate yourself on like, well, why was that no goal? Like, and I have questions on the St. Louis Vancouver one the other night and ours, and we'll obviously agree to disagree because they made the calls they made, and they'll stand by them because of reasons A, B, and C, and I'll have mine, and at least you kind of know. And then you just got to make the calls going forward. It doesn't guarantee an overturned call or anything. It's just putting yourself in the best situation to make those calls depending on time and score of the game, and you take the information they give you and you make your challenges based on that. But I've been told before, and I think it's the right way, is that you got to have definitive proof if you're making a challenge that it is or that it isn't, and it just seems like definitive proof sometimes is very minimal one time, and then when you think you have it and challenge it, it feels like it's not enough, So it's a touchy situation, and every situation is a little different, and they try to look at it as its own entity. But yeah, we'll get the information from the league and move on from there.
Well, keep calling them, Jared. You'll know it's too many calls when they change their number.
And we'll wait for your report on what is roughing the passer in the National Football League. What is a catch, and what is goalie interference? Because, Coach, the first thing I said this morning is I don't know what I don't know, and I don't want to talk about it because I don't know anymore. I just don't know.
The key is you score enough goals that the one you lose to goalie interference doesn't matter. Or
absolutely.
You keep enough out of your net that it doesn't matter. That's where we got to get to.
Two things real quick here, Coach. Any injury updates on anybody?
No.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Perfect.
Well, it's only Val and Landy right now, right? So, but I think Brett's referring to 13. Yeah, and Oliver. Yeah, I think Brett's referring to number 13 though, is still week to week, right?
He is. Yeah. And it's looking more like probably after this break.
Gotcha.
Right, like we got played at home, then we head out on the road for 3, and then we've got the big break. So it's looking to me now like we'll get an update here now that we're home and he stayed, and we'll be able to talk about it tomorrow morning. But I'm guessing that this is gonna turn into like after the break, but we'll see. Nothing's set in stone yet.
Yeah, sometimes I ask that question too, and he goes, "Oh, by the way, this guy and this guy and this guy got injured last night, and we didn't see it." So just making sure none of that happened.
No, I think we got out of last night. Okay.
And then finally for you, Coach, this is maybe the most important question of the day because Vic thought I was a lunatic when I said this. I have not had a piece of gum in the last 6 months, and he chews gum every day. Are you a gum guy?
No, because I chew nicotine pouches.
Yeah.
See,
I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust non-gum chewers. So you're now untrustworthy in my camp. Sorry, Coach.
Herbal. I'm on the herbal stuff now, though.
Okay.
Like trying to get more healthy, making changes. That's the good stuff's hard to find. But I went with Chipper Jones's company. I think it's.
Oh, I've heard of those.
He used to chew a lot of tobacco, right? And so I've tried a lot of the herbal ones, and they're terrible. Just too much flavor, whatever. So now, but he's got a company that's actually pretty good, so I'm on those.
What's it called? I'm going to look into it.
Smoky Mountain.
I've had one of those before. Yeah, those are good. Chipper had that. He had that Red Man sheet going too. He was on that Choo Choo.
Oh yeah. When I see a guy like that come off it, I'm like, you just know that it's got to be half decent, or
Right.
you wouldn't be able to make that switch. And so I've tried them and I like them. They got little caffeine pouches and herbal pouches, but they're all, I've tried multiple flavors and stuff, and they're pretty good. So it's a good way to get off the tobacco and nicotine.
There you go. Talk to Coach every single week on Wednesdays. Coach, always appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday. Today, a little bit later, usually at 8 o'clock, but long roadie back.
Dude, that flight from New York you get in, I don't even know what time they landed. But I imagine it's after 2 a.m., right? So then you got to go home. You got to try to get to sleep. You got to get up and talk to Vic. I mean, look at Vic's face. You want to do that?
Yeah,
it's not fun.
really.
It's not fun.
All Conversations with the Coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com. How about a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Not going to lie, fellas, today was a pretty rough show, and I think we need an Avalanche win and a Nuggets win in the near future in the worst way. And I've put together a compilation of just some of the weirdness and some of the miscues that have plagued our show. And only our teams can save us from this happening again.
You ever see a really guy in a really good spot kind of whine and moan about another guy in a really good spot and everybody else is not in a really good spot?
No idea what that meant.
Good. I'll explain next.
Okay. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 9:30. I got a stat for you. Our only hope to keep the Chiefs from a three-peat is the Philadelphia Eagles now.
You forgot to do Nuggets keys in this segment, which was a requirement.
Is that your phone?
Yeah, it keeps buzzing.
All right, let's go to break.
What?
We got to go to break.
We have just a little bit of time.
Nelly?
No, we have. What are you doing?
You got about 30 seconds. You get a lot done in 30 seconds, brother.
I'm going to take this 30 seconds.
What is this?
Good show today, fellas.
Yeah, that was a mess.
Chalk it up.
That was a mess. I love how Vic said, you forgot to do this thing. It's a requirement.
We spent way too much time on gum. If you would have gotten off your squirting gum, we would have been in good shape.
I thought that was a good conversation.
I'm going to end the show by showing you how I've eliminated these nasal polyps.
It's the gum that goes squirt. It squirts in your
You
mouth.
forgot to do Nuggets
Vic,
keys
you're
in
too
this
high.
segment,
You're too
which
high.
is a
Can't see it.
requirement.
Yeah, sit down.
Wait. Oh, you got to go in the belly?
What? How do you fix your nose by sticking that in your tummy? Ouch. Yowga.
Uh-oh. I just figured this out. Vic's on that Ozempic.
Yeah, he is, dude. Look,
He's
at
on
him.
that Ozempic.
Ozempic for nasal polyps and weight loss.
Vic just did drugs on the show.
He did.
It's It's called Dupixent. Dupixent.
Oh, I've seen those commercials, yeah.
It's for asthma and nasal polyps.
So that's a shot to the stomach? You have to do that every day?
Every 2 weeks. Two of them.
Oh, you have to do another one?
Yeah.
No, that's good.
You want to do it right now?
That's 100%
Go to the
Yeah, let's do it right now. Yeah. If you guys are watching on Altitude TV or on Twitch, you can see Vic jab himself with a sharp object right in the
It's like
belly.
he's giving himself a rabies shot.
Yeah. That's a pretty intense sound.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like needles. I'm not a needle guy.
Going.
How's that pinch, by the way?
It hurts a little bit, but I've gotten pinched a lot, so I'm used to the pinches.
Did it squirt? Did it squirt?
It's like orbit
Freshen
gum.
up Freshen's breath with a tingly liquid center. One bite squirts refreshment all over your breath.
T-I-N, Mose.
Anything for these to work
did
right
it.
here.
Yeah.
Anything for this.
Hey, give me a
Here
sniff.
we go.
Give me a sniff. Give me one of those. Oh, that's
Guys,
a clear breath.
You've heard me.
That's
like
a clear
I
breath.
can smell again. Honest to God, it's been months since I could smell.
Oh, here we go.
It's all back.
P-U-T-I-T-I-N. Put it in.
You did it twice.
P-U-T-I-T-I-N.
Way to go,
Put
Vic.
it in.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you find your podcast, you just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. It'll be right there.
Love that movie.
You guys have a fantastic Wednesday. We will talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Here come Nichols squirt. Stop that squirt.
Avs again get it back. Wood up top for Manson. Big drive. Score! I think it's the Manimal with his second goal of the season. Uses the screen in front. And I'll tell you what, Ross Colton is Ross Colton. He gets a deflection to this puck. A decision has been made. And Carter Sandlack will give that to you now.
After review, it was determined that there was goaltender interference. We have no goal.
This league drives me absolutely crazy sometimes. Talk about wanting to score goals and score goals and score goals, but a little tiny bump on a blocker, which has frankly nothing to do with Sorokin's ability to make this save, is deemed to be goaltender interference. And the Avalanche finish the road trip 1-2. The latest loss, a 5-2 decision to the New York Islanders.
Well, it's the year of our Lord 2025, and I still don't know what goaltender interference is, Coach.
Have you ever really known what goaltender interference was?
I thought I did, but then Matt Duchene was offside by about 8 feet back in 2014, and he ruined it for all of us.
Raj, do you want to know what the replay era of sport has given us?
Suck.
More confusion around calls. Just see the Xavier Worthy completion in the AFC Championship game. The ball touches the ground. Don't we use video to cite that the ball touched the ground? Just like, don't we use video to see that there was truly no contact
there was nothing
between Jack Drury and whatever the Russian goaltender, netminder, whatever the heck he is from that stupid team in Long Island that
He's
really
Russian.
is, yeah, something. Chechenian, Bosnian, I don't know.
He's Russian.
Okay, just checking. There's a lot of different Russian, though. Like, what was Georgiev was like Belarusian.
But like when you talk about an American goaltender, you're not like, oh yeah, there's that Nebraskan goaltender.
I
no,
do.
He's an American goalie.
You know me, I love getting down to the nitty-gritty of where they're from. Yesterday, we even talked about, some FCS football and some Maction if you're real sicko like me.
That did backfire on me pretty quickly yesterday.
Hey, you know what I got to tell you? This is weird. We're going to talk hockey for sure. I've been watching the Senior Bowl at home with major FOMO.
Yeah, you got your
itches. Last year was so fun. I'll tell you what I've realized about this year's class of skill players and just elite talent of the media excitement variety. Think receivers, quarterbacks.
Jimmy Horn Jr.
This is not a very exciting draft class compared to last year. Last year was phenomenal. This is a good year for the Denver Broncos to not be in massive need of, namely, the quarterback position. And there are some good niche players here and there. There's good line play. But I'm actually not having FOMO at the Senior Bowl because it looks terrible. The quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl are disgusting.
So I want you to hold
Jackson Dart stinks.
I want you to hold on to
Jalen
that.
Milroe stinks.
I want you to hold on to that.
Riley Leonard's decent.
Because we'll get into it at 10:15. And we'll get into the
draft
process.
I want to talk football, Raj. I'm having withdrawals already.
I know.
All you want to talk about is goaltender interference.
Well, it's crap.
Me
what
too.
do you want me to do?
God, watch that
game.
You
were mentioning the other replay things that were happening. You didn't mention the 4th and 1 for Josh Allen not getting the nose of the football over when replay very clearly showed that he was probably right over the line.
You just said very clearly, probably. You moron. That's the problem.
No. The reason why I'm phrasing it like that is because what replay has done to us, it's taken the common sense out of sports.
Yes!
And it doesn't allow you to play the sport as it was originally designed.
You know what the other problem is in the NHL replay? You know where they kick that thing to?
Toronto.
It's so dumb.
They let the Canadians do it.
Yeah. I mean,
blame Canada. Blame Matt Duchene.
So is this called the National Hockey League, as in the National Canadian Hockey League, or is this an American-founded league? What is it? You tell me, Raj.
I mean, like the National Basketball Association has a team in Toronto.
I'm not talking about where they have a team, Raj. I'm telling you where the headquarters are and the decision makers, and these are tax-paying citizens of Canada making these decisions. Blame Canada.
The Trudeau problem. The reason why I got so upset about last night, and in the post-game show, I had people going, oh, Raj, you would have been so upset had this happened against the Avs and they had let a goal in. And I counter that with no. Do you remember all the way back on May 17th of this past year? Remember what happened on May 17, 2024?
Stars.
The Avs lost in double overtime to the Stars. And you remember what happened 13 minutes into the first overtime in that game?
Avs got away with one.
The Avs got away with one. Mason Marchment scored, and Cale Makar basically shoved a Dallas player into Alexander Georgiev, knocked him off of his space. He hit him way more than Jack Drury grazed the blocker of Ilya Sorokin last night.
And they got away with one.
And they got away with one, right? The Avs got away with a called-off goal at the 7:30 mark, something like that. And then, the hockey gods proved right in second period. The Avs lose in double overtime, and Dallas goes on to the Western Conference Final. I looked at that one. I went, yeah, they should have lost 25 minutes ago. We went to bed later tonight as a result. Last night was Drury breathed on Sorokin and was pushed into him by his own player. And it changed the outcome of the game. And I know that the Avs, they give up the Romanov goal a few minutes later, so then or not the Romanov goal, the Bo Horvat goal a few minutes later to go down 3-1. Instead of it being 2-2, after 2 periods of you dominating puck possession, the Avs had the puck the whole night. It was the second game of this 3-game set that they had the puck the entire hockey game and lost and didn't even get a point out of it. It was disappointing because they played way better than just 2 points out of 6 on this road trip. They feel snake bitten, and it's amazing that the goal that costs you, right, the play that costs you last night's game is a play that the Avs have been screamed at by many people, rightfully so, because they don't do it enough. And that is do what? Go to the net front. Go to the gritty area. Go get greasy. Go get physical and score goals that aren't pretty and perfect and overpassed. You heard that all the time last night with Buccigross on the call. Here's another extra pass. The Avs don't score. That's what the Avs do. They like to overpass to the point of insanity. They go to the area where you score goals, the crease. They go net front. They get big in front of net. They score. And the one time you do it, it gets called back for no reason. It sucked. It changed the entire outcome of the game.
Raj, I'm going to give some coacher, dumb hockey guy, horseback observations here, if I may, from last night and from the post-Mikko Rantanen era that we find ourselves in. Nechas is a incredible skater. Incredible puck handler.
He's a good fit.
He's a lot of fun. I love his knack, just his feel for open space, creating open space, like stopping on a dime, reversing 360. Sometimes he gets a little audacious with it, but that's how a lot of really fun goals happen, by trying it, putting yourself into the fray. Jack Drury, grinder. Like him a lot.
You need that.
Yeah,
this
grinder.
Team needed that.
Grinder,
this team
but
needed
also
a face-off guy too.
Yeah, face-off guy, grinder. And dude, the goal he scored, sweet
goal.
His goaltender interference, I thought he was doing the Lord's work.
He didn't do anything wrong.
But it was also,
you teach that.
Yeah, he was doing it a little. He was a little sly. In the year of the snake, in the Chinese New Year, I think he had a snake in him.
Snake?
It is. Yes, learned that on the Today Show this morning.
Okay.
Another horseback observation, Raj. It is awesome that the Avs have freed up some salary cap, because the deep third and if you get to fourth D pairings, not good. Not good, Raj.
They're going to have to make a deal.
Yes. And that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, when Nichushkin comes back,
yeah.
And Bednar was on later today with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane than he normally is, because they got in so late from the East Coast. He was on at 9:30 rather than 8. And he went on to say, hey, we're so close to this break, this 2-week break for the Four Nations, that we're essentially not going to rush Val back. So we're going to expect him back on February 22. I think the Avs have 5 games remaining or something like that before the break. I could be off by one.
The update was still...
The update was nothing. I got nothing.
It's an LBI.
Yeah. Lower body injury.
LBI.
Don't expect him back before the break. And I think that's the right...
KJ, have you ever had an LBI before?
Oh no, I don't stumble into LBIs. I stumble into LBs. But
how many LBs you stumble into in this holiday season there, young KJ?
Enough.
That's more than enough, Raj. I'm talking north of 10.
Let's go, man.
It's hard to do,
I'm in
man.
trouble, bro.
It's hard to do around the holidays, right? Because you're always around food and you're going to have a couple of cocktails. It's a good time to do.
What's this dang show called?
The morning sprint. You got to do some sprints. You got to knock it off.
Let's do it during the show at some point.
What, just like high knees as we're doing the show?
I think we need to do some straight burpees, man.
I don't know if that would play well on the radio. I'm about to start huffing and puffing
in
right
the break,
now, man.
though.
I'm doing some butt kickers.
Hold on.
We got like 3. Can you do this for the next 2.5 minutes before we go to break?
3 burpees.
He's down and he's up. Give me some news. Give me some news. Give me some noise. Let's see if Coach can actually finish a sentence when he gets back to the microphone.
Bonus 2. Here we go. Ah!
Coach Sanford, bring me through the play.
That's 5. That's 5.
Bring me
quick,
through the play.
5 quick burpees.
That cost the Avalanche the game. Can you bring me through it?
Which one?
The Jack Drury play. Can you bring me through like what happened? What was the reasoning?
It was goaltender interference.
Continue.
But it wasn't actually goaltender interference, and the Toronto Canadiens decided it was goaltender interference, and the Avs lose. That's all I got. I saw a little Jack Drury shove away, but it was sneaky, and it made it look like Jack Drury wasn't doing it.
I'm very impressed with your lungs right now.
Yeah, pretty good.
You didn't huff and puff through that. Very good.
Very good.
There's a Division I athlete right there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
5 full burpees.
Told you yesterday.
How good were those burpees?
They're good burpees. Good burpees. I mean, you're 6'4", so when you're jumping, you probably should have touched the ceiling.
You want to have a benchmark for the touch.
I don't think your jump was quite nearly Division I college football quarterback. But you know what?
Burpee is about efficiency
That was
as
a
well.
handful of years ago, so I'll cut you some slack.
All right. Got a good lather going, though. Second workout of the day.
Again, disappointing loss. You shouldn't let him off the hook for that. Losing 2 games to teams that likely won't be in the playoffs as of right now for the Islanders and the Bruins. You beat the Rangers, who are resurgent right now. You got to find a way to gain some points. You're not completely safe in terms of your race for the playoffs right now. And having lost, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of your last 6 games, 5 out of your last 7 games.
That's gross.
St. Louis and Philadelphia are 2 teams at home that
you have to win.
Much like Boston and New York, those are not good hockey teams. You need to win those games.
We keep saying that, Raj. You said it to me yesterday. The Islanders
pissed
suck.
away so many.
They didn't look
points.
like suck yesterday. The Islanders looked sweet.
So they've lost both games to the Islanders. They've been outscored in those games 11-4.
Do you ever look over at Patrick Waugh and you're like, this means a little extra to him?
Oh, yeah. And you know it does.
Oh, you can tell, man.
Like
he loved getting that challenge right.
Right, but that's the other thing that pissed me off about last night. It's Patrick Waugh. Imagine if Patrick Waugh was able to get those calls when he was a 2-time Cup champion with Montreal, when he was a 2-time Cup champion here in Colorado. That dude had to play through the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s when you were getting assaulted with like bayonets as pucks were flying at you.
Patrick Waugh was able to throw out some bayonets himself inside the crease, right?
He sure was.
It's a different era, man.
Imagine if he was able to get those calls.
It's the
Colorado wins another 3 cups.
The softification of the crease, isn't it?
Oh, it was so frustrating to watch. And I hope that they get it right, because Bedsy with MLK this morning was like, guys, I didn't think there was any way that was getting called back. I thought we were going on the power play and then winning the game. And then right after that, Horvat scores. It's 3-1.
What's the final score? 5-2?
5-2. They've been outscored by the New York Islanders 11-4 this year. Look at it. Look at all the games against really bad teams that they've lost to. They've lost 2 games to the Islanders. They lost a game to Columbus early on in the season, although Columbus has gotten better. At that point, we didn't know who they were. Chicago, you have a 5-2 loss. You have a 2-1 loss in the shootout to Montreal. A 3-1 loss to Boston. You've lost like 6 games against bad hockey teams this year. And they need to fix that. You have to fix that. And it has to start Friday and Sunday.
My other observation, Raj, is I am completely done. And this is going to help you as well. I'm done predicting meaningless. They're not meaningless. I'm done predicting games for the Nuggets and the Avs. Maybe ever. I just, it's not worth it.
Just do the victory, go into the game
January,
blind. Yeah.
January,
I agree.
February. Like I think it's like Raj, you and I need to talk about every single team that the Nuggets in the Avalanche play, like they are the 1991 Chicago Bulls, or the
the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, the greatest team that ever lived. The Kansas City Chiefs of 25.
Coach will get into the Senior Bowl, what he thinks of the draft on the other side. It's the morning sprint.
I'm actually not having FOMO at the Senior Bowl because it looks terrible. The quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl are disgusting.
So I want you to hold
Jackson Dart stinks.
I want you to hold on to
Jalen
that.
Milroe stinks.
I want you to hold on to that.
Riley Leonard's decent.
I'd like to point out that I told Coach to hold on to that thought not once, not twice, but 3 separate times.
And then I proceeded to do
just continue to go on
5 burpees right after that.
Sometimes there's no wrangling you.
Yeah,
a little Tasmanian devil just.
Well, I started working out again, Raj. My T levels are back.
I was gonna say no longer a low T guy.
I'm a high T guy. Yeah,
big T,
yeah.
iced tea.
Yep. I have a lot of tea. I think we should spill the tea talking about this Senior Bowl.
Yeah, you're not missing it. Why?
First off, the coverage on NFL Network is great. You feel like you're there. And I didn't really know that until I sat down yesterday, got home, and got my leftover spaghetti warmed up. It's fantastic, by the way. And just watched a lot of Senior Bowl. In my first 3 reps that I saw of 11 on 11, Jackson Dart, looked so stinking uncomfortable from under center. Understandable. Been running a hokey-pokey Lane Kiffin offense that's stolen from Art Briles and the Baylor Bears of that bad era that they played of debauchery. And he can't function as an NFL quarterback. And that was actually one of these quarterbacks that was like, oh, this is going to be a riser. This is going to be a guy that's going to go and show his mettle, show his worth at the Senior Bowl and then at the Combine. Didn't look good. Inaccurate passer, really uncomfortable. Footwork was horrific. And then you see Jalen Milroe. Dude, routes on air. Routes on air looked like, I think I could have gone out and completed more balls on routes on air than Jalen Milroe did. That dude should have come back for another year because he didn't put together a great season of film. He should have gotten one more year.
So compared to what you saw in person last year, and it's not like all of the top quarterback prospects were there. You only had Michael Penix and Bo Nix there last year.
But
it's
even
not
then,
like you're getting the top dudes.
Dude, there was Gus Bradley, the defense coordinator, just got fired at the Indianapolis Colts. His son, Carter Bradley, was better than any of these stinking quarterbacks I've watched in this year's Senior Bowl. The only guy last year that I was like, that guy is horrific, was Sam Hartman, the Notre Dame quarterback with the glorious Pert Plus locks. He was bad, like embarrassingly bad that people are joking about it. The guy that I've been most impressed with, and I'm actually kind of starting to think, could this be a fun little 5th, 6th, 7th round draft pick for the Denver Broncos? Riley Leonard. You can use him as a Taysom Hill.
After what I saw in the national title game, and I'll level with you, I didn't watch a lot of Notre Dame football this year. I watched parts of the quarterfinal game that they were in. I watched the semifinal, and I watched the national title game. And I was never awed by him. I went, oh, he can run the football, but
that's the point.
I can find other dudes that are faster, shiftier, and bigger than that player is.
Yeah.
To do the same thing that Riley Leonard is.
You could have done the exact same thing for Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill, it's not just about the fact that
But I don't find myself pining
time
for Taysom Hill. I never have.
But it's fun to have a joker role in your offense. And I'm talking to Riley Leonard, who is 6'4", 220 some odd pounds, could play an H-back, could play the position that motions and then gets the QB sneak, and so you don't have to have any failed third down. You can run freaking tush push with him and motion him just like Tyler Warren did for Penn State. This is a guy that at Notre Dame this year, he had 184 attempts rushing the football for 906 yards. Guy scored 17 touchdowns rushing the football. But then he also, the guy ended up throwing the ball for 2,800 yards. In his sophomore year at Duke, he had 3,000 yards passing and 700 yards rushing. This is I don't know that he's going to slide that far, but man, I can see Taysom Hill written all over this guy. Productive player. You can utilize him in the red zone. You have a package with him. You can use him as an H-back. You get creative with double passes. He's tough, and that's what Taysom Hill was. Tough. My problem with the Broncos is he's actually looking like the best quarterback maybe that's not named Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, so he'll probably end up getting drafted in the first 4 rounds. And the Broncos probably wouldn't touch him before that.
Speaking of Shedeur Sanders, he's there, but not throwing, not participating in the game, just speaking to teams. It seems as though that's probably going to be what he'll do at the Combine as well. Is that Shedeur Sanders, if he were to perform either here at the Senior Bowl or at the NFL Combine, is there anything that he can do but hurt himself?
I think that there's a lot of question marks about both Shedeur and Cam Ward.
So should both of them be throwing?
Both of them should do something. Okay, this isn't Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix Jr., Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix. If you want to put yourself in the best possible position to be a top 5 guaranteed pick, you've got to answer some of the questions that people have about you right now. And this is a missed opportunity for both of these guys. If neither of them throw at the Combine, if I am the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, New York Jets, Tennessee Titans, even the Las Vegas Raiders, I'm scared to freaking death, man.
I mean, there's something to be said, though, that because the quarterback class apparently sucks so bad this year compared to last year or this year compared to previous, that quarterback needy teams are going to draft those guys top 5 anyways.
But have we not learned from years past that are similar? Have these franchises not learned? When the quarterback class is bad and nobody evaluates the individual player as a no-brainer top 5, top 10 pick, why reach? Why reach? Because you're going to set your franchise back 2-3 years. Because it looks to be the solution to the most important question that you have for your franchise and your roster, and you don't solve it. And so I'm not saying that Shedeur Sanders isn't the answer or that Cam Ward isn't the answer, but there's a whole heck of a lot of question marks on both of those guys. Cam Ward, it's decision-making at times. It's accuracy consistently. And for Shedeur Sanders, it's operating within a system that requires you to throw the football on time and do so consistently. And not to take sacks at record numbers. You've got to be able to answer some of those questions. You've got to be able to put yourself into the physical practice environment where NFL coaches are coaching you. And they need to see, can you do what I'm asking you to do? Was what happened at CU and at Jackson State a product of your environment where you were able to do what you wanted to do, which was extend every play? And as a result, have unbelievable explosive numbers and make great plays. But you can't live in the 65-plus sack world in the National Football League, Raj. Caleb Williams just did it. How'd that go? Everybody lost their job. Everybody, except for Caleb Williams and Ryan Poles. Just can't do it, man. I think Shedeur Sanders should be in the Combine, competing his tail off. Cam Ward should be in the Combine, competing their tails off. They're not what these other dudes were. They're not bona fide. Like, they haven't proven their worth. And they haven't eliminated the questions about them. And even with that, all but Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and Caleb Williams competed at the Combine. That included Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix.
The other guy who's been rising, or at least has been the talk of the Senior Bowl with connections to Colorado, Jimmy Horn Jr., the wide receiver.
Those guys are so little, man.
That's what you've been talking to me about.
Dude, they're so little.
You
I love them. I would love to have them on my college roster. The National Football League is a grown-ass man league, brother. These guys are small.
You've seen other small guys succeed. Like Lab McConkey's not the biggest dude in the world.
Dude, have you seen Lab McConkey's, what he ended up measuring at?
He's thick.
Dude, he is not small. These guys are, if you look at the other guy that I love, and he measured in at 156 pounds, Tez Johnson from Oregon. Bo Nix is 156 pounds.
That's too small.
Ooh.
Dude, that's lighter than me.
He's cooking people at the Senior Bowl. Cooking them. Like he is the one-on-one show.
Jimmy Horn's only 5'8", 170.
Dude, little
guy.
Height is a problem. 170, he's slapped together okay. The guy that I love as a football player, would have died to have him on my roster at any point, LeJohntay Wester. I don't know if you can look up to see what he measured in at the Shrine game. LaJohntay, LeJohntay Wester. But he is, I interviewed him after the CSU game, the CSU game, the Rocky Mountain Showdown. Loved him. Awesome personality, big time player, great route runner, super tough. Dude, he just looks so slight, man. He looks so small.
Wester.
I'm guessing he's not above 5'11".
5'9", 177.
He did put some weight on. But still, that's pretty small, dude. Is there any receiver on the Broncos roster that's 5'9", 177?
How big's Marvin Mims? Is he taller than that?
I think he's... So just candidly, last year at the Combine, Ladd McConkey was over 6 feet tall, and he was 186 pounds.
Wide receivers on the team right now. Devon Vele, 6'5", 210. Cortland Sutton, 6'4", 216. Marvin Mims, 5'11", 182. Lil Jordan Humphrey, 6'4", 225. Troy Franklin, 6'3", 180.
Like Troy Franklin.
And Franklin
looks like
felt like the slightest guy.
He looks like the little guy.
Yes, he does look like the little guy. Obviously, the height difference between him and Marvin Mims, he's not the shortest guy. He does feel like the littlest guy on the roster.
And I'm actually not the fan of
Sean Payton's not going to draft a little twitchy guy. He's not going to do it.
Has he ever had one, really?
At wideout?
I don't think so.
Not really.
Colston was fairly big.
He didn't really like twitchy running backs either.
Kamara's not huge.
That guy's... I bet you he's thicker than you think.
He's definitely thick.
I bet you Alvin Kamara is heavier than you think. Darren Sproles was a bowling ball.
KJ, you talking about another man's lowers?
Listen, man, I'm like Vic Lombardi. I like some good lower halves now. All right? Now, those are the LBIs I can get behind, all
right?
Alvin Kamara at 5'10", 215. That ain't a little dude.
I didn't realize he was that big.
That's a thick dude.
Yeah, I had no idea he was that big.
But look at Audric Estime. That's a bowling ball.
He is big man.
Sean Payton likes a bowling ball running back.
Yeah, Jaleel McLaughlin's on the smaller side, but still, he's not tiny.
No, have you ever seen Jaleel McLaughlin in person? He's the first guy.
Slapped together, man.
Yeah.
He's a weight room warrior.
You ever watch MTV's The Challenge?
Yeah, it was a while ago, right?
It used to be. No, it's still going on.
Is it when
season 40.
MTV was actually music television? When's the last time that MTV showed a music video?
No idea. I'm sure that they've got a station that actually does.
I miss music
Carson
videos.
Daly.
Do you miss
Total
music
Request
videos?
Live. Yeah,
they were great.
I started thinking about them yesterday when we were talking about the best pop divas of the 2000s. The only thing that was going through my head was the Britney Spears.
I'm not that innocent.
Oops, Toxic.
I did it again.
Yeah.
What was the snake one?
Toxic.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive it was Toxic. Yeah. I could be wrong, but there were a handful of Britney Spears music videos out there that were on my mind when we were talking about that.
Yeah.
No, so
Tez Johnson, 5'9", 156 pounds.
MTV's The Challenge has by the way, it's the best reality TV show that's ever been made. And nothing will top it.
Better than Real Housewives of Name a City?
It's better than the Real Housewives of Name a City. Although Real Housewives of New Jersey, I can get behind because I've seen that.
I love all the white collar crime in that one. It's elite.
There's an elimination in the challenge, so just like Survivor, you do like a weekly challenge, and then you can get voted off the island. Essentially, you have to go into the sand and you have to do a head-to-head competition. It's either physical or it's a puzzle, and their most famous one is called Hall Brawl, which is it's like a 5-foot wide plexiglass hall, and you put on football pads and sprint at each other. And you just, it's essentially an Oklahoma drill, and the first person to get to the other side wins, and then they stay on the show. Sean Payton wants a dude that's going to eviscerate the guy on the other side of the hall brawl. And your little 156 guy is not going to cut it.
No, it's not going to happen. I think the biggest revelation from this year's Senior Bowl, granted Shador and Cam Ward are not participating in it, is how intelligent and how audacious Sean Payton, and I would put it almost squarely on Sean Payton's shoulders, was to take Bo Nix at 12 as the 6th quarterback. And that's what I criticized him for doing last year. And I even said it at one point in time. There's always quarterbacks. There's always next year. Why reach it at number 12 with the 6th best quarterback?
That was me.
You know what?
That was me.
There is not a Bo Jackson. There is not a Bo Nix right now in this class, Raj. There is not a Bo Nix.
Chris Dempsey with his NBA baseline report joins us next to get you ready for the Nuggets and the Knicks tonight. 5:30 tip on 92.5 with a 5 p.m. pregame show.
Back the other way is Terry. Terry throws top of the key. Catch and go is Bazoas. Runs over Gordon, and then he dunked on him. 13-0 run Chicago. And this one's going to sting, folks. Denver had this one in the bag, up by 12. There's the horn at the United Center. Denver up by 12, a 30-point triple-double by Jokic, a career high in scoring by Christian Brown at 28, but it all goes into a loss in Chicago. Denver 0-2 on the 5-game road trip. The final here tonight, Chicago 129, Denver 121.
Nuggets coming off of a 2-game slide in this 5-game roadie. The hardest game of the bunch coming up tonight at 5:30. You can watch it on Altitude TV. Listen to it right here on 92.5 starting at 5 p.m. And if you watch it on television tonight, you'll see our buddy Christopher A. Dempsey, who's here for his Baseline Report every single week. He's here courtesy of our friends at Ramos Law. Craxton, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Demps, what's up, brother?
Hey, just terrified for what might happen tonight. Just kidding. I'm doing great, man. I'm very much interested to see how the Nuggets bounce back against a team that actually beat them pretty good earlier this season.
Yeah, the last time we saw the Knicks was back when the Nuggets were playing their 16th game of the season, and there were 103 combined points from Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, and the player of the game was OG Anunoby, 16 of 23 from the field, 5 of 3 from 7, as they hammered the Nuggets by nearly 30. How do you get back on track against a really, really solid New York Knicks team?
Yeah, it's a really good question. They scored 145 points that night, and coming into this game, the Knicks have back-to-back games where they scored 143 points apiece. And, it is a offensive team that, quite frankly, right now it's playing great basketball. And so, look, if you're the Nuggets, I think the thing that was missing in that Chicago Bulls game was just kind of attention to detail. And especially as it related to, how are you guarding the perimeter? How are you guarding three-point shooting? How are you getting through ball screens? Are you getting back in transition? You know that these things were hallmarks of the Chicago Bulls. And, even though you led at halftime, I remember one of the things I said on the halftime show was you just looked at the three-point line and you said, okay, they have 12 three-point shots made in the first half, and I'm talking about Chicago Bulls. And I just said, well, like if the Nuggets can just reduce the quality of the looks that Chicago is getting in the second half, they'll be okay. But if they cannot do that, then this disparity will get them caught, and it did. And I think for the Nuggets, it's who had been playing fairly well into these last 2 games. Defensively, they've kind of, let things slip, and you cannot let things slip against the New York Knicks, or, they've already proven that they could put 145 on the board against you.
It's interesting, Demps, when you look at some of the defensive lapses that have just popped up from time to time for the Nuggets, and right after finishing a really good stretch of basketball, where does the problem lie? And if you were to say if there's 1 or 2 players that attention to detail and just defensive effort could eliminate these lapses where you have 2 games in a row where you just don't defend the three-point line well, you give up 129 and 133 in respective games on the road, who would those 2 players be? Because it just seems like we're getting great effort out of Christian Brown, we're getting great effort out of Peyton Watson, Nikola Jokic is Jokic. Who are those guys?
Yeah, so what's interesting about that, Coach, is when you go back and kind of watch what was happening. So I went back through all those three-pointers multiple times because I just want to see, where the rotations were. And it literally in the Chicago Bulls was almost everybody. It was, as great a game as some of the players had offensively, just defensively, they were just not organized. They were just not rotating right. They were not rotating with speed, with urgency, I think is the best word for that. And so it was total system failure at the 3-point line. And usually when you get a game like Chicago had, when they're making like 23 from the 3-point line like that, it's usually total system failure versus a guy or two guys that just were being taken advantage of in some sort of, schematically by the other team. And I think for the Nuggets, when they look back and I'm sure when they went through their film study, they just showed them the clips, and the clips are just guys flying late at shooters or not being even in the screen at all. The amount of times that we even showed a highlight on our post-game show where there was not even a Nugget in the screen, it was a lot. And so I think what has to happen here today against a team that can put you in a lot of precarious situations defensively because they have so many players that are dynamic offensively is now you got to really be dialed in. And I tell you what, if you have the same kind of lack of attention to detail as you had in Chicago, 129 will be 139, will be 145. That's what that will be against this team here tonight. So, Coach, I just think that as a collective unit, that they have to just be a lot more tied together.
Dems, you tried to tell us a few games ago after the loss against Houston that Christian Brown was turning a corner, and then lo and behold, he has a career day against Chicago in that 129-121 loss. What specifically has he been doing to get around that corner and maybe to establish himself as someone who, do you think about putting him in the starting lineup more often?
Christian Brown should just stay right there in the starting lineup. I know there's a lot of talk about who should stay and who should go, and when Aaron Gordon's ready to get back in the starting lineup, Christian Brown should stay. And the thing that he has brought to this basketball team every single night is energy, certainly offensively and defensively. The thing that I really admire about his game is, yes, he has enhanced his three-point shooting. That is a fact. It has happened. But also, he doesn't ever play outside of his skill set, and he puts that same skill set on the court every single night. And that is, he's going to be disruptive defensively, deflections, steals. He's going to run the court, and his first mode of operation is to get right to the rim. And he does it so much that his shooting percentages are really, really high. He's obviously a really good finisher around the rim. Probably going to dunk on you, more so than anything else. But because of that, he doesn't get wild fluctuations in. Tonight he's 4 for 15. The next night he's 10 for 15. You don't see those wild fluctuations in his game because of how he plays and because of the types of shots that he gets himself on a nightly basis. They are almost all high percentage shots, and he's really, really good at making them. And he just is ready to play pretty much every night. It's been. I really, really, really hope that he is on the short list for most improved, because I believe he is one of the most improved players in this league.
Dempsey, you obviously been following all the transactions happening with the Avalanche and Mikko Rantanen. There's been a lot of parallels made with potentially the Nuggets ever being in a situation where they part ways with one of their big three, big four of the core, if you will. And the name that often gets linked to it is Michael Porter Jr. When you look at the stats, he has been highly productive, particularly in the last 20 games. Looking at it right here, 18 points, 11, 20, 19, 15, 14. You go down and there's a 22 and a 28, a 19, another 19 mixed in there. And in his last 15 performances, Michael Porter Jr.'s quietly playing really good basketball. It's almost like the Nugget fan base needs to maybe back off him a bit.
Yeah, so I agree. I think that, and I've said this on these airways before, because I really truly believe it. And, Michael Porter is basically he is performing to the responsibility that has been given to him. And so what I mean by that is, if you heap more responsibility on him, I think we would see a 20 points per game scorer. But right now, the responsibility that has been given to him makes him an 18.1 on 51% shooting, on 41 from three, 6.5 rebounds per game. it's been a highly productive season for him. And I was just talking to somebody else that I was being asked about the Zach LaVine, since they just got through playing the Bulls, the Zach LaVine rumors that had been out there. And I just said, well, look, those two players are really similar players, with the exception of that maybe Zach LaVine can break his man down one-on-one better than MPJ could. That is it. You're not really upgrading there at all. And the Mikko Rantanen situation, I think, is interesting to me, because what the Avs are showing you is what might happen when the powers that be have a very short list of untouchables. Like who are the players that, and the Nuggets list of untouchables is longer than that. And you can only be as active as you really want to be. And if, for instance, De'Aaron Fox's name has just now been, obviously it's been in the news because he wants to go. Sacramento is very amenable to trading him somewhere. And, that's not a thing that I thought might happen there, if you would have just rolled back about 6 months. But, but now Sacramento's in they're open for business because they shrank their untouchables list. And so for the Nuggets to do anything, because they don't have the assets to do other stuff, they would have to shrink their untouchables list, and in a way that the Avs almost seemingly always do. And until they show us that, we can't expect anything significant to happen at a trading deadline, because they are just not right now willing to part ways with the significant players that would get you something significant back in return.
That is Christopher Dempsey of Altitude Television. Watch him tonight. Nuggets and New York Knicks, 5:30 p.m. tip, 5 p.m. pregame show here on 92.5. Demps, we appreciate your time every week, man.
You got it, man. We'll talk to you.
My dumb idiot mouth talking about Christian Brown, coach.
Maybe he should be in the starting lineup.
And I look back and coach gives me this eyes and he goes, "Are you sure you weren't trying to talk about Russell Westbrook there?" And I go, "Oh my goodness." And just shook my head.
It's all good, man.
Sometimes I say dumb things.
No, sometimes there's a realization that you don't necessarily have a history with great helmet technology like the Broncos are giving to all of Colorado high school football
we're
players.
Going to blame this on the CTE that's festering in my brain.
In your hockey career, there might not have been sensors that let the command center know that our guy Raj he's in danger. He's redlining.
I appreciate that. Now I have an out.
Yes.
Anytime I say something dumb, all I can just CTE, man.
I mean, I watch hockey. I see the way that some of those.
You see the Cale Makar hit last night?
Oh my goodness,
Romanov! Holy smokes! Hour 2's coming up next.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with the Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac, and all you have to do is answer 10 simple questions about the big game coming up. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers will win our prize pack. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first, so hurry. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That is altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. I set up my answers late last night, so I apologize to both of you. The incentive for all of us at the station, because we obviously can't win, was the show with the most correct prop bet answers, Coach, gets taken out to lunch.
Where?
I don't know, on our
Hooters.
program directors.
Hooters.
I'm fine with that too.
Hooters.
Bring
Come on,
me
KJ.
wherever you want to go.
Hooters.
I don't know why you guys are
I
getting
like
so
bread and
excited.
wings.
Hold on. I don't
Give me
know why
bread
you
and
guys
wings.
are getting so excited.
Have you guys ever had the fried pickles, though?
Oh
my
so good.
goodness.
Bro, with the ranch?
Oh, it's that spicy ranch, bro.
I'm not a pickle guy.
Come on, man.
I'm not a pickle guy.
Raj.
But hold on. Why are you two getting so excited about this? Why are you getting your hopes up? Why? That's just dumb of both of you.
No, because you actually do really well when you keep it a secret.
You have me on
your
your team.
predictions are amazing when you
have
don't
me
post
on
them.
your team.
But when you don't post them on social media or spew them with all kinds of saliva emitting from your mouth into a
I
microphone.
don't spit into the microphone.
I do.
Well,
I do.
You know.
So does Tyler
It's
Polumbus.
because you're chomping on gum.
Polumbus is the biggest spitter. I think I'm second.
You're chomping on gum, and that just creates more saliva.
Okay,
Did you
I'll
hear
stop.
the morning show was talking about Brett hasn't had a stick of gum in like a year or something like that?
But that's a Brett problem.
Dude, when he said that, I was like, are you serious?
It's because the guy has such a ridiculous nicotine fluffy white pillow addiction. Been there. Better than that now. Laugh at you.
High and mighty.
Yeah, look at me. Holier than thou guy.
What are they called? Teetotalers?
Yeah.
That's what you are in terms of the
other thing
the
too,
nicotine
man,
pooches.
Brett, have you ever smelled Brett Kane's breath from about 6 feet away?
Brett's got fine breath.
The man needs to chomp on some gum.
Some
brother.
halitosis.
He's got some tosis of the hal.
I can't. I go through a pack of gum every 2 days.
Oh, look at me right now.
So you're rocking what? Extra spearmint and Mentos pure fresh. Oh, you got that good stuff.
Yeah, I got.
You have 3 packs to go. Oh, the one that you just pulled up right there, the extra polar ice.
Pretty good.
Extra polar ice is in my top 3 gums of all time.
So the problem with being a recent quitter of addictive chemical properties of nicotine is that I chop some gum, Raj. I'm chomping gum, brother.
So you've been there, done that. You've sampled all the goods.
What's your number one gum right now?
My number one gum right now. You just pulled it up. Extra polar ice.
Here it is.
I think that's, for me right now, that is an unbeatable gum. If I don't have access to that, my number 2, thank you, Coach. My number 2 is Orbit Sweet Mint, which is like
my number 1.
The very light green.
My number 1.
It's a great piece of gum.
You're in your car right now and you're driving by a 7-Eleven or a Maverick or a Circle K, dude.
Orbit Sweet Mint.
Go in now, look for Orbit, and find the really, 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 really light green. And thank me later. And the other thing that I've learned about gum too, because I'm always trying to wet my whistle, somebody who's damaged my vocal cords in the past, is you have to chew 2 pieces at a time, especially with Orbit Sweet Mint.
That's how you get that cut jawline.
Oh yeah, yep. I'm working on it right now, Raj.
Well,
got burpees, working on the midsection, and then I got the cut jawline coming too.
303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. What's your number one gum? You asked me what my number one gum is right now. My number one gum of all time is kind of defunct.
Tell me about it.
Trident Original.
Oh,
the
so
blue
good.
package from Trident.
What happened to it?
They did the goldfish flavor blast thing. So like the best goldfish out there is the original cheddar goldfish.
Oh gosh, I was thinking about actual fish.
No flavor
like,
blasted
you eat goldfish?
crap nonsense. No
Are you
pizza
Xavier Leggett?
dust. Just goldfish cheddar. Just the normal Pepperidge Farm white and orange bag is the best goldfish on the market, and then they ruined it by flavor blasting it, and it's too much. Trident did the same thing. They did packed with more flavor. The original Trident is all time.
I mean, can you imagine when original Trident was released? Like, it was new? Like, why mess with something that was so generational? It's like,
I don't know. They probably made it with like lead or cocaine or something, knowing when that thing was probably created.
Yeah.
When did that come? When did Trident came out in 1960?
I mean, it's been working for so long. When they decide to flavor blast
It's not good
that?
anymore. You can't. One day you showed up and there was this big thing on the side of the package that went packed with extra flavor, and they ruined it. And I went on like a 2-year journey trying to find the best one.
What's your favorite of the fast action, quick pop of flavor, and then they lose it immediately?
Juicy fruit.
Juicy fruit.
Juicy fruit is an elite gum for 45 seconds.
And
then it's garbage.
I'm a double mint guy.
Double mint. Oh, the twins got you, didn't they? That's an advertising thing. The double mint twins?
I didn't know about it.
You don't know what the double mint twins are?
No.
Did you grow up not watching television?
I think I. Oh wow, there they are.
Yeah, that's a thing.
I think I was like in college and working when they were a thing.
The other one, Maddie just put this one up too, and I disagree with the grape on this, but Big League Chew. A package
Solid.
of original Big League Chew, almost unbeatable.
I'm more of a fruit by the foot guy. You ever had a fruit? No, not fruit by the foot. Bubble tape.
Bubble tape is
same
Bubble
concept.
tape was too chalky for me.
See, I kind of like a little of the chalk. See, because Big League Chew's pretty chalky.
Big League Chew's chalky, but if you mix it in with a couple of other things, then it's awesome. You can't do that anymore.
So, KJ, what's your favorite gum?
So I'm a 5 spearmint guy. So like you guys know the brand 5.
Oh yeah.
I'm a big spearmint guy from that. Like that's.
Oh my goodness.
That's one of my top.
Did you just fly your Gen Z flag as proudly as anybody ever has in their life? 5? I mean, that's only been around for about 5 years.
Zebra Stripe is coming up here from Kyle and from Luke. Zebra Stripe.
Oh yeah.
A little too fruity for me. Although I did say I like juicy fruit.
That's one of those that. The actual stick of gum that hits your mouth, that's the flavor that you get. And then the first chomp, it's gone. The flavor leaves.
Another gum that's like that? Bazooka Joe. Bazooka Joe gum? The one that would come in the buckets,
Costco.
And you would open
Costco
it up,
Bazooka Joe's, baby.
and it would have a little comic strip with it, and maybe some like lick-on tattoos.
I used to see how many I could fit into my mouth.
Bazooka Joe's a good gum, man.
Yep. The Costco size one. Can I get 37 of them in there?
How about a piece of double bubble that's been in a bag in someone's garage for a year and a half, and it's like concrete. Talk about getting a cut jawline,
and then gnawing it off.
Or you miss it on the wrong side, and you bite through your cheek.
Yep,
that's a good one.
That was good too.
Double bubble's a good one, man. But it's got to be the perfect amount of just too old.
One thing I heard
too dry.
One thing I heard recently that I think is a really good, accurate take on the AFC West head coach's roster that's now in place. Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Carroll, it's his first name, Pete, and Andy Reid. That is a first ballot group of Hall of Fame gum chewers. Have you ever watched Pete Carroll during a game?
Oh yeah, he's chomping.
Gosh,
big.
And then Jim Harbaugh, who may or may not have, after working with him, shared a similar addiction to other oral fixations that are maybe not politically correct on a sideline, replaces that activity with gum. I think Sean Payton's in that same camp based off of my observations from training camp. Also might have some teeth whitening in his future.
Joel and Arvada, the cotton candy bubble yum, the blue one.
Oh, that's good.
That's a good piece
really
of
good.
gum.
Hey, you know what else
is a good piece of gum?
You know what's a low-key, really good piece of gum? After you get to the middle of a blow pop. Oh, pretty good.
Coach.
And then if you get it early enough, then you actually get the flavor of whatever. So you have a watermelon blow pop.
What a pull.
And you get in there and potentially you put some cavities and some fillers at risk. Screw it. I'm going in because I want watermelon to permeate my gum for at least 30 seconds.
A better pop, a blow pop or a Tootsie Pop?
Boy, I go back and forth, man, because I love a chocolate Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Pop.
Yeah, cherry and chocolate. I think the orange one was nonsense.
Yeah, it's the chocolate for me. It's so unique, so different. You're usually taking some type of sucker or blow pops type of deal, and you're getting fruit. I kind of liked getting chocolate on mine. And then you get the Tootsie Roll, nice little finish.
Hey, we've been going on about this for 12 minutes. Brett, how do you not chew gum? I could do this for a half hour. I could do it for a half hour. An entire half hour I could go on about the best gums in the world. Big League Chew has been talked about. You're just a little late on it. A little late on it, people. I see a lot of things out there for Big Red. Cinnamon
Big
gum.
Red. Gosh, I love
If
Big
you want
Red.
to wake up in the morning, a little coffee and Big Red.
God, Big Red's fantastic. Texas, you ever been to Texas and had Big Red soda?
No.
Strange.
Is
I'd
it
love to hear.
Hold on, is it a Big Red?
It's cinnamon.
It's a gum soda?
It's just
by the same company?
I don't know if it's the same company, but it is pretty universal in Texas. Like y'all got Big Red here. It's almost as common as sweet tea is in Texas. Love to hear from any
accent?
I don't know, man.
That was
Sweet
you're normally spot on with an accent. That was not good.
Hey, KJ, give me your best sweet tea from Mississippi. You're a server at a mom and pop diner.
All right, here we go.
Give it to me.
He's getting ready for it.
How y'all doing? Y'all look like y'all want some sweet tea today.
Not sweet tea.
That's how it's supposed to. Now you sound like Forrest Gump. Bro.
Yes, which is
now you
what?
sound like Forrest Gump.
Which is what?
All right.
Alabama. That's Alabama.
KJ's NFL notes are next. We'll get back on track.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Well, I brought a salad to work today for lunch, and apparently that's not going to happen because, well, the Hooters girls have shown up with wings.
Oh,
and
my
fries.
goodness. And I am hungry. And I will say, and I've said this for a long time, I love Hooters wings. And do I see fried pickles over there? I believe I do see fried pickles.
You guys can have all the fried pickles you want every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. We go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away, my friend.
According to 9 News' Mike Kliss, Bo Nix, who was the 4th alternate for the AFC Pro Bowl quarterbacks, was unable to accept his invitation to participate in the Pro Bowl games because of previously scheduled routine and minor postseason cleanup procedure. Nix was eager to get the procedure done because he wants to go ahead and move into his offseason training. And, quote, according to 9 News, the cleanup procedure does not relate to his back injury that he sustained around week 12 of the season. The new starting AFC quarterbacks after the top 6 options were gone, Russell Wilson and Drake May. Russell Wilson and Drake May. So if you're at a Pro Bowl, is it still salvageable, or is it time for the NFL to just get rid of the Pro Bowl and just do something else altogether?
I was listening to the conversation this morning with Vic and Moj and Kaner about the incentives built into contract structures. And it's interesting. One of the players that declined, obviously from the Denver Broncos, to participate in this is Quinn Miners. Quinn Miners is also one of these players that re-signed a contract in the modern era of the Pro Bowl being dumb. My best guess is that the modern contract doesn't include the Pro Bowl as an incentive anymore, or because it's such a joke,
or at least an incentive that
moves the needle.
Right. Like they might be in
All
there
pro
at $25,000 or
All
something
pro
like that.
Has got to be the new Pro Bowl status.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is.
Pro Bowl
because
doesn't. Anytime that I see, he's a 9-time Pro Bowler, it means nothing to me.
It used to.
It used to.
When it was in Hawaii. Like Hawaii, with an accent.
There's not an A at the end of that. There's 2 I's. What are you doing?
Hey, KJ, you ever met anybody who would say Hawaii? I'm going to go out to Hawaii with the family.
You're the first, baby.
Yeah,
you get to own that one. You get to own it.
Well, no, it's not like if you were to be.
Sorry, man, I see
let's
Hooters
say you
wings
have
out
that
there.
in your contract and you get selected to the Pro Bowl, but you decline the invitation. It's not like that would. You wouldn't lose your money from the contract, right? Keep your eyes on the prize here, all right? All right? Eyes forward. My eyes are right here. They're not out the window behind you. Eyes forward.
Well, I just saw there's like unbelievable spread out here. It's like every type of food you can imagine. Looks like they're doing some type of commercial, and I'm not a part of it. DMac sure as heck better not be a part of that filmed commercial.
I agree. I am happy that Bo's not going. I'm happy that Quinn's not going. I don't
It's
really
stupid.
It's dumb.
Will you watch it at all?
No, I won't.
I won't at
I'm
all.
Dude, I have barely watched the NHL All-Star Game, and that's my sport, dude. I've barely watched it the last few years.
The only one that matters anymore, just in terms of, I don't know, man. It probably is a bit of nostalgia, but I like watching the MLB All-Star Game.
I'll still watch the Home Run Derby. I'll still watch a few innings of the All-Star Game.
It's still pretty cool.
It's better than all
Shows
of the other
off
ones.
the ballparks too. You know, it's like, I don't even know where is it Orlando now for the Pro Bowl in Vegas?
Orlando,
they kind of do.
I think. Yes.
Okay. They did Vegas at one point in time. I think that might have
They
been
did
during COVID.
Didn't they go to like Atlantis in the Bahamas or something like that?
That's
too?
stupid.
It ain't for me. At least the NHL's doing something different this year. Like the Four Nations tournament that's the All-Star game this year essentially for 2 weeks. Maybe the NFL can do something like that. I'm sure they make money off of it. I'm not going to watch it. I'm just as excited for the Pro Bowl as I am to see Mac McClung in the NBA dunk contest. KJ, what's next?
Smiles and glory holes.
Former Packers.
I gotta let you guys know what's going on. I've never seen Mike Sanford more distracted in our, what have we done? We've done this show
for the record,
3.5 months.
For the record, that's saying a lot because I'm typically fairly distracted.
I've never seen you more distracted than when Hooters girls have dropped off.
It has nothing to do
wings
with
and
the
pickles.
girls, okay? Because they're not even around. Do you see any of the service people anymore?
I don't.
I see the wings, and I am starving. I've worked out twice today, and I haven't eaten anything, okay?
Well, are you counting your 5 burpees as a second workout?
Yes, that is my second workout. My heart rate went above 100. I promise you that. And that's not a workout, Raj?
We'll check the Whoop. KJ, what's next? What do you got?
All right, the biggest non-Broncos story across the country came out yesterday evening. Former Packers and Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy has bowed out of the 2025 head coaching cycle and has removed his name from consideration for the Saints head coaching job. He hopes to get back into the coaching cycle in 2026, he proclaims. The now new leading candidates for the head coaching job for the New Orleans Saints is Kellen Moore, current Eagles offensive coordinator.
Who, oh, by the way, KJ, was fired by Mike McCarthy. And now Mike McCarthy wanted the job. Oh, wait, the guy I just fired 2 years ago and demoted his play calling because I'm better at him. Yep.
That guy.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, Mike McCarthy? See ya.
I don't know if there's going to be a marriage between Rizzy and Peyton here.
I think there is.
Please,
really?
Talk about it, Raj. Talk about it.
Why wouldn't there be one here?
You got Banjo here.
Yeah.
The coaches, it's very clear that the coaches that you have had in Denver over your first 2 years are highly sought after in the league. So you're doing something right. There's no reason to have to go back to the well when you're already cultivating excellence. I don't think there's a reason to go back. You got the guy.
I think Rizzy's probably wants to be with Sean. And Rizzy's not getting a head coaching job at the New Orleans Saints. They can't do this. It didn't go well. They're not going to hire him. They're hiring Kellen Moore. Rizzy's going to be pissed, and then he's going to want to go work with Sean Payton, and he's going to be here as the special teams coordinator. And Banjo will go be the special teams coordinator of the New York Jets. Perfect.
KJ, keep moving.
Smiles and glory holes.
Well, Myles Garrett has made it clear that with the uncertain future of the Cleveland Browns regarding a potential rebuild, he does not want to stick around for a rebuild. Cleveland Browns general manager Andrew Berry told reporters at the Senior Bowl on Tuesday that he will not trade star defensive end Myles Garrett this offseason. Twitchers, please stay focused. Do not let culture persuade you right now. When asked by a reporter whether the Browns would consider trading Garrett for a return of something like 2 first-round picks, Berry affirmed that the team would not be interested, quote, correct. You can put that on the record and quote. If you're the Browns, and more importantly, if you're Myles, he's already established that he doesn't want to be around for a rebuild. Why wouldn't you get more assets for a guy who doesn't want to be around? You're going to have to pay him more money on top of the fact that you're going to have to transition out of this Deshaun Watson contract at some point.
Doesn't it feel, though, like Cleveland, if they get the quarterback position right, which they haven't been able to do in my entire lifetime, like the closest they got was Baker Mayfield. Don't the Browns coach kind of feel like the team that if they hit on Cam Ward or if they were to hit on Shedeur Sanders can turn this thing around and be a playoff team next year?
They were a playoff team last year, Raj.
Right, that defense was damn good 2 years ago. Now you have a number one wideout in Jerry Jeudy. It sucks for Broncos fans, but he had a stellar year in Cleveland. Pair him with a good quarterback. Are you really that far off?
I don't think you're that far off. I think that Cam Ward will be the draft pick for the Cleveland Browns, maybe. Gosh, if you're the Browns, are you so gun-shy about drafting a quarterback that's going to be just another bust? Because it's all you do.
How could you not be?
That's why I think there was even some negativity leaked about Shedeur Sanders with the Cleveland Browns. And then it was, I guess they kind of walked it back and put out on their official website that they would be very excited about Shedeur Sanders as the franchise quarterback. So, man, it'll be very interesting.
Remember when I was talking about how Josh Allen losing to Patrick Mahomes yet again should make Broncos fans feel happy that they drafted Bradley Chubb instead of Josh Allen that year, yesterday? So the Browns have been back in Cleveland since 2002. Stay with me here. Since 2002, when they came back into the league, there have been 7 AFC quarterbacks in their conference. 7 AFC quarterbacks to go to a Super Bowl since 2002. Rich Gannon, Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, Joe Flacco, Joe Burrow, and Patrick Mahomes. Since the Browns reestablished in the league, on the other side of the coin, there have been 20 different NFC quarterbacks since 2002 to play in a Super Bowl. Is that if I'm a Browns fan, I go, even if we got it right, we were screwed anyways. That jersey with 35 names on it, or however, the Tim Couch jersey is how I remember
Couch.
it.
Me too.
It's so unfair to Tim Couch.
Because I thought Tim Couch was going to be really good, man. He was awesome at Kentucky.
It is unfair.
He was like the first failed quarterback that came from the air raid system that just had massive numbers playing under like Mike Leach and Hal Mummy in that system.
Detmer, Wim, Peterson, Holcomb, Garcia, McCown, Dilfer, Fry, Anderson, Dorsey, Quinn, McCoy, Delhomme, Wallace, Whedon, Lewis, Campbell, Hoyer, Manziel, Shaw, McCown, Davis, Griffin, Kessler, Kaiser.
I coached one of them. Kaiser.
Hogan, Taylor, Mayfield, Keenum, Mullins, Brissett, Thompson, Robinson, Walker, Flacco, Driscoll.
Jeez.
Oh, yes!
As a Browns fan, doesn't that make you feel like even if we got it right, we were still screwed? It doesn't matter.
Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I'd rather Sam Darnold go somewhere
better. For Sam Darnold's sake?
Yeah.
What about for the Browns' sake? If you're the Browns, are you...
Keep drafting until you get it right. It's a numbers game. Eventually, the pendulum's got to swing your way.
It's interesting. There's 2 places, and I know there are a lot of NFL stadiums that are in bad weather and bad climates, but it's the proximity of being near a Great Lake, your stadium being on a Great Lake. And it's the Chicago Bears and the Cleveland Browns. And what's the one common denominator with both those franchises over the last 30 years? They haven't had a quarterback. A real bona fide solution.
Sexy Rexy didn't do it for you?
He's there. It was
got to a Super Bowl.
It's a solution for a hot minute.
Rex Grossman got to a Super Bowl.
Okay, all right. Yeah, how did that?
Tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, all right. So Rex Grossman, phenomenal quarterback. Awesome. Chicago Bears legend. Really good. Went there because of freaking Brian Urlacher and Devin Hester and
Peanut Tillman.
They found a way to score points in spite of terrible quarterback play.
And Rex Grossman.
In spite of Rex Grossman.
What's next?
Smiles and glory holes.
The Baltimore Ravens have hired former Indianapolis coach and friend of the program, Chuck Pagano, as their senior secondary coach Tuesday in an effort to improve their inconsistent pass defense. This past season, the pass defense for the Ravens ranked 26th. They allowed 237.4 yards per game in the air alone. So Chuck and John Harbaugh, they've worked together before. He was the secondaries coach from 2008 to 2010, and then he became the DC in 2011, and then he went on to take over the Indianapolis Colts after that. Coach, can you provide some light in regards to what Chuck Pagano's, defensive prowess could bring to the Ravens and how it could help their pass defense kind of, get shored up because they have the talent?
Before we dive into Chuck Pagano as the coach and his background defensively, I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention how obvious it is if you want to get back into the league as a coach or a player, you got to come and join the boys on the morning sprint because it's proofs in the pudding. Chuck Pagano comes on the sprint. Week later, 2 weeks later, he's in ball. He's coaching ball in the National Football League again with this guy, Johnny Harbaugh. This is a great move from John Harbaugh. Chuck Pagano, who, do you guys remember when we had him on, how detailed and dialed of a breakdown he gave into the Broncos defense?
Knower and of ball.
It was certified ball knower. You can't get any better. The guy has an unbelievable background as a secondary coach, understands run fits, coverages, and frankly, the Baltimore Ravens, if you were to look at one thing that was a downside of their season this year, is that they've moved on They've had really good defensive coaches and coordinators, namely Michael McDonald. Yes, the singer and the new head coach of the Seattle Seahawks have moved on, and they're young right now, and their new defensive coordinator, I believe I don't know if you're looking him up right now, but young coach, and now
I'm actually looking Michael McDonald up in some of his songs.
Oh, he's great. Doobie Brothers, fantastic. Yeah. But Chuck Pagano is going to be a great addition for this young defensive coordinator who will remain nameless and faceless as we look towards Michael McDonald's songs.
Is it Zachary Orr?
Zach Orr, my man. Tell you what, KJ, you, my friend, are locked in and dialed, even if there are some wings that await us after this insane segment.
KJ, one more.
Smiles and glory holes.
At least 10 commercials to air during the Super Bowl on Fox have already sold for $8 million, according to multiple reports earlier this morning. Fox has believed to see an increase in commercials year over year from $100,000 in just your typical 15 to 30-second spot to a $500,000 increase. Last year, 124 people watched the Super Bowl, according to Nielsen, and in last year's 30-second spots were sold for a total of around $7 million. So there's a $500,000 increase for how much they used to cost compared to what they're going to start costing this year, which has bumped up to $8 million. Does this prove that, having a familiar team in the Super Bowl, does that help with viewership or money flow?
Nah.
So the Super Bowl sells itself? It sells itself?
The Super Bowl does sell itself. There have been a couple of years where you're like, I don't love it. I don't know, man. The chance for history and a three-peat, people are going to tune into that, even if you're tuning in to root against it so dang hard. You're going to tune in. And all the people that are saying that they're not going to tune into the Super Bowl this year, you are
Vic Lombardi.
Vic just said he's going to be, Chatty Charles.
Yeah, but he's going to be at the party.
Yes.
Watching. You're
Correct.
part of the people watching.
I'm excited for the Super Bowl already, and I wasn't. It was the least desirable matchup for me personally coming out of Championship Sunday, and now I'm already fired up and dude. I have football withdrawals, Raj. I have them, and they're serious. And the Avs and their goaltender interference calls, and the Nuggets and their porous 3-point defense is not helping with my football withdrawals, Raj. It's not helping.
Have you ever, as a result of a Super Bowl ad, gone out and purchased that product?
Taco Bell, yes.
Because of the Super Bowl ad?
Yes, I've DoorDashed Taco Bell during the second half of a Super Bowl.
Direct ROI. All right, there you go.
Yes, I have.
KJ?
Yes, if they were promoting a movie, I went and saw that movie because I saw it during the Super Bowl.
Movies the one that get me.
Yep.
Right? I will get got on a movie trailer during the Super Bowl.
I think the very headphones that I'm wearing, I think they like
AirPod Maxes.
Yeah, like the really
they
cool.
got you during a Super Bowl?
I think so, man. Now, granted, I got them for Christmas, and I think it makes no sense. My birthday, excuse me. Got them for my birthday, which follows the Super Bowl. I made such a big deal to my wife about how cool those looked and how awesome I'm sure they are. And they've been great. I've had them for 2.5 years.
I don't know if I've ever got by a Super Bowl ad from a product. I know I have from trailers of movies, but Budweiser always has kick-ass commercials. But I don't buy Bud Light or Budweiser. It's a great commercial. Tell me it's not a great commercial.
It is a great commercial. Have you seen a Doritos commercial yet? The one that's expected to air during the Super Bowl?
No, I haven't.
Do you remember the Ali Larder Doritos commercials?
I don't.
From the Super Bowl?
I do.
Please, if you are in text land, Twitch land.
Is it along the same lines of Kate Upton and Carl's Jr.?
I think
I remember those commercials.
I think it was on a completely different level.
Is it on the same level as Danica Patrick and GoDaddy?
Nah,
because that was a good
didn't move the
commercial.
needle.
Although I didn't, buy a domain as a result.
No, it wasn't Ali Larder.
I am waiting for a commercial to get me this year. I hope I can report back on the 10th saying, yeah, I got last night. That's KJ's NFL Notes. We do it every single day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. It is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Coach, what's up?
Allie Landry, 1998 Super Bowl Doritos commercial, and she became known as the Doritos girl.
Mountain High Appliance is Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. I'm eating some wings. I got to admit, KJ, the rest of the week has kind of turned into 2K Tuesday, and I'm here for it.
Dude, like, it naturally goes that way sometimes.
I'm all about this, and I appreciate you because of it. And I have a feeling all y'all out there listening to the Morning Sprint are the same way.
Raj, go ahead and peek over your left shoulder.
I'm
Speaking
peeking
of 2K,
over my left shoulder.
This is the 1998 Doritos commercial from the Super Bowl. It's Allie Landry, who this is her with Doritos at a laundromat.
Oh, Doritos 3D. I remember when they peddled these things.
So she became, I don't even know if she was in any movies or anything, but she was known as the Doritos girl.
The Doritos girl. So 1998. What was that halftime show? 1998 must have been. Oh, yeah, I don't remember that at all. Salute to Motown's 40th anniversary. I don't remember seeing that whatsoever.
Oh, I bet that was
the Blues Brothers were the John Goodman and Jim Belushi were the year before. Did not know that.
Hey, low key, one of the best Super Bowl halftime shows was one that was probably the least exciting on paper, but was just so good live. Was Tom Petty. So good. It's a phenomenal halftime show.
I thought the 2001 show, Aerosmith and NSYNC, I thought that was an all-timer when Britney came out.
Did you realize that
Mary
Justin
J.
Timberlake just played a show here in Denver?
last night. Played last night.
There was like no buzz around it. Is Justin Timberlake okay?
Well, you know what happened? You remember what happened?
No.
JT was still at the top of like his game, and then he got pulled over for a Dewey.
And also maybe
and then he literally
are there some slight implications with the old Puffy?
I have no idea about that, but I know he got pulled over.
I started going down that rabbit hole last night on that docu-series though.
Has that come out on HBO yet?
It's on Max, yeah.
Oh, it's out.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be watching something tonight, baby.
That's all I need to hear.
It is.
That's all I need to hear.
I'll tell you guys, it is actually very well done. I mean, they go through the entirety of it. We're through one episode. I was ready to go into a really dark period of time at like 2-3 in the morning and binge watch all 4 episodes. And my wife's like, I can't. One episode.
Spread it out.
One episode. And then we're going to bed. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if there's any implications there, but he did get pulled over a few months ago under the influence. And his response was, this is going to ruin the tour. And then the sheriff goes, what tour? And JT, in his drunken stupor, looks up at the sheriff and goes, the world tour. And I think that's the reason why it wasn't, a fully sold out show last
Remember
night.
the halftime show that was all of the 90s, 2000s rappers? It was just like in the last 5 years. Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre.
That was a couple years ago. Eminem showed up. It was in Detroit.
It was everybody. Was that just like 2-3 years ago?
Dre, Snoop, Eminem, Mary J, Kendrick, Fitty, Anderson .Paak.
Did he come up out for that one?
No, he did not.
Keep him warm.
That was in SoFi Stadium 2022.
That was awesome.
Great show. For guys that are around our age, like let's call it 27 to 45. I know that's like a big range. You are in your era for Super Bowl halftime shows right now. Because I didn't appreciate, like, when I was a kid, I didn't appreciate nearly enough Madonna, The Who, Petty, Prince, The Stones, Paul McCartney. I didn't appreciate that nearly enough. I didn't appreciate U2 in 2002 because it wasn't, at that point in my life, my musicians. And now I feel like I'm right there. Kendrick's going to crush it this year. It's going to be so good.
My daughter, just really excited. SZA is going to be on with Kendrick.
SZA?
SZA. Who's very highly talented R&B singer. Do you like SZA, KJ?
Big fan of SZA.
I would have called SZA SZA to someone's face. So,
wait, you didn't know it was SZA?
No, I've done this before in a mortifying fashion. There was this girl that I had a huge crush on.
Raj, you have negative aura.
Negative aura?
Kind of like my guy from the Jacksonville Jaguars, the new head coach, Liam Cohen.
No, I don't have
Are you
that.
a negative aura guy that says the county of the school or of the franchise that he's now the head coach of like this? Do you say it like this guy right here? Maybe not.
You can't just spring that on KJ, man.
Duval?
That was you kicked him in the seeds there. You railroaded.
I think he was actually.
No,
I think he's pulling up some.
Thank you. I have always had.
Boy, that didn't hit.
I have always had square wheels, but they haven't been. They move. They get me from point A to point B, but they are square rather than round, if that makes sense. The SZA versus SZA thing. I had a huge crush on this girl in high school. And, we're like, I think we were like messaging back and forth once upon a time. We were talking as teenagers do about music and all this. Did you know X, Y, and Z? And we're sharing music, kind of, the burn CDs thing when you have crushes on each other. And she mentioned Michael Franti and Spearhead. Do you remember them? Like, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back around. That one?
No.
Seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know.
There's two of us that have missed the punchline here in the last 30 seconds.
All good. So she talked, I'm really into Michael Franti and Spearhead right now, and me not knowing who that was, but still trying to look cool and hip and be like, oh, yeah, of course I know him. I was like, oh, yeah, I know Michael Franti, but I've never heard of Spearhead. And then the conversation went dead. And then the next day she goes, those are two different things, right? And I just got caught. Caught. Tough go.
Dude, the Michael Jackson 1993 Super Bowl halftime show, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was incredible. So good. Cultural event. It was almost the beginning of concerts and music almost entering into a cinematic mega event where it's just everything. And it's the debut of Black or White. I think it was. Or Heal the World, maybe? No, that was it. There's a lot of stuff going on. It was really good, though.
Well, back then, before that, didn't they do like marching bands and like Up With People was doing halftime shows? At least it turned into a real show then.
Yeah, I think it was. So 1993 was a turning point for the Super Bowl. Before this performance, halftime shows were simpler, often featuring, like you said, marching bands, smaller acts. And Billie Jean, Black or White, was played.
Banger.
It was, I'll never forget it.
Good show. It's a good show.
Good show.
92.5 tonight, we got Nuggets and the New York Knicks, 5:30 tip, 5 p.m. pregame show. Last time you saw the Knicks, 145 got dropped on you, OG Anunoby.
That sounds fun.
Had a unbelievable game, dropping 40. I mentioned Brunson, Cat, and OG combined for 103 points in that game. Nuggets are coming off of 2 losses on a 5-game road trip that you should have come out 4-1 on. Now you have to win 3 straight, including your most difficult game tonight on ESPN. Do you anticipate them to switch up the starting lineup a little bit? Right, because we've been talking about how AG coming off the bench. That's the new version of the Nuggets. However, last 2 games hasn't been so
great.
Same
starting lineup.
Stick to
played better defense. And here is my charge to the Denver Nuggets so that I don't have to anger watch the Diddy series tonight after another loss here in Denver. Just have the focus and the mentality for 4 freaking quarters. And when you have a lead, which you're going to have tonight, you play like you're playing from behind with 10 points to make up. Play desperate basketball, beat the Knicks, and give us something to be happy about in Denver sports, for crying out loud.
It has been a couple of rough days, man. It's been a couple of rough days. The Miko trade.
They gotta got some good wings waiting for me after this segment.
The Chiefs winning yet again and going to the Super Bowl. The Nuggets losing 2 straight games. The Avs
we got
losing
Big
2
Rob.
out of 3. I know.
Big
Tyler's
Rob and
in
Polumbus
there. Big
is out
Robs,
there.
all of the big hitters in terms of eating food at altitude. And I mentioned this before we got back in. I went, I will burn this place to the ground if there are no wings waiting for me. All the big hitters are out there.
The threat is real, Raj. The threat of having we got 2 Robs. We got Big Rob and Tyler Polumbus. That's a whole lot of former offensive linemen.
If we get out earlier, if we go to break earlier, they have to get on their show earlier.
Yes.
So, goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow at 10.
Happy wing eating.
I definitely don't know what that is. A knuckle boom loader? Anybody want to take a crack at that one?
Yeah. A knuckle boomer?
A knuckle boom loader.
A crane.
Well, considering I don't know what it is and how much certainty you said that, I'll just roll with you. What kind of crane is it?
Oh, I just said that.
Well, sounds good to me. We're loading your knuckle booms. Scott, by the way, you are missing out on it. The lovely Hooter girls, Savannah and Emily, dropped off a ton of food for the crew here today.
Listen, I was not here for that, but I was told by multiple people, not a person, not two persons.
Yeah.
Multiple persons that you clammed up. You got a little bit nervous. You were shooting a commercial or something, and you got a little nervous.
There's no doubt about that. I was.
So
wait a minute. So reason they were here because DMac was doing a commercial for Hooters.
Well, we're doing a giveaway, the radio station, and I'm hosting the party, and it's for the big game, Scott. It's a great Hooters prize pack. It's the Hooters Hot Sheet. So you just go onto the website, altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. Got a bunch of questions there for you, a bunch of prop bets, and whoever has the most correct answers win. So that's on the website right now. So it was a promotional, digital, who's he, Twitch, what's it sort of deal there with Hooters. So it was lovely for them to come in. But it's a party. You get a party for you and your buddies, for the big game. Well, it's not even for the big game. It's the big game happens, and then the party's later. Whenever you want, whatever Hooters you want. Pretty good deal, right? All you have to do is answer 10 questions. It's like, how long is the anthem going to last, and how many calls are going to go the Chiefs' way because they're in the bag for Patrick Mahomes. The typical type of prop bet questions.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's what that is. That's exactly what that is.
All right.
Yeah, all right. That's it. Scotty, where'd you go? How's New York City treating you?
Oh, hold on. I got something for you right here.
What's that?
Well,
we can't see you.
Oh, wait. Do it again.
Are you okay?
All right, right?
Are you all right? Are you having a stroke?
No, hold on. I'm just, after you read that, I was just thinking this. Okay.
Well, there you go. Timing is everything.
Sometimes the lack thereof can be kind of humorous, but it's either got to be, what? Timing
right
and jokes is either got to be right on or it's got to be
terrible.
Seriously awkward.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Kind of works either way.
There you go. Yeah.
Fantastic job hosting You Win Absolutely Nothing as a talk show host or as a game show host yesterday, Scott.
That was a fun one.
I thought we worked out okay on that. I thought we did all right.
Wow.
What I do last night? You know what I did last night? I went to the gym. I laid down for a little bit.
Are you sure?
Scrolled kitty cat videos.
Of course.
Went up to the gym, which is absolutely horrendous, and that's sometimes what you get in hotels.
New York City, yeah.
But I got a workout in.
Good.
Came back down, grubbed up a little Joe's Pizza, and sat here and watched Night Agent. Caught up with, or didn't catch up, actually. Watched a couple episodes of Night Agent and then called it an evening.
Okay. Well, good for you.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Did you, I know it's weird because you're on the road the whole thing, but did you catch up on the Avalanche at all?
That's another thing I watched, yeah. It's funny, I started Night Agent, and it was kind of good, and I went, oh, the Avs are on, so yeah. I got on my phone. So now, I did the DMac. I've got a show on here, but I was kind of interested in it. I said, but I can't get ESPN Plus on my hotel TV.
Right.
So I said, okay, pause, and then I sat late in my, which is awful funny. I mean, you bragged about is it 85 or 75-inch TV?
75-incher, baby.
75-inch.
85 seemed a little too much.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here with my 6-incher in my hand in a hotel room.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
Yes.
Maybe closer to 5, but I'm sitting there with my 5-incher in my hand like this.
It's cold
laying
out.
in bed.
Yeah.
Going, come on. What? Oh, yeah. So, no. So I watched the game until
They took away our goal.
Yeah.
You know, you're a little excited about that. You know, they haven't scored. They haven't scored. No one scored against them in this streak in the third period, and blah, 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 and all that. Bam, 2-2. All right. And then, again, I'm not saying that the taking the goal away didn't follow the letter of the law, but like I say in basketball games, it wasn't the intent.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the guy brushed his pad. It didn't move his pad. It didn't affect his pad. It didn't jam it out of the way. But by the letter of the law, it brushed the pad. Okay, but again, it's the people that don't even really play, and they're sitting in an office with a suit or in front of a bank of TVs. That wasn't the intent of the law. The breakaway foul on the NBA, the intent of the law was to make sure dudes aren't getting hammered at the rim on fast breaks. Sans the 80s Lakers Boston. Go back and watch some of those games and watch Rambis getting laid out into the front row. And now it's to the point, well, the guy was at half court and the guy was behind him and he fouled him. It was a break. Okay, it's the letter of the law, but it isn't the intent the law came into place in the first place. That's the way I looked at it. Then it got to 3-1. As soon as it went 3-1, I went, eh. Went back, started watching a little bit more of the show. Flipped back to my phone, 5-2, and I went, oh, well, I missed something.
Well, I mean, it was an empty netter. And, yeah, the Islanders got a goal late that the Avs couldn't afford to give away. I mean, it's been, I'm not going to lie. It's just been a lousy run right now. It's a lousy run. You've lost like 4 in a row, something like that, or 4 of your last 5, or I think they wedged a win in there somewhere. And this is just, of course, they did. They just beat the Rangers, of course. But, no, it's been bad. It's been a bad run. So, what would you attribute?
I do like the new kid, and I'm going to call him because I haven't figured out how to say his name probably. Nietzsche.
There you go.
Because he was a hell of a philosopher. I do like the kid, but it sure seems like there's a lot of redundancy in his and McKinnon's game.
Okay.
All right. Fast, good puck hunting. But as a buddy of mine told me, a pass-first point guards.
Okay.
And do you need those two guys both on the same line?
Well, you got him. That's he's definitely a winger. He's not a center. He's not a back and forth guy. He's definitely a winger.
I mean, it's been an emotional time for the Avs, right?
Yeah.
They've had a lot going on. Whether it was the rumors about Mikko, whether there was internal strife. Now Mikko's gone, and you process all that, right? So sometimes you expect that a move will immediately change things.
Never does.
And it does not. No.
I heard Bednar actually call him Nekchus.
Nietzsche's. I thought it was Nietzsche's.
It might be easier just to call him Nietzsche, but there's been like a wide variety of pronunciations. So, Dan, I heard Nekchus from Bednar today. I've heard Natchez. I mean, I understand like Vladko Konchar. There's an H in there where there really isn't. It's like one of them sort of names. Like there could be a silent, non-existent H that you pronounce.
It could be one of them little hooplas over the oompas.
I've heard
over a letter.
I've heard Martin. I've heard Martine. I've heard Valeri.
I've heard Roy. I've heard Waugh.
So I'm not sure where we want to land. Nietzsche might be the easiest way to go for now. Fortunately, we also have Jack Drury. Like that's
that one's easy though.
That one's in the pocket right there. I don't know how.
And someone said he's related somehow to the Drury we used to have, right?
Nephew,
Chris Drury, right?
Yep. It's his nephew.
It isn't Chris. Is Chris Drury the GM of the Rangers?
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a small world, right?
I don't hate the trade. I think Bednar will have to float around and move some lineups. They've got to get their bottom 6 has got to get better, especially from the defensive side. I still think they need to have some size. I'd like to have one. And I threw this to Andy last night. We were talking. I said, name a Stanley Cup championship. And Dan, you can play this game. You're going to win absolutely nothing. But name a Stanley Cup championship the Avs have had that they didn't have somebody or multiple somebodies with size.
Well, I mean, you're talking about your 6-incher. You're talking about size.
I'm talking guys that's got a little lead in their buddy and can move people if they need to.
Well, Nietzsche's 6'3". He ain't small.
But he's 147 pounds.
He's skinny. Yeah. But
when I say size, I'm not talking about height.
No, I got you. I mean, you could say Sam Girard has some sand in his pants, right? And he's a short dude.
Really? Really? That's where you're going with size?
You mean the guy that got pushed out of the crease for the third goal? That guy?
Wow.
Hey, he's all heart, and I got respect for Sammy G, but you hate talking about Sammy G when you're talking about size.
I mean, we got Josh Manson. He definitely has size.
Yeah.
Well, you got Middleton. He's gargantuan.
He's got older guy size. Manson.
Yeah, he's a big dude. Of course, Val's a big dude. He's really what you're talking about. When you get Lehkonen in front of the net, although Lehkonen was in front of the net and got a goal for himself, or maybe he just got distracted. I forget who they gave that goal to, but I don't know, man. I know what you're saying. Where's the fight? Where's the fire? Where's the intimidation? I even saw.
I want a bulldozer that can move people away from the front of the net and jam the puck in the corners, and it stays there or they win it.
I saw Riker
saying on the defensive end.
I saw Riker saying the same exact thing on the TV on the altitude. He was saying the same thing. So
there you go.
But the reality is you can't replace a guy like Val. So when you lose him, you're going to lose all those things that you still want, and there really is no replacement for it.
Well, Bedsy,
and you know what? I'll say this also before Vincent and tell us Bedsy said they haven't replaced Derek Johnson either, and that was 2 years ago.
Yeah,
3 years ago.
Yeah, they've tried. They've rotated a lot of dudes sort of into that role because he was like at the end of the day he was a third line blue liner. So I don't know. Yeah, they just haven't, but they have tried a million different dudes though. It's not like without effort and without size and the whole thing. It just hasn't. And Keaton Middleton, I suppose, is that guy right now. I mean, you can always throw him out there to mess it up, but hockey's about more speed than anything. And if you're going to be physical, you got to be able to keep up on the ice too. It's like why Curtis McDermott never really fit in unless you really, plan on fighting guys.
But DMac, if you go back and 3 years ago, they were the fastest team on ice, and they just outskated and everybody. I mean, there was a game against the defending champs in that Stanley Cup Finals that they made the Lightning look like they were standing flat-footed. They were so fast. And I think people have caught up with speed, and they've also done it with bigger and stouter guys too.
Yeah, but listen, that's where you had Kadri, who was not the biggest of guys, but he was all of that. And you're not getting anything out of Casey Middlestat right now. Not really. I mean, not even close to what you need.
Mm-mm.
And that's a big difference too. So you haven't really been able to replace Kadri at the same time that you're missing Val and you miss Landeskog. Of course, Landeskog could mix it up with anybody, and he would. He's a physical dude. You miss him. You miss a lot of these guys. So I think the Avalanche have a little bit of an identity crisis, frankly. I don't think they really know exactly who they are. I heard Bedsy this morning say we need a better sense of urgency. That's certainly true. But he liked how they played in these last 3 games. He wasn't killing them. He liked how they played.
I liked him. I didn't have a problem with him for the first 50 minutes last night.
And then but we can dig into it deeper as we go.
I had a rough go because I don't have ESPN Plus or Hulu. So, I'm hanging out with you guys here for this segment today. I got every subscription I could possibly get, except for Hulu and ESPN Plus. And I'm not going to be a sucker for a one game. I'm not going to do it.
We had the game on ESPN Plus. My 22-year-old sits down and he goes, "Oh, that's so-and-so who's doing the game." And I go, I couldn't believe it. My son, I couldn't believe he knew anybody who was like a TV broadcaster. And the broadcaster looks like he's like 23 years old. Looks like the same age as my son. And he goes, "Yeah, he's on Snapchat." So you can tell that these ESPN Plus games are like not even the junior varsity. It's like the freshman team of the broadcasters. They get to do these ESPN Plus games. So he recognized the dude from Snapchat.
There you go.
So he does Snapchat and the ESPN Plus games. So, to your point, this game was kind of buried, frankly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame a lot of people for not catching it. Yeah. So, but hey, a couple days off. They play Friday night and then Sunday, and hopefully, and then there's only like
Gosh, guys, I think there's only like 5 games or so before the Four Nations face-off, which is a 2-week break from hockey. And then
dumbest thing in the world.
Well, is it the dumbest thing in the world, or what is what Adam Silver thinking about the dumbest thing in the world? We'll get to it coming up next.
The four, yeah, that's a good one.
All right, hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction, what a lousy thing to come down the pipe for you. And if you've just been struggling and you've been underperforming and you just sort of have settled in like, well, I guess that's it. That's my life. I'm here to tell you there's good news. And things don't have to stay like that for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will get things going in the right direction for you. Their success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult, and your initial visit is only $99. You get a medical consult, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With 5 locations, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. I guarantee it. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. But it starts with a phone call. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Turn it up. Leonard Skinner. Nobody in the
Let's keep
band.
on turning.
Nobody in the band Leonard Skinner was named Leonard or Skinnerd. Do you know who Leonard Skinner was named after?
I do not.
Bootlegger.
But would you believe me if I told you I was listening to Leonard Skinner on the way in?
I would believe you because they're freaking awesome. Why wouldn't you be?
I was.
Do you know what you were listening to?
I do.
What were you listening to?
Give me 3 steps.
Give me 3 steps. Great song.
Do you realize this song, which I think still jams, yes?
Of course.
51 years old.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, Leonard
We'll
Skinner.
remember.
The band was named after a high school custodian.
Oh, there you go.
They just had a guy, his name was Leonard Skinnerd. And they just called the band after the high school custodian because they thought it was a cool name.
All right.
Leonard Skinnerd. There you go.
That is cool, actually.
There's your moment of classic rock history for y'all as you're rolling around today.
This song
Gorgeous
came
day.
out, I think, when I was in 8th grade, 8th or 9th grade.
But, of course, it had a whole new life when they put it in Forrest Gump. And then they were just like...
Yeah, or the movie Sweet Home Alabama.
You know what? This song's probably been in 1,000 movies.
Right?
For real.
It's probably been in 1,000
Well,
movies.
wasn't this a counter song to a song that Southern Man written by
Neil Young? That's right. Was the early days of I don't know, music hate back and forth.
One-upsmanship.
Yeah.
Wow, was this like a rap battle?
It was kind of a rap battle, yeah. Actually,
Really?
yeah, it was a response song to...
Except
with
talent and true creativity and professionalism and artistry.
Well,
Okay.
in rap battles, the counter songs come out within maybe hours of each other. You know, this one is like, I'm really pissed off at Neil Young. Let's get in a recording studio. Let's lay down the tracks. Let's put it on an album. Let's release it 4 months from now, and we'll show him. But, Southern Man. It's a response to Southern Man, which is another good song. But,
Great song.
The guys, they didn't like it. And they're from Greenbow, Alabama. Scott, that's one of my favorite movie lines of all time.
I watched that the other night.
Jenny's
by the way.
going home. Well, Greenbow, Alabama.
I know where you should go. You should go home to Greenbow, Alabama.
Great line. All right, let me play something that a little group text, and I thought, this is kind of a fun idea. And Scott was like, he's the devil. Talking about Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, for this thought. He was on with Dan Patrick earlier.
Something else that I'm a fan of, and I'm probably in a minority, as we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball is 2 hours. College basketball, of course, is
Yeah, but
is
if
40
you
minutes.
like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked more about over time. I mean, incidentally,
But the pitch clock was dramatic, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I'm a fan of what baseball did. I'm a baseball fan, and I think some of those changes have really increased sort of the engagement, the entertainment value of the game, and so I'm paying a lot of attention to that. And in fact, I've used the pitch clock, the sort of the increasing the size of the base, et cetera, in meetings at the NBA to say, if baseball, which is more locked into tradition, and I don't mean that negatively, than any other sport. And part of what baseball provides is the tradition, the legacy, that if they're able to make those changes, certainly we shouldn't be afraid to look at changes as well.
Now, I love this idea, but Scott, you hated it.
Listen, there's bigger fish to fry than this. Yeah, I think it's dumb.
Okay, why?
One, you're the elite league in all of sport. You don't need to change it to go and equal the WNBA or college basketball. You don't do that. Your three-point line is bigger and longer than let's go back and shorten the three-point line to what the college team does either. You're the elite league. So an extra 2 minutes, okay, whatever. And everything they do is bowed down to television, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
That's why guys are going to Abu Dhabi. That's why they invented the cup and all the other stuff they've done.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand because that's money. And maybe that's wise of him because he's a financial guy. And my pension, I guess, can continue to go rise or something if they can keep doing these big contracts. That ain't what's broke, as far as I'm concerned. Be the elite league. Be the leader in the pack. Let people change to you, don't change to people. I'm big on that. I don't like coaches when they coach and they start changing their roster to match the other teams. You've just lost the game. If you look at the minutes he's talking about taking away, and Tyler, you help me out here. Tell me this ain't true. My math might have been wrong, but I got the minutes you would release would be the equivalent of about 13 games over the season. So what wise owner is going to say, because they're not playing as many minutes, I think the salaries need to all be chopped too, because basically we're cutting their season short like the equivalent of what it would have been 13 games.
Maybe.
Because that'll eventually be talked about. That'll eventually come out and be talked about. If you want to do better work, as the NFL has gotten wiser and has stretched their season out, we've already talked about them. They got 17 or 18 weeks, 17 games. You guys both believe they're going to move to 18 games. And all that's going to do is continue to encroach. You go back and look when the Super Bowl is this year, February 9th, right, I believe it is. And you go back to when they started doing the Super Bowl, it was like early January, right? Wasn't it early January, mid-January, something like that? Or even sooner maybe. Why don't you start pushing your season out wider anyway? Move away from all these back-to-back games and stuff you do. We've talked about starting in December anyway, 25th. You had a great opportunity to do that. I still think you can move it and do it. And if you played and finished the NBA Finals around the 4th of July, why not? Why not finish in the 4th of July? Baseball doesn't really get started until after the 4th of July All-Star break time anyway, right? So now they got their whole second half of the season. Go do baseball. And they'll probably do it and everything else. I just think I want a commissioner who I thought was great. When he first came in, his first month on the job, he had to get rid of a racist, ugly owner and Donald Sterling, who was playing the system, who has a market of Los Angeles, and yet all the other teams in the league were paying him because he wasn't the big dog in Los Angeles, and he was making money hand over foot. And he chased him out of the league. Good on him. Since then, what has he done?
I don't know about that, but I don't know that I feel necessarily passionate one way or the other on this 10-minute deal, but I'll give a few counterpoints to it on the other side of it. One of the biggest issues going on in the NBA right now from a fan perspective is minute restrictions and guys not playing games, just plain and simple, right? It's a huge issue the NBA has been trying to address with various rules, limiting if you could be if you can get awards at the end of the season. They're trying to find ways around this, right? So does it help that? I don't know. I don't know the answer if it does or not, but that could be one angle of that. Another angle being, look, the reality is that in 2024, I just looked it up out of curiosity, in 2024, viewership in the NBA was down by 25%. And so when those things start to happen as a commissioner, I would say you're naive if you aren't starting to think about ways to fix those problems. Does this fix the problem? I don't know, Scott. You probably feel better than I do. But I do know that in today's world, it's an ADD world with kids that can't pay attention for a long time.
The viewership thing is based, and there's different people that can do different calculations on it. It's based on 1 year that was at super high, and they don't compare before that and everything, and it's basically about the same what it's been. If the viewership was so bad, why did you just set record amounts of money on television contracts. You've got people getting $20 billion or whatever it was offered to get half the season, and push TNT, who's been a 25-year partner, out. So if the ratings are so bad, like everybody that wants to play numbers do, how did they sign such big contracts? How did the ratings go up? Why is the NBA salary cap continue to rise every single year? So that's a little bit of a name game, I was told, that people play with, and that's fine. But to answer your first question that they said in there is exactly what I'm talking about. You want Joel Embiid to play more games? Why do you have teams having 17 back-to-backs? Why are the Nuggets on the end of a 5-day road trip or a 9-day road trip, 5 games, playing back-to-back, flying back to Denver, having a day, and then playing again? You don't need that stuff because you're trying to condense a season because you took 3 weeks out of it or 2 weeks out of it and put in a tournament, and you're screwing it up for everybody else. You want guys to play more. You want guys to be fresher. Listen, they're so worried about, or they say they are, and we all know they're not. And I'm going to get on the NFL about something here in a second. They're so worried about the quality of the game, the respect for the game, and all that stuff, and guys got to play. Well, how are you respecting? Denver's going to play on their last 4 days of a road trip, 3 and 4 days. Is that quality basketball?
No.
Is that guy's going to be healthy?
No, that's why I think the Charlotte game is going to be a really, really tough game. That's why losing the Chicago game in this series
kills you.
It's tough. I mean, listen, hey, man, and we'll get into it a little bit.
But hold on, you've said this for all the years you've done this, both of you. Have you not said, oh, well, that's a scheduled loss?
That's a scheduled loss. Or a tough win.
Whoa. Doesn't that mean there's something wrong with the schedule? If every
course.
team in the league has scheduled losses, why don't you address that?
I think that should be addressed too.
Perhaps this is a way, though. I mean, perhaps this is a way.
I'll give you a pro side and an anti side. From a TV viewership side, a shorter game would be better. It fits better in a 2-hour window, and you would have your stars on TV more often. However, coaches are going to want to win games. So you wouldn't be giving your stars more of a rest because the games are shorter. They would just be playing during the games more. It would make it much more difficult for your bench guys because you would just play your starters. That's it.
Well, I think inevitably that's a more fun product to watch anyway.
It would be way better on TV.
Because you want to watch those guys.
A 2-hour game, no doubt about it. You'd have the stars on TV more, and it would just be better. It would just be better. It'd be better to watch. That being said, I understand what you're saying, Scott. Is like, hey, man, that's not the biggest fish you got to fry. And you could solve that problem like we've pointed out a million times, and you're right, Scott. Stretch the season. Start it a little bit later. Stretch it through July. Give it a little bit more time here. Because you're not going to want to necessarily reduce games. And I know what you're saying, Scott, like the time would eventually be the equivalent of reducing games. And I've seen some people on the text line, concessions, blah, 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 blah. Concessions shut down in the fourth quarter. There'd just be a bigger sense of urgency to get your beers quicker. That would not have any kind of impact. In fact, I've walked around in the fourth quarter at Ball Arena. Those concession stands are empty, guys, like at the beginning of the fourth quarter. That's not a big factor. People like to get their drink on kind of early on, halftime, maybe in the third quarter. It doesn't matter when the fourth quarter starts. Folks are going to figure that out. But what the real issue, and I've seen it on the text line too, the three-pointers, and listen, not every team is like that, but you realize the Nuggets are playing a team in the New York Knicks who scored 140 points in back-to-back games and put up 140 points on the Nuggets in Denver. So, listen, man, you got to, there's something, Scott. It is true. Dan Patrick does point out, baseball has made significant changes, which made baseball better. I mean, basketball can't be anti every change, and Silver has pointed out we have actually made a bunch of changes. So I do think basketball's, Scott, if it's not this, I don't know, man, but you got to do something. I really do think you got to do something to make the game a little bit more appealing to watch on TV. I do, one way or the other. So,
well, I've not heard anybody complain ever about the length. I will say this because you guys started making me think about this because we used to look at it. The NBA games, and they've changed, and you wouldn't think the three-point line would change this. The games used to last. You were an hour 56 to 2:05.
Yeah.
And I played under 4 quarters, 12-minute rules. Blah, blah. Why has the game gone from the 90s more physical game and early 2000s to right around an hour 56 to 205 to 2.5? And there still are 2-hour games now. But the 2.5, what's been the difference?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The rules. I got the answer. The rules put in by the NBA that doesn't allow hand checks and doesn't allow this, and so now you're going from, 14 free throws between both teams being shot in a game to where this year when Shai Gilgeous had that 54-point game the other day, he alone shot 18 free throws. That's where your game goes. Boop, 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 boop,
yeah, that's where it slows down. No, I agree. I'll say this, though. Hockey's got the same problem, though, fellas. Like, there is no reason in hockey to take as long as they play.
The intermissions are brutal.
They're brutal.
They got to fix that.
You should have – here's exactly how you fix it. You only have 2 periods, a 25-minute period, an intermission,
makes sense
and
to me.
another 25-minute period.
Makes sense to me.
It would put the game around 2 hours or so instead of 2:25. And those intermissions in hockey are brutal. And to think that you have 2 of them, I mean, it's ridiculous. And how much hockey do you need to have played to determine who's the better hockey team that particular night? 50 minutes? We can't hash it out in 50 minutes with one intermission.
The problem with intermissions is they're so long that you'll flip to a different channel, but you won't just flip. You'll get stuck.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
You'll absolutely get stuck in something else that is interesting to you, and then you forget to go back to the game because it's so long.
Is it 20 minutes in between?
It's not quite. It's
18.
Like 18. It feels like an hour.
It's basically 40 minutes. I mean, it's a 40-minute intermission throughout the game.
You know what's funny about the intermissions? And I've been to a million hockey games at Ball Arena. I'm going to guess it's the same everywhere. For the first 8 minutes, you get little kids on the ice, or you throw Bernie down. You do bowling with Bernie, or you do something. In 8 minutes, you do something. Then the Zambonis come out, and that takes about 5 minutes. Okay, so there's 13 minutes. You guys realize there's a good 5 minutes or so.
Why do they need
that? There's nothing going on. Like, there's literally nothing happening for that period of time. And again, it doesn't sound like the most, but after you watch the 7-year-olds play hockey, Bernie get tossed down, you'll see the cute interview on the Jumbotron. You're just like, and you do it twice? I mean, it's dumb.
So an NFL halftime is 12 minutes long.
That goes fast.
I'm trying to think about what there could possibly be needed for that extra 6 minutes.
I totally agree with you. I have no idea because I'm telling you, the Zambonis are done with their job, and there's still at least 5 minutes to go. It's a great point. The intermissions could easily be 5 minutes quicker. And how much time do we need to watch 7-year-olds play little kid hockey? Seriously.
Nobody's going for that.
It's just whatever. It's a good deal for the little kids and their parents, but that's about it. It's not that interesting. Trust me. I've seen 10 million of those games. Nobody's really caught up in it that much. The parents are, but, it's not interesting for the general fans. At least the NBA halftimes are fast. They really are, Scott. NBA fast halftimes are like lightning. NFL halftimes are pretty quick. But hockey? Listen, everything would probably be better if it was just a little quicker and you just got to the point and you ratchet up the moments of drama. And you want to watch your stars on the field more. And college football is kind of a disaster with this sort of stuff. The NFL just has it dialed in. It's a 3-hour show. They just got it. They got the stars. You know who the stars are. The game slows down so you can kind of see the stars. 3 hours, even it's longer than what we're talking about, doesn't feel that long. The halftimes don't feel that long.
College football sucks.
College football is a disaster.
I hate watching. I love watching college football. I take that back. But I hate the overall experience of it being 4.5 hours long. I mean, the games they take up half your day.
All right, well, we can get your feedback, 303-504-0925. There's some interesting rumors out there in the NBA about certain trades, certain people who are available. And I just want to go through with you guys where the Nuggets sit in all this. And the matchup they have tonight it's a brutal one. Plus, after 1 o'clock, free agency. There's some names out there that would suit the Broncos great. We can give you that coming up as well. It's PhD on 92.5.
By the way, I want to thank everybody on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. For telling me that
the new
water needs to freeze.
Mm.
That after the Zambonis are done, you've got to give it like 5 minutes for the water to freeze.
Scram, kids.
It's just 5 less minutes of the kids.
Scram, kids.
Get this thing done.
Don't need you.
Listen, I understand. People are corporate sponsors, promotional giveaways. I get it all. One intermission. Do it all. Do throwing Bernie down the ice. Do the little kids with hockey. Do the Zamboni. Freeze the ice. One intermission. 2 25-minute periods. Make it more like soccer. We're good. These guys are in good shape. They'll be fine. Do you realize these guys in hockey just take off all their gear and just chill out? Like read a book, just go for a stroll, do some shopping online. They don't need all that time. They work out. They're in good shape. All right. Meanwhile, somehow they get away with it in soccer and basketball for one half, but we need 2 intermissions in hockey? Okay. Tonight, Scott, and we can get into some proposed trades that are floating around there. I heard Mr. Lombardi talk about this, and I kind of with him on this. Like, there are not many games on paper that you look at over the past few years and be like, Nuggets have no shot in this one. And I can't believe the spread is actually pretty low. But on the surface, just on how they're playing, this one seems literally impossible for the Nuggets to win. And you don't say that very often. Am I wrong about that, or am I hitting the nail on the head on this one?
Well, if you go back to what you saw when they were in town,
we could use that. That's a good example. Sure.
A month ago, you see with the physicality they play with defensively. Yeah, you'd probably say that the I don't know. It's yeah. I think that's probably fair to say. And yet every time Denver goes in and you're like, well, they ain't got a shot tonight, they end up finding a way to either win it or give themselves a chance to win it. I'll be surprised if they don't play really good. And that doesn't mean, and like you said a while ago, by giving that game away in Chicago, you might come out and play really good. That doesn't mean you win the game, because New York's pretty legit there. But I just saw a stat. They gave up 53 three attempts, I think it was, in that game against New York. Against the game against Chicago. Of the 50-plus threes that were taken in that game, here's your issue. Only 14 of them were contested.
Mm.
I mean, think about that. I mean, that's unbelievable. They took 53 threes in that game, and 14 of them would be considered contested threes. What'd you do the other?
I don't know. They obviously got to get better at that.
What'd you do?
Are the Knicks hucking up a ton of 3-pointers too? Are they one of them teams?
I haven't even looked. It would go against who Tibbs is. Tibbs is a physical, defend the hell out of the half court and go out and push it to the rim kind of team.
Well, I'm
but
looking.
I do think they got guys that are going to shoot them too.
They scored 145 points last time they played the Nuggets.
Yeah, they did. And their game,
they scored 143 2 nights ago
against the Grizz, who are a good team, and they put up 44 threes in that one, which is a lot. Way more than the Nuggets put up. And I'm looking at 143-120 beating Sacramento, another good team that the Nuggets had to hang in there and beat. They did, but they had to hang in there. And they jacked 36, not bad, but they shot well. 17 of 36 from 3. 36 ain't that big of a deal. 143 points, they must have killed them in the paint. They must have destroyed them in the paint. Let's see, points in the paint.
They like to play at the rim and get to the free throw line.
They beat them by 10, 58-48.
They got guys that can shoot it. Yeah.
They shot well though. They're obviously a really good high percentage 3-point shooting team. So you got to get out there, you got to contest, or you're going to get your doors blown off.
Your three best, and I'm not counting Joker in this, although he's third in 3 points, percentage, whatever. I would still consider your three best shooters, guys that you want to count on making threes. I would count on Murray, Porter, not necessarily in any order. In fact, I put Porter first, but Porter, Murray, and Strother, right? Well, in the Chicago game, those three guys combined for 3 of 18.
So you got to shoot better too. You're not taking a lot, so you got to shoot better, obviously.
They're your shooters, and they for the most part this year they have. So
yeah,
if you're going, if you're shooting 20% to a team who's shooting 48%, and they outscore you by 50+ points in the 3-point line, I think 54, you're just not going to win those games. Now, you instead of making 6 threes, if you yourself make 13 or 14, you're still getting outshot from the 3, but guess what happens? You win that game. Just shoot the 3 ball better against Chicago. As poorly as you played, you win that game. And the bottom line, as you're trying to figure everything out, defense and get better and all this, it's about putting numbers on the left-hand side of the column.
Hey, real quick, because I see De'Aaron Fox. There's some rumors about him. They're in a situation where if they don't, it's kind of a Miko situation, isn't it? Like, where are we going? What are we doing here? He's going to be a free agent this summer. Do we get something? Do we get nothing? Heat check on De'Aaron Fox. Nuggets, yes, no. How would he fit? Are the Nuggets still looking at things?
I think he'd be great to play for any team he plays on. I think he is a real good talent. I think he needs to live mid-range and rim, which he's great at getting to the rim. He shoots a lot of threes, and he's not a great three-point shooter. But he is so quick and everything else. Someone's going to pay him. The key is Nuggets don't have anything. They're a few $1 million away from that second apron, which I really don't understand all the aprons. Grandma used one for 65 years. I don't know why you need 2 or 3 aprons in a salary cap. Yeah, teams will use him. There's no chance he comes here, I don't believe, unless they're willing to take one of your max deals so that you can trade him and get your, sign your max deal, sign him on a max deal. I don't think that Murray is eligible for a trade, and that'd be the only guy that's a position for a position. MPJ keeps getting his name floating around there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying this out of spite because I really like Michael. I had a really nice conversation with MPJ today at brunch. I just
cool.
A pleasant human-to-human conversation, not about basketball or anything else. Just
hey, how you doing?
2 dudes
yeah.
talking. Yeah, but it lasted probably 5-7 minutes. So I really like the kid. I really do. I don't think if he's trading, this is just me, from everything I've heard from coaches and everything else, who, as I told you before, one coach told me, Scott, it's a miracle he's playing with the surgeries he's had on his back and what's going on with his left leg. It's a miracle he's even playing. Guys that have had the procedures he's had, careers end. And he's been phenomenal. Is he a great mover without the ball? No. Is he a great defensive stay in front of guys? No. But when he's totally engaged, he can help your team. But I'm not sure that if you trade for him and when they start, going through doctors, and I watched a really interesting thing. I saw a piece, and Saban was talking about his time in Miami, and he really wanted Drew Brees. And their doctors in Miami said, flunked him on the physical. Remember that, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Flunked him on the physical. And yet he went to Dr. Andrews, who I think, Tyler, you probably had a surgery in Dr. Andrews. I have. And Dr. Andrews said, no, trust me, he's going to be fine. He did the surgery. He's going to be fine. But their doctors wouldn't pass his physical. And history is made. Would Saban still be in the pros instead of going back to college had he gotten Drew Brees?
Well, we'll dig into it more because it's a big game tonight. You can hear it at 5:30, 5 o'clock pregame right here on 92.5. Scott on the you hanging out? Where are you tonight? Are you next to Chris? You inside? Where is you?
I am right next to Chris.
Okay.
Which I should be right next to Bream and Clyde the Glide, who I think is still doing home games.
Very nice. Fun to be in the Garden, I'm sure, as a broadcaster. I'm going to assume that's kind of still a cool deal after all these years.
There's a handful of places that are always special to do games. New York is one.
One.
Boston's lost a little bit of the luster.
It's another building.
It's not the old Garden.
It's a new building.
But Madison Square Garden is still, to me, it stinks. You walk in, you got to climb up these big ramps. You get up to the 5th floor, and you got to pass by the big service elevators where the elephants just came out of 2 weeks earlier, and the whole back area smells and stinks, and it's been that way for 40 years, 50 years probably.
NFL free agency. The names are out. The rankings are coming in. We should turn our eyes to it a little bit to see what's what. We'll do that coming up next. Guys, it's time. It is time for free agency, man. It's weird, like how the NFL year goes, and I know the Senior Bowl's going on now. It's tricky because the more needs you have as a team with the Broncos, the more interest you pay to that particular competition. This year, I'm not exactly sure what to glean. Yesterday, I saw the internet was filled with Shiloh not being able to play cornerback or safety. Saw plenty of videos like that.
A lot of those clips are stupid, for the record, and I'm not here advocating for Shiloh Sanders as a great draft pick, but a lot of those clips were a bunch of BS. He was fine.
That's fine. I'll absolutely take your word on that. And then you've got the Senior Bowl down there, and we'll have Jeff Legwald on with us at 2:30 today as he's taking it in, and maybe there's some guys that sort of fit that bill. So there's two things here, obviously. There's three things, really. Retaining your own guys in free agency, just flat out free agency, and now the Broncos will have some money to mess around with, and then obviously the draft. And, very minor league. It looks like VJ's safe. I think if VJ was going to get fired or move on, I think it would have happened by this point. So I think that's okay. You got like 5 assistants that you got to fill in. You fired your inside linebackers coach. You fired your special teams coach. So, okay, that's a little bit of drama, not a ton. And then we turn our eyes to free agency. Well, ESPN did put out a list. And I am curious to go over this with you guys. And just, you tell me what you're interested in. It'd be interesting who moves off and, if we had a theoretical board on this, like who would check those boxes for you based on what they want. So you ready to go over a few names, man?
Yeah, real quick before you get into the names. Here's my thought process on free agency, and it's similar to the thought process on the draft. You are pretty damn good on defense, okay? There's a few positions on defense that you would like to maybe get better or get better depth at. That would be linebacker, that would be safety, and maybe a third or fourth quarter. On offense, you've got the obvious needs. You've got tight end, you've got running back, you got wide receiver. So in my perfect world, what I would love to be able to do, I would love to be able to add a veteran tight end and draft a tight end. I would love to be able to add a veteran running back and draft a running back. Wide receiver, that gets interesting based on whatever your decision is with Cortland Sutton.
Oh, I love it. So let's go through it. Scott, you can look it up too. Here's 50 names. We don't have to go over every single name, but let me just hit some highlights. And if we can sort of have a group agreement, it'll make it a little bit quicker. Like, for example, we're not really talking about offensive tackles, guards.
We don't need any O-line. We don't need anything. You don't need depth. You don't need anything.
We're good
You
there.
could roll back. You just run it back with your entire group.
All right, so let me go over these guys. The number one name is T. Higgins.
Okay.
We putting T. Higgins on our board or not?
I am not personally. It's going to be about $30 million for a guy that is very, very injured. And quite frankly, a guy that I don't think is a legitimate candidate anyways. I think the Cincinnati Bengals are going to retain him. So for me personally, he's not a high priority.
Oh, my God. He's like my number one guy that I'd want on my team. He's like it. He's like explosive. I understand the injury sort of stuff, but
I'll give you a guy if you want a guy.
Well, I'm going to go through the whole list.
Okay.
I'm going to go through a bunch of names. Scott, you want T. Higgins or not?
No.
Why don't you want
I'm
him?
good now. Because he's going to want to be paid like a number one guy, and I think you got like $38-39 million to play with.
All right, well, I'm out on an island by myself.
Are you? If you got $39 million to play with in free agency, Tyler, and you got to pay this guy $24, you good with that?
Probably not.
Wow. Okay, I just think he's a game changer, and I think he's the dynamic athlete that would be perfect for the Broncos.
He's a great football player, but he's not worth $28 million a year.
But that is how free agency goes.
I know.
You always overpay for these guys. Some guys get overpaid for, some guys get forgotten about. It's wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, in free agency. It is a one-night stand. It's beer goggles at 2 a.m. That's what free agency is. So whoever you want, you're going to overpay for. You got to overpay for him if you really want him, unless you just don't want anybody.
I got a guy that'll be a much more appropriate value.
All right, let's see if we get there. We're skipping. How are we feeling about cornerbacks? We liking cornerbacks or not?
I do think you need to add a corner either in draft or free agency.
Okay, but specifically free agency, are we
certainly not first class free agency?
I agree. Scott, are we good here on cornerbacks?
Yeah, that's a second or third wave.
Okay. Chris Godwin.
Love it. Absolutely.
Is that
love
your
it.
guy?
That's my guy. I would love for the Broncos to be able to sign Chris Godwin. I believe you could get Chris Godwin done on a 3-year, $60 million type of deal where you could get him for about 20 per. He's only 28 years old. He's highly, highly productive, and he would be a much cheaper option than T. Higgins.
Well, he's 3 years older than T. Higgins. There's a reason for that.
He's 28 years old.
Yeah.
He's got ball left.
Yeah. Okay. Scott, you like Chris Godwin?
Chris Godwin made $20 million last year.
Hey, by the way, for the record, Mike Sanford joins us. I was hoping you would join us. 1 o'clock kind of came and went. We didn't see you. We're going over free agents, and Sanford has nothing to do. Why are you still here?
I have my own version of free agency. Mike Sanford's a free agent.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means, but
I don't either.
Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, I don't know. Just, people call me. You're on phone call. I was going to be on here at 1 o'clock, and you're not. And then, just Tyler knows, man, free agency.
I know.
Wheeling and dealing, baby.
I know.
Huh?
All right. I'll go over this really quick. I'm glad Mike's here. T. Higgins, you in or out on T. Higgins?
I'm in.
You're in on T.
in.
Higgins.
I didn't realize he was 6'3" and 5'8". He fits Sean Payton body type-wise way more than I thought he would. He would be a big upgrade over anybody on the roster.
Okay, Godwin, you in on?
But hold on now. Hey, hold on. We got to bring Coach in here since he's a free agent. Let me lecture him a little bit.
Give it to me. Give it to me, Scotty.
You've still got a salary cap. You've got a thing. I mean, I'd love to have John Morant to come for the Nuggets, but guess what? He ain't going to get him on the salary and all the stuff you got to do. So T. Higgins, you got about $39 million to play with. Chris Godwin was the name that came up. He made 20 last year. He taking less than 20? Is T. Higgins going to cost you less than 20?
No, he's not.
No. So now you say you pay him 24, you got $15 million for everybody else.
The only thing I'd say is that if you do want to get a weapon at the receiver position, I don't think this is per se the draft class for it.
Okay.
And I think it's going to come through free agency.
Now, I'll sell you this. On this little list, you can put multiple guys at the same position. So do you like Godwin too?
Injury history scares me.
You don't like Godwin.
I do like Godwin as a player.
I chose Godwin over T. Higgins personally.
Less headaches.
Because he's 28. He's going to be cheaper.
Yeah, less headaches too.
Far less headaches.
Great. I actually recruited him out of Delaware.
Yeah, Scott.
What player did
Higgins made $22 million last year.
He made 22 last year?
Higgins made 22 last year.
Okay. Scotty, how do you feel about Godwin?
Listen, I like both the guys as players, but I'm trying to bring a little realism in here that you still only got $39 million to play with. And it's going to cost you probably – T. Higgins and Godwin are going to be between 21 and 24 probably each.
I'll go –
Hey, Scott, can I just say this, though? And you're not wrong. But the Broncos – can always come up with another $20, $25 million in space. Always. Every year, you can just count on another 20 to 25. It's just there. It's there in the restructure. It's there. It's just there. It's there. Count on it.
Well, what's Bowles going to cost you? Because isn't he a free agent?
No, he's re-signed.
He got locked up.
He's good.
I will say I agree wholeheartedly with Tyler Polumbus that the recent injury history of Godwin, there's potential for great value.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there any receiver besides, and I can go through some of the other receivers.
Give me a couple names. Throw me a couple names.
Okay, I got to scroll through it a little bit.
Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs.
Cooper
headache.
Yep.
Hopkins.
Yeah, you really kind of fall off. In all honesty, after Higgins and Godwin, you kind of fall off.
Deontay Johnson, who was on 12 teams this year.
Yeah, and also major headache.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of it, really.
I said Amari Cooper's a headache. I don't think that's the case, but he's old. I mean, how do you look for the Bills? Did he change their franchise?
They barely went to him.
He's hardly a number one.
They went to him actually on that 3rd down and 9 right before 4th and 5, and he had a chance to break a tackle and get the first down. He didn't get it. Then all of a sudden you end up getting Josh Allen hit on 4th and 5.
How are we feeling about defensive tackles?
Not a huge
I think
priority.
we could use some depth there.
Because the highest rated guy, and help me with the name, Osa
Umenyiora?
Odighizuwa. I'm sure I screwed that up, but he's the highest rated defensive tackle coming. He's 27 with the Cowboys. He's going to become a free agent.
What kind of numbers are we talking?
I'm not sure. I mean, he's a free agent defensive tackle, whatever.
He's coming off his
that.
second contract, 27?
27.
Would that be right,
So
Tyler?
when you say defensive tackle, you got to clarify, right? Because in a 3-4 scheme, we're playing the 4 eyes.
He'd be
right?
a DJ Jones type of guy.
I think we're talking about nose, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I was just going to
Because
say.
our 4 eyes are fantastic.
If there's one guy that might be on his way out, it'd be DJ Jones.
Yep.
The other guys, they're here.
Do we need somebody?
So you'd be talking about a nose tackle.
He fits best as a 3 technique and can be a pass rushing threat.
Probably not the best for this fit.
Okay.
Who is right now, Tyler, your nose was DJ Jones.
Yeah.
Obviously, Zach Allen's the most versatile. You can get in and out of a 3-down, 4-down front, play under. He can play 3 technique, shoot. He can play close side defensive end over to tight end. He can pass rush from any position.
Yep.
He's incredibly valuable. Who is your other 4-eye, really?
Well, it's Jonathan Franklin Myers.
There you go, JFM.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean,
good player, man.
Great player.
Yep. Will you have to re-sign him this year in this offseason or no?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I thought it was
think
a
he's
3-year.
locked up. Yeah.
Because you basically just stole him from
from
underneath. It was right underneath the nose of the Jets.
I couldn't be more satisfied with Jonathan Franklin.
Great
Myers.
player.
It was funny because they lost because they wanted money for Reddick, and then that went sideways too. It's kind of the story of the Jets' incompetence.
The one thing, Tyler, would you agree with me that the Broncos lack is somebody whose rear end fills up a doorway, like a true bona fide run-stopping nose tackle.
Yeah. Well, I think I like DJ Jones.
I do too.
But
do you think he's really that guy?
I think he's probably on the way out the door.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
He's probably on the way out the door, and at that position, that's okay. You could go for that. At the 4 eyes, we've chosen to do the atypical thing for most 3-4 schemes. Usually your 4 eyes are kind of run stuffers. They're 2-gappers. That they're not really getting after the passer. We've chosen a different model.
Yeah, it's movement.
We've chosen.
Movement.
Yeah.
It's pressure. It's move the guys, move the fronts. Have the front itself be multiple.
Scott, how are you feeling?
Franklin Myers, by the way, has a contract for 25, base salary 14, cap hit is 17, and then 26 and 27 he doesn't have anything, but he does have 2 years of cap hit, 4 and 2. So
he's locked in. He's our guy. He's doing good.
He's locked in for next year.
One year, which is great.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say this. I'd like a nose tackle. And those guys are hard to find, aren't they?
They're hard to find.
Would you agree with that, Tyler? Good ones.
I think they're kind of like a center.
Yeah.
You don't know them unless you notice it. And I don't think that they're a guy you got to spend a whole lot of money on, but they're a very valuable member of the team.
So maybe just address that in the draft. You could possibly just take care of that there.
Maybe
you don't need it.
Get that big old dude from Florida that weighed like 460.
Who's toting the rock as a running back? I like that dude.
Well, I'm looking at like some other defensive tackles, and I'm not familiar with all these guys. Milton Williams from Philadelphia. Who else have we got here? I mean, there's not a lot.
To Tyler's point, nobody really knows who they are until you know who they are.
Slim picking, man. I mean, there's just really nothing else.
Have we moved away from the era of Haloti Ngata and Tony Siragusa, where you're a really high-priced
name
nose tackle?
Name 4 nose tackles.
Vince
in the NFL.
Wilfork.
Yeah, you're right about Vince.
Name 4 nose tackles.
I mean, would you?
Does Chris Jones count?
Chris Jones is really a 3 tech.
No, he does not count.
Yeah.
That
Chris
is
Jones doesn't
absolutely
count.
not
He's a
even
pass
close
rushing
to
Jesse, man.
Yeah, he's definitely not a nose tackle. Dummy.
With the advent of Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, and the ground game making a bit of a comeback, does the nose tackle have a little bit more value?
Maybe.
Than maybe it did, say, 3-4 years ago. Even the Peyton Manning, Tom Brady era of just
NFL cyclical.
It is.
All right, let me give you guys 2 names that are somewhat associated or could be associated with Broncos. Linebacker Zach Bond.
Love him.
Eagles. Former Saint, drafted by Sean Payton, becomes a free agent. Nominee for Defensive Player of the Year.
I coached against this dude when I was at University of Minnesota. Zach Bond, who plays inside linebacker, might be one of the most natural edge pass rushers that I've ever coached against. He's the kind of guy, Tyler, that you had to have a protection plan for.
Good.
And he's being used that way by Vic Fangio, not just playing inside backer and just read and react and play run keys. You can put him on third down packages as an interior blitzer, an edge blitzer.
So you like him?
I love him.
Okay,
Love it.
That's fine. If you want to make a splash at inside linebacker, though, you'll go sign Drake Greenlaw. That's what you'll do.
Oh, he's so good.
If you want to make a splash, that's what you do. That's it.
And that fits a little bit more the inside backer of if Vance Joseph's still here. Is he still here, guys?
Yes.
For sure?
Yes.
We're 100%?
Yes.
There's no questions asked.
A little question.
Okay. All right.
But not much.
All right. Because that's gonna matter, particularly at the inside backer.
Well,
position.
they're not going to go away from the 3-4 scheme regardless. So I don't think it matters all too much.
Yeah.
All right, so you'd say look at Greenlaw, look at Bond, look at both these guys.
If there's one position you would make a splash on defensively, it would be inside linebacker, and that would be my dude. Drake Greenlaw is an animal.
Scotty, how you feeling about that?
Yeah.
Well said. The other guy that I want to run past you that's been associated with the Broncos is a running back, and that is Aaron Jones. That's ESPN thinks that's the fit. Now, he's 30 years old. He's a little bit older. But at least the ESPN evaluation, look for Denver for a versatile back to bolster Sean Payton's offense. Could Jones fit the mold despite his age? He's the kind of runner, pass catcher who just might. Aaron Jones.
I love Aaron Jones. I had a chance to meet Aaron Jones. He was really close with Jordan Love. I was shocked how small Aaron Jones is in person. And that's one of the things.
5'9".
He's not only 5'9", Scotty. Dude, he's slight. He is not a big lower half guy. I didn't realize Alvin Kamara. I thought the two were very similar. Alvin Kamara weighs like 215, 220 at 5'10". Aaron Jones plays bigger, but the injury history started to pile up on him, and his availability isn't great at all times.
Yeah.
They list him at 5'9", 208.
Yeah, and I would have a hard time believing 208, to be honest.
30-year-old running back, be careful, buyer beware. The other names in the running back room, you've got James Conner, you've got Najee Harris.
Yep.
The guy that I want is J.K. Dobbins.
Okay.
He's 26 years old. He's probably not going to be elite money. It might cost you a pretty penny, but maybe I don't know what his real value is. But if I had to guess, it would probably be in that $5 to $6 million range.
All right, I have one last name for you guys here. Backup quarterback with Taysom Hill-like qualities who's a free agent. Justin Fields.
No
Hell
way.
no.
Stay as far as the East is from the West. Stay away from that.
Hell no.
Because I don't want DMac to have both Bo Nix and Justin Fields in the same backfield, because those are two players that have given DMac some climactic moments in his career on radio.
All right. But is it fair to say that Peyton is influenced by his past? He's looking for a joker position, but why wouldn't he be looking for a Taysom Hill? And if that's Jameis Winston, fine. But it feels like Fields would be a much more...
I'll tell you who it is.
Who?
Riley Leonard, quarterback from Notre Dame. He might be having the best Senior Bowl of all these extremely below-average quarterbacks in this class.
That's a draft conversation, which
Can
we'll have.
I just say this about the joker role? Don't get caught up in the quarterback thing. That's not what the joker role really is. That's not it. Even Taysom Hill, when he's playing the joker role, he threw 7 or 8 passes a year. All maximum.
Let me back up.
Sounds like Riley Leonard bet Notre Dame.
Do you think...
All right.
Do you think Sean Payton will want to replace the vibe of Taysom Hill at some point?
He's already made it clear he's not satisfied with Marvin Mims in the joker role.
No, okay, let's take the joker role out of it.
You're talking about the Taysom Hill... we'll call it Big Joker. I think he was a big Joker.
Well, I think we're talking about the same thing.
No, I think Sean Payton's had. I don't think every Joker's been created equally.
No, I agree. In fact, he listed tight ends, Alvin Kamara. I don't think he was lumping.
He talked about Bush and Sproles, both of that, right?
Yeah,
so that's more running back, wide receiver.
I'll just say, if I was a coach, okay, if I was a coach, what I would value most out of my joker role is versatility out of the backfield as a wide receiver, mismatches on linebackers, right? And that's the thing that that matters absolute most to me. It's the biggest mismatch in the NFL if you can get that matchup that you want.
Well, let's take joker role just out of it you need a backup quarterback. Stidham and Zach Wilson are both free agents. You got to fill that role one way or the other.
Oh, they're not free agents. They're in Cabo with Bo, hanging out. They're his emotional support animals.
All right,
that might be true.
We're just rolling with it. We'll get back to it, but we'll keep our eyes on free agency. It's a lot of fun.
My thing on the quarterback joker role thing, the only thing, Taysom Hill, if I'm not mistaken, that was never associated with extreme levels of success in a Super Bowl victory for Sean Payton. He wants to recreate the Super Bowl era of the New Orleans Saints. So I would say probably not.
We'll have no dumb questions coming up next. Thank you, Coach.
Anytime.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, 303-504-0925. You can hit us up. Scott Hastings, live in New York City. What's dumb in your life?
No dumb question. We've had discussions on tipping before.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone back when you've either forgot a tip or realized maybe I didn't leave the tip I wanted to, or maybe the person you were with left a short tip, so you let them leave and you went back and added to it?
Oh. I mean, the last one is pretty complex there. I mean, there's some layers to that one.
Have not ever done that. My wife is an over-tipper, and she generally keeps the books in the family, and I look at it and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And it's never happened to me before. I've never seen somebody under-tip.
I don't think I've ever gone back to tip. No, I don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah, it hasn't happened in my life. I would, though, by the way, if I caught it.
But
if it was ridiculous.
There are so many layers to this question that I'm not going to hijack right now, but there's so many layers to the tipping question.
What's going on, Scott?
Well, it just made me think a little bit, because I'm thinking, like, I've heard people, do you ever tip like in a hotel room and you leave a little money behind because I got to clean up your room after
I always do that in a hotel. Always.
I used to do it, but I haven't done that in a long time. I probably should.
And I don't leave a ton. I don't leave a ton.
You know what the problem is? I don't have cash. I really never carry cash. And I listen, if there was a way like a QR code, I just bam, hit that. That'd be so much easier. I don't know if that does exist. It probably does. I think about it all the time, and I'm just like, I don't know what to do here. So I'm kind of lazy on that one.
Yeah, see, I don't have a lot of cash in me too. That's it. I used to go to dinner with an older gentleman, family member, and he would, he'd pick up meals, and it might be for 6 or 8 people, and it might, even if it's just hamburgers, and this was probably 10 or 15 years, probably 15 or 20 years ago, and so you might get out of there for $60, but you had 6 or 7 people, eating. So, you're thinking at least $12, $15, and then if they kept bringing drinks or whatever. He was, and I just don't. I think he was so old he just didn't know about it. I mean, he'd leave like maybe 10%. He'd like leave a 5.
That's
it might
cheap.
Be well, but I don't think he was cheap by nature, because I know he was. He was a very generous man, but I just think that was how he grew up. And he said, dang, a $5 bill, that's pretty good for somebody to get a $5 bill for carrying food over here. So we used to always hang out. He'd pay for dinner. We'd say thank you, blah, 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 blah. And then me and a couple of the other family members would hang out. And we'd say, hey, you got a 10, you got a 50. Okay, what?
That's terrible. That's terrible, man.
Well, it became kind of a running joke with the family, because then they'd go, you got today? Oh, okay, good. So,
oh my God.
He'd leave a 5, and then you might, wait till he walks down, you'd slip a 20 in there with it or something. So, yeah.
All right, good stuff. Here's it, Chris. No dumb question. Is DMac a good hang? I feel like the Hooters thing would be fun with them. Is DMac a good hang?
I'd love to see the outtakes from your Hooters commercial that I heard so much about today.
Yeah, I couldn't get it in one take. Usually I'm pretty good with like one take sort of things. Took me like 4 or 5.
Feeling a little intimidated?
I was with the lovely Savannah and Emily, and it just, maybe it was rattling my cage a little bit.
A little bit flustered.
A little flustered. I mean, these are
a little bit red.
These are perma-red. Yeah, a little sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. Palms are sweaty.
Probably old enough to date one of your 2 sons.
Oh, zero doubt about that. Zero. Might have dated my younger son, both of them. You never know. I have no idea. My older son, but my younger one, you never know. Yeah, I don't know. It was, maybe I got a little flustered around such legions of beauty. So if you want to be in that if I'm a good hang, you're referring to the contest we got going on. The Hooter, what is oh my gosh, how's my head? Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party Hooters prize pack, and I'm hanging out with people at Hooters if you win the contest.
All right.
All you have to do is go to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 or Altitude Sports Radio. See, this is why I screwed up. This is because I'm an idiot. AltitudeSportsRadio.com/Hooters.
Stop looking at my cup.
There you go. You do have one of them cups. What are you going to do with that bad boy?
That's staying here.
That's staying here?
That ain't coming home with my kids.
No? We don't need to see bikini models on
Nope.
a cup in the house?
Nope.
I do have a calendar. I wouldn't normally put like a bikini calendar like anywhere in the house, but I do have a little area in my garage. It's a little DMac area. I got like a little workbench, I got my bike, got the golf. I got a little area. I'm just going to do the very manly thing and put up like a bikini calendar in my little like man area. Cuz I just think it's funny.
I think you ought to go find maybe an old Farrah Fawcett poster and hang it.
That would be great. That would be awesome to find one of those. Like a throwback bikini thing, Farrah Fawcett. That'd be killer. I'd love to find one of those. I don't know where you even get one. I mean, I'm sure there's somewhere to get it somewhere.
I bet those might be one of those collectibles now that might cost you more than you realize.
Yeah, I don't know. So the answer to the question,
I got one of those as a birthday present when I was a young kid or a young man, I guess. Had discovered myself in ways that young boys
Easy.
I understand. We get the joke.
Relax.
Dan, do you get you got a question there?
This is from Aaron on the Champ Mazda text line. No dumb question. Is it more likely
Aaron or Aaron?
Aaron. Aaron. Is it more likely that the Nuggets lose by 20 plus tonight or that they win the game against New York?
Wow.
That's a non-believer question right there.
The Knicks are only favored by 2.5. Is it more likely? Say it again. They lose.
Is it more likely that the Nuggets lose by 20 or more, or that they win the game?
Probably they lose by 20 or more. I mean, if those are my only two choices, and I'll tell you why. New York is just rolling right now. They're bombing away and hitting threes, which the Nuggets seemingly can't defend. They've scored over 140 points in 2 home games there at the Garden. They've had a day off. It's not a back-to-back for the Knicks. It's a good schedule for them. And the Nuggets right now can't seem to defend the 3 to save their life. So I guess lose by more than 20.
Well, let me give you a little stat. They gave up and I'm going to miss the numbers, but they're relatively same, 72 points or something like that off threes against Chicago. And against Minnesota, they gave up 72 points in the paint. So you tell me what needs to be fixed.
It's not looking good. I don't know. I'd love to be surprised.
How can it feel this bad and Vegas only has it by that little?
Yeah,
margin?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's a good question.
So maybe it really shouldn't feel this bad.
They know something, I guess.
Maybe
right?
it really shouldn't feel this bad.
Maybe it shouldn't. I mean, hopefully, listen. The Nuggets have not lost 3 games in a row this entire year. They have not lost 3 games in a row, Scott, this entire year. This would be the first. So,
and this is the latest in their career, right, in the franchise history to go this long into a season having lost 3.
Is that right? No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so the rubber meets the road tonight. This is kind of a sneaky big game right here, frankly, because you got Philadelphia on Friday, and then you're right off to Charlotte. Not that Charlotte's that great, but, on a back-to-back, that's not fun. Embiid is supposedly coming back. Is that still on schedule for Friday, Scott? Is that
but then I heard Paul George is out again, so.
Well, that helps, I guess.
See, I'm more scared of teams that are undermanned than overmanned because I feel teams that are rolling and playing good like the Knicks are, I feel like this team gets more ready or is ready to play those games.
Okay. I mean, the Nuggets did destroy Philadelphia here in Denver not that long ago, so it's not like Philadelphia's that great of a team either. New York's a good team. New York's a legit team. New York is a legit team.
New York's a legit Eastern Conference representative in the finals team. That's how good they are.
Yep, no doubt about it. You going to say hi to Spike Lee tonight?
If I see him, I will, yeah.
I don't know what
Tell
other
him what's up.
What other celebrities? Is Ben Stiller there? Like who are the celebs that you tend to see
know
there?
who I talked to last year that was there? Last year, the year before, Jason Sudeikis.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, that's good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I talked to him.
That's cool
because he played junior college basketball in the same conference that the junior college team in my hometown was in, the Jayhawk Conference.
Yeah, he's a Kansas guy, right? He's a Kansas fan. Isn't he?
I think he probably is, but I think he played junior college in Kansas somewhere. Yeah.
I think he's a Kansas guy. I think that's his thing. I mean, he could be in New York for a million reasons, obviously, but I believe he's like Paul Rudd is a Kansas guy, for sure. There's a few Kansas people.
Paul Rudd went to college.
Okay.
I think he went to KU. Yeah, he was. Here you go. Jason Sudeikis went to Fort Scott Community College, and Fort Scott was in high school. Was in our conference in my little town of Independence. So.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, you got a ton in common with them. Well, good luck seeing the celebrities tonight. We'll see how the game goes. There's a fun sports, not sports sort of story out there with Bill Belichick. Is Belichick going to keep doing the media while he's the coach in North Carolina?
It's pretty smart if he does, quite frankly. He'd be a fool to stop. It really is the Deion Sanders approach to it.
Okay. Well,
you know who I saw walk by the bus leaving the game, and somebody saw him in the hallway in Chicago when we were there just the other day?
Scottie Pippen.
Belichick.
In Chicago?
Belichick was at the game.
In Chicago?
Walking in the bowels after the game, and walked him and, what is it, Palisaro? Who's the guy that he hired?
Lombardi.
Lombardi,
Mike Lombardi.
Mike Lombardi was there with him.
In Chicago.
In Chicago.
We're doing some recruiting for North Carolina.
Hey, wearing his North Carolina gear, he had like a black puffy jacket with a light blue streak on the hoodie, helmet side, NC on the chest.
How long is he going to be able to do that job?
2 years, pass it on to Steven.
Right. I mean, isn't he going to look at Pete Carroll and just want back in?
Oh, no, I think he'll be done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think that's a wrap, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
hey, no dumb question. With Pete Carroll being hired with the Raiders, had Belichick not gone out, would have been Belichick's job in
No.
Well, you think he's burned those bridges, huh?
Tom Brady was never going to hire him. Ever.
Well,
I know the reports. I know the reports.
I'll give you an interesting story on that, and you'll hear it coming up next.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Got a couple stories today. Sports, not sports. Big question of the day coming up after 2 o'clock. Hang in there for that. Bill Belichick. I present to you Bill Belichick, who I guess is still going to do media while he's, running North Carolina. And this was his idea. He's on with Jim Gray, and he had this idea.
Players win games. You can't win games without good players. I don't care who the coach is. It's impossible. You can't win without good players. I found out when I had Taylor and Banks and Harry Carson, Pepper Johnson, Jim Burt, Everson Walls, all those guys are the Giants. And same thing, when we got good at Cleveland and then at New England. I mean, it's Brady, it's McGinnis, it's Vrabel, it's Brewski, it's Corey Dillon, it's Randy Moss, Troy Brown, Lawyer Malloy, Ty Law, Rodney Harrison. Those are the guys that won the games. Man, I didn't make any tackles. I didn't make any kicks. That was Vinatieri that made that kick in 4 inches of snow. You got to have good players. And as a coach, you want to give your players a chance to win. You want to put them in a position where if they go out there and play well, they'll have a chance to win. That's what Coach Parcells taught me is there's always a way to win. You just got to figure out what it is, and you have to give the players a chance.
They don't name it the Star Trophy. It's named the Lombardi Trophy.
Maybe they should name it the Brady Trophy. He won 7 of them.
Should they rename the trophy?
First off, did he name any offensive linemen in that long list that he was rattling off of good players?
He did not.
Because I did not hear any offensive linemen.
I did not hear Nate Solder or anybody else.
Yeah, so shut your pie hole, Bill. Shut your pie hole, Bill.
Pass that along to Bill.
You know what? I don't know if enough time has gone by, and I freaking hate it, but he's right. They should rename it. They absolutely should rename it. At some point in time, Tom Brady's name needs to be featured everywhere in the NFL.
Scott, what's the name of the MVP trophy in the NBA?
The Bill Russell.
It is not. Oh, wait.
Or that's the All-Star Game MVP.
I thought it was Michael Jordan was the name of the MVP trophy in the NBA. Am I wrong on that? Could have sworn that's what it was. It was Jokic misplaced it.
They may have named it that recently in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I think they did.
They've got 2 of them now. They actually got a name for the Eastern Conference MVP and the Western Conference MVP.
The MVP trophy is the Michael Jordan trophy in the NBA. It's the Michael Jordan trophy.
And Bill Russell is the All-Star?
I have no idea. I got no idea.
I don't think you could actually rename the Lombardi because that's just too much heritage to it. There's too much history.
Do people really know it?
Yes. People know the Lombardi. What's the MVP?
I have no idea.
I don't think there is a name. Is there?
I really, you got me.
I actually don't think there is a name associated with it.
Yeah, I don't know. The NBA Finals MVP is the Bill Russell. That's a big one. NBA Finals MVP is the Bill Russell.
Yeah, so that's a good one.
That's a good one.
The All-Star Game MVP is the Kobe Bryant trophy.
Oh, well, that's a good one, too. Can't really argue with that one. He went to like 20 of them, so you get that right.
So, well, then what's left is, and God bless him, I mean, he was a commissioner a long time in the NBA, but does anybody really remember Lawrence O'Brien?
No, although I'll tell you this. They have definitely done a good job making the name of the NBA the Larry or whatever. They've done a good job making that sound a little bit more hip, but that's a lousy name too. That's a good point. Like, you're right, actually. Belichick's right. Why are we naming it after coaches? It's players that win the game. The trophy, all the trophies should be named after players. There shouldn't be any trophies named after an NFL executive or a commissioner. That's stupid. That is dumb.
They named it. They named it after Lombardi because the Packers won the very first 2.
They did
combined league championships, right?
They won the first 2 Super Bowls. But Bart Starr was the quarterback of those teams. Why not call it the Star? It's kind of a cool name anyways.
Isn't there a Bart Starr Award? Don't they have something?
Oh, there might be. I don't know.
The Brady trophy just doesn't ring off the tongue the way that Lombardi does. It just doesn't have the same ring.
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Nobody really cares that much. And maybe the Lombardi Trophy is sort of tied into it. And, it'd probably upset Vic a little bit if they renamed it. But,
I do think
I
some way, somehow, the NFL has to permanently honor Tom Brady with some type of award. Yes.
Well, okay. What is the MVP trophy called in the NFL?
I don't think it has a name associated with it.
It's just the MVP?
The Bart Star
I could be wrong.
is the player that best exemplifies outstanding character and leadership in the home and the field. So they have the Bart Star, but that's looks like more of a community thing. But then they got the Walter Payton Man of the Year, right?
Do you have to wait until Patrick Mahomes is done playing just to see if he bypasses him?
I don't know. It's funny. I'm looking at this. It's just called the AP NFL Most Valuable Player Award.
I know. Yeah.
Like it doesn't have a name. How many times did Tom Brady get the MVP? I think Peyton Manning got it 5 times. How about calling it the Manning? That'd be kind of cool, huh?
Brady won it 3 times.
I do believe Manning won it 5 times.
But he also had 5 Super Bowl MVPs.
That's crazy. Okay, and the Super Bowl MVP is called what? Well, okay. Fine.
The MVP of the Super Bowl is the Pete Rozelle Trophy.
Oh, we found it. We absolutely found it. There you go.
Yep.
You should rename the Super Bowl MVP the Brady.
Yep.
Okay. And you know what? Peyton Manning did win it 5 times. Maybe you call the MVP of the league the Manning. So the Manning would be the regular season MVP. The Brady would be the Super Bowl MVP.
I don't hate it.
That's pretty good. And you can keep the Lombardi Trophy, right?
And just think, you'd like to get a bunch of the Bradys.
You would like to get a bunch.
I got it. Dot, dot, dot.
I was slow on that one. It's PHC here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Suffering from erectile dysfunction. What a bummer, man. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up here in 2025. I check what year it is. I mean, if you're really having issues, failure to perform, and you're probably not even laughing it off at this point. You're probably just not even talking about it or just moving on. That is not a substantial life that you deserve to lead. We have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for you. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. You can reach them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Here we go. All right? This makes more sense. Get you back in the game. $99 for your initial visit, a TNPSA test. They figured things out. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free, but it's going to work. Listen, get on the right track with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and cure that erectile dysfunction. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. big question is, what are the Avalanche and Nuggets both going through right now? Both need to play with probably a little bit better sense of urgency. Jared Bednar said that this morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Michael Malone called out his team as well, not able to defend the three and question effort. And what might have been one of the worst losses of the year against Chicago. No joke. As bad as like the Washington loss was, like, hey, man, you kind of needed that one in this road trip. Okay, what's missing here with both teams? And who can correct it quicker? Where are we going with both these teams right now? Where are they at?
The Nuggets feel less concerning than the Avalanche to me. They've had a lot of good ball here, and you could easily make the case that Russell Westbrook is playing the best basketball in recent memory, right? So there's a lot of good things going on there, but there is a little weird thing with AG, right? It's just a little bit weird. What do you do with this in the long run? How do you get him back in the starting lineup? Do you get him back in the starting lineup? So there's a little bit of awkwardness in both buildings, I think. You know, I don't know how heavy or if it's heavy at all. Maybe it's just totally normal for AG. But then on the Avalanche, you had the Mikko situation going on. That was just a little bit heavy. It was just a little bit something that was going on that everybody was aware of, that I'm not saying everybody was dealing with, but certainly everybody's aware of what was going on there. And I think you just got to hope that it stabilizes now that you got new bodies in the building.
Scott?
The Nuggets are 18-7 with Russell Westbrook starting.
It's pretty damn good.
That's great.
That means they're 10-11 when he doesn't start.
Mm-hmm.
Just throw that out there.
That's a good number.
I think there could be a change in starting lineups today.
Talk to me.
But I don't know for sure. Don't know for sure. Just sometimes birdies whistle to me.
Does Aaron Gordon need to start for emotional reasons? Like, just, hey, man, you're our guy. We believe in you. There's just something about starting that more so than gameplay.
If you're going to start him, you might start him tonight because they start Anunoby, who's a true, legitimate power forward in this league, and you don't have anybody that can really match up with his strength and size. So it could be a matchup thing and could be a reason you get him back in.
And he put up 40 points last game.
Yeah, I think, and I don't think Aaron played in that game. I think both teams have gone since winning a championship, a malaise, if you will, of okay, we've already done that. Are we ready to really grind it to do it again? You look at it, which to me, why you really have to look at the Chiefs and go, wow, okay.
No, I was just about to bring them up.
You're going for your third straight.
I was just about to bring it up.
The difference is, if you look at the Broncos and the Avs and the Nuggets, most of the guys that won it 3 years ago for the Avs and 2 years ago for the Nuggets, you know, until they traded Brandon, their whole core have basically been the same. And it just almost feels like maybe, listen, we've done that. Are you ready to start, you know, are you really ready starting to grind it like we need to grind it? You know, is there a hunger that there once was when you didn't have one? I wonder if you need to, and part of maybe why McFarland and Sakic made this trade is, listen, we got to get some guys in here that are hungry again. We've talked about it, and Tyler just mentioned it. One guys you could tell the way he plays that had been pretty hungry has been Russell Westbrook. What doesn't Russell have? Championship.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if there's just a little, and I almost say comfort, because listen, these guys, I thought these guys played hard. They didn't, and there's a difference. And maybe it's the same football, Tyler. You can help me on this, because I don't know. You can go out and play hard, but not being at 100% mentally.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I would say both the Avs and Nuggets in. You can't watch most games. Hey, they're skating pretty hard. They're pretty good. But the mental part is, and I told people this yesterday, and it's funny. I did a thing with Andy last night, and there's people actually got on the Twitch line and talk to us about it. Go back and watch the film, and watch the extra effort to challenge a guy shooting the three. As I mentioned, they shot 53 threes and only 14 of them were challenged. Now, I'll give you 10 that you slip on and somebody made a mistake on the rotation. All right, so now you're at 24.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the other 19 that you decide just not to put in the extra effort to do that?
Well, I like what you're saying. And by the way, it is a strange game the last time they played. Anunoby had 40 points. 40. He averages 16 a game. Like, yikes. Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Layups, fast breaks, run out. He was running out. And you just didn't have any size to pound him a little bit.
Didn't Cat have like 35 in that game too?
He had 30.
30.
He was great. He was 12 of 15 for 30 points, 2 of 2 from 3. And Aaron Gordon did not play in that game. Your starting lineup was Peyton Watson, Michael Porter Jr., Nikola, Jamal, and Christian Brown. In fact, Russell Westbrook did not start that game. He came off the bench, but he led the team in scoring with 27 points. So, a weird game, obviously. You got your doors blown off at home, and it wasn't the only time you got your doors blown off at home this year. So, some tough medicine for the Nuggets. Yeah, that was 149 points. But that being said, I don't want to be too harsh on the Nuggets because they had been playing great. It's just that loss to Chicago was disturbing. It was weird.
It's disturbing because we can sit here in what we do and see big picture, right? And we can see a 5-game wins, a 5-game road trip, and go, listen, you could win 3 of these 5. If you get lucky, 4 out of the 5. Like in Minnesota, I think you could have beat them. Didn't really play, as I said. The defense was a sieve. You gave up 72 in the paint. Then you play Chicago. Okay, we got the paint. Well, I got the paint. I don't want to get out there and get what? Why I got to? And all of a sudden now they blast you from 3. New York, they're not going to shoot a lot of threes, but guess what? They're going to go back and do what Minnesota does and try to break the rim on you as best they can. Cat will sit out there and do stuff. I don't know the answer, man. I really don't. Other than I want to see, and I don't know if I see consistently, and I'm talking, when I say consistently, I'm talking 10 out of 11 games, 15 out of 18 games, where I see a driving hunger that the only thing that matters is winning.
Well, right now they're in playoff purgatory. They're not going to catch, in my mind, 9.5 games behind Oklahoma City. I think that's out the door. However, you're only 4 games behind Houston for second place. Well, that's not crazy.
And you were 2 or 1.5 or 2 just 5 days ago.
Well, there's another side of the coin in purgatory. There's the other end. You're only 3 games away from being in the play-in. So you're in 4th place now.
And you had a 5-place lead for that.
Well, that's right. Right. So you could go, there's a tipping point here. You're not going to get to 1, but you could get to 2. However, you could easily be in the play-in game. And guess what team's in the play-in game right now that's knocking on the door? Minnesota, who's getting their act together after a poor start. But Chris Finch is a good coach. Anthony Edwards is obviously a great player. They got Gobert. They're obviously building. And don't think that wasn't a big momentum game for them against the Nuggets. It was huge for them probably. And then what? It's the Lakers and the Clippers. The Lakers are, they'll always have a shot with LeBron. But
did you watch Bronny's highlights?
Yes, of course I did.
Gosh.
15 minutes of nothing.
I feel so bad for that kid.
I would have a better chance of success in the NBA looking at that than Bronny.
What is he doing? 3 turnovers. Just, oh my gosh.
He's a wreck. He has no confidence that he shouldn't be in the NBA, and he knows it. He's doing okay in the G League. Just leave him, my God. Will somebody just do him a favor?
Let the man just be.
Well, he should have just played for 3 years at USC, and then we'll see how it goes, and enjoyed college and whatever with his daddies. Stephen A. Smith destroyed Bron as a bad father, by the way, on ESPN today.
Oh, did he really?
He really did. Just said, that's just being a bad dad right there, flat out. Your kid ain't ready. You know it. You forced this issue. You made this nightmare happen. Bronny should just be.
And now he's being ridiculed.
Yeah.
And again, it's LeBron and the Lakers' fault, not Bronny's. Bronny is who he is as a player.
Absolutely correct. And we did talk about this, guys, before it happened. Like, bad dad moment, your dream should not supplant the abilities of your son. And
Well,
you
JJ
should
Redick
know it.
was actually pretty honest with his assessment about Bronny in the post-game presser, which actually surprised me a little bit. So I was like, does he have to dance around it also? But he really didn't.
Well, Dan's got it. Go ahead, Dan.
Just felt like on a back-to-back, just him giving us energy, I think, was the goal. I maybe put him in a tough spot, flying up yesterday and, nationally televised game and Philly, all that stuff. It's, he didn't play well, but he's been playing great, in the Stay Ready games, and he's been playing great in the G. So I have confidence in him, but obviously didn't provide that at a high level.
This is the least shocking story of the NBA season, that Bronny James isn't ready for the NBA. This is the story we could all see from 10,000 miles down the road.
Oh, no, but go back and watch some of the talking heads kiss up to LeBron guys pre-draft who are all going, oh, no, I could see this guy. And guys that have a good reputation, which I never understood that. If you got a nice reputation in the NBA, you can say stuff without saying stuff, right? You can say, listen, he's got a long way to go, but with that bloodline, and there's a work ethic there, over time, maybe he can be something for this team. But to sit there, this is a great pick in the second round. Are you kidding this? No, it wasn't. It was a wasted draft pick.
I hope Bronny's other son, Bryce, who's a little taller than Bronny and is going to Arizona. I really do hope he just stays there for 3 years. Listen, man.
Well, he's got a much better body, it seems like, for the NBA.
It appears. But I don't know why anybody, except for financial reasons, would push themselves into the NBA if they didn't have to. Seriously. Why? Except for finances. And I'm not going to judge
pretty
guys
big one.
For finances. Okay, you got to do what you got to do for your family. But if you're not a slam dunk, you're the man. Why would you do it? Especially when money actually doesn't mean anything. Like, why would you do it? And they're doing it because of LeBron, because of the dad. It's the saddest, most ridiculous helicopter parent moment I've ever seen. And it sucks, man. I feel bad for the kid. I do. I feel bad for a Laker, Bronny James. Seems like a nice kid. I know he likes playing video games, and I'm sure he loves playing basketball too. But that is somebody who should have been at USC going to fraternity parties for the next 3 years.
Well, the good news is I think that the majority of fans that are looking at it, they're beyond the point of trying to embarrass Bronny, and they are at the point that we all are. Just like, I honestly feel bad for the dude.
Here's a no dumb question. Say LeBron says, I'm done. I'm going to hang it up this year at the end of the season. How much longer will Bronny James be on the Laker team?
Well, I mean, he shouldn't be on there long at all. I mean, should we go down the laundry list of second-round guys that get a cup of coffee in the NBA and then are out? I mean, how many thousands of guys are that? Why is Bronny different than any of those guys? Seriously. I mean, second-round picks in the NBA, who's the best aside from Jokic, which is pretty spectacular. Who is the best second-round pick in Nuggets history?
Oh, in Nuggets history?
Nuggets
or
history.
NBA history?
Not NBA. There's plenty to choose from, I'm sure. Nuggets besides Jokic.
Bueller?
That's
a good question.
Right. I mean,
that's a good question, man, to be honest with you.
And so then you just take that and you multiply it by 29, and I'm sure in NBA history you're going to find good second-round guys because you got to take Jokic out of this conversation. But it's so few and far between. It's so ridiculous.
Was Mark Macon a second-round pick?
Who?
Mark Macon.
Oh, my Lord. I don't know.
Sure.
Temple?
Got me. I mean, we're going to the...
Well, I'm trying to validate what you're saying. I've been doing these guys for a long time, and I don't...
I mean, can you even name the second-round picks? Can we name some of them? We got 2 on the team right now. We got 2 on the bench every night right now. How they doing?
Not playing.
Well,
it's Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett. How they doing? Are they all right? They're cool? Everything cool? How's PJ Hall doing? He's a second rounder. Is he doing all right? I don't know. He's on the bench. Right. Like, who else? Who are your favorite? Dan, who's your favorite second-round pick for the Nuggets?
Thomas Welsh. You guys remember him?
No, I do not. I do not.
Yeah, he had a cup of coffee with the Nuggets.
Scott, you got a favorite one? Can is anybody ringing your bell?
No. No, and I'm trying to figure it out. Too.
But
No.
we're going to take a kid, J.J. Redick, Lakers organization, LeBron. We can't even list them in our heads for the Nuggets, but we're going to take a kid who we all know wouldn't have been drafted except if it wasn't for his dad. And we're going to play him in NBA games?
Yep, that's what we're going to do.
That is ridiculous.
I got one.
Who?
Monte Morris.
He was a second-round pick. That's a good one.
So.
There you go. Well, that's a good one. That's a good one.
And he was was he a second-round pick or was he a college free agent?
Well, I assume Dan used a computer for that. Did you not?
Mark Macon was actually the 8th pick in the draft.
Oh, well, that's a terrible example then.
Yeah.
Dan, did you just make that off the top of your head?
51st overall
okay.
in the 2017 NBA draft.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
All right. Next one.
Vic Lombardi chiming in.
What did he say?
Paul Millsap.
That's a good one.
But he wasn't drafted by the Nuggets.
He was not drafted by. Listen, I know you could find other successful second-round picks. The concept is how few and far between they are, and the ridiculous burden put on this kid, Bronny, for stupid-ass reasons. And by the way, LeBron ain't quitting. LeBron ain't retiring. I think LeBron's going to play for another 3 or 4 years. He wouldn't know what his life would be without all the attention and everything in the NBA. And this ego, he's probably going to hang in there for Bryce and force feed Bryce on the Lakers.
He's only 1 year away.
Right, he's only 1 year away. You think LeBron's going anywhere?
I was told Bryce is a better player. But.
Right. I hope Bryce has a brain in his head and just stays down there in Tucson and enjoys Arizona. Has a good time. That's a corrupt place. They can pay off guys left and right. They got a nice history there. What conference are they even in? The Big 10 or what? The Big 12? Arizona basketball. Remember when Arizona basketball was cool?
It's not the Pac-12.
All right, we have breaking Broncos news, or maybe not, but we'll get to Let's Football Go coming up next. Mountain High Appliance is the best. Little sweaty. Mom spaghetti. Got it all. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, fellas, we'll start with an article from Jeff Legwold on ESPN. We'll have Leggy on here in about 8 minutes from now, talking about the Broncos and Sean Payton, more specifically, his quest to find that Joker-type player. Leggy says wide receiver Marvin Mims is the current Bronco who most closely resembles what Payton is looking for in a Joker, but Leggy says the 5'11", 182-pound Mims doesn't quite have the size of Payton's previous Jokers or the elusiveness and tackle-breaking ability on run plays in traffic that Payton desires. So it means the Broncos could dive into the draft to find that Joker-type player to help Bo Nix. He mentions, obviously, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland. He also talks about Kansas running back Devin Neal or Arizona State's Cam Skattebo. So do you guys think the Joker player is currently on the Broncos, or do you think they have to go the route of the draft to find that guy?
I think Marvin Mims was adequate, right? You had maybe one or two big plays per game, but it was far from dynamic. And he's certainly looking for something that is dynamic. There's a lot of different ways to go about the Joker role. And my personal favorite way is really more the scat back type of dude, which really represents kind of what Christian McCaffrey does, even though he's not so much a scat back. But a guy that like Darren Sproles, that was another one of Sean Payton's Jokers in the past. That's my favorite type of Joker.
I think to answer your question, it's got to be the draft. And you just listed off like 4 different interesting dudes. So I think that's what they'll go for, by hook or by crook. And you don't have to necessarily do that in the first round, too, which is kind of cool.
If you're just looking at the stats between Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland, I actually happen to like Colston Loveland a little bit more. But if you're looking specifically for the Joker role, Tyler Warren rushed for like 240 yards this year.
Yeah, he played quarterback sometimes, too. I mean, hey, listen, I don't think there's going to be much debate about it. If Tyler Warren's there at 20, I think they're going to snatch him up. I would just be shocked if he was there at 20, Scott.
I don't know either. I would say at 20, if one of those guys you haven't highlighted, like a Warren, like a Genty, somebody of that nature that has been rated pretty highly in other places, you just got to go what's the best guy available.
I think you get to an interesting conversation with listen, Devin Neal was unbelievable. My memories of Devin Neal is he was unstoppable in the CU Kansas game. I really do not know why Kansas had so many other problems this year. I just didn't dig that deep into them. But my God, were they unbelievable against CU? You know, they had 6 possessions. That's it. That's all it took to just beat this tar out of CU.
That was an ass kicking.
It was unreal. And he was the reason. Skattebo, all right, I get it, man. We're talking deeper in the draft. But he'd be a fun guy to fool around with.
You know what I couldn't believe? Because we talk about Cam Skattebo all the time. And it just happens to be one of the names that we know. I couldn't believe how low he really was in the list of running backs and the prospects.
Yeah, it's crazy,
right? He was like number 13 or number 14.
But sometimes dudes are just ballers, right? And they just – listen, man, the guy's undersized. There's nothing that really stands out. He's not all that fast. He's probably pretty strong for his size. But some guys just can ball. And where do you put that? How do you evaluate that? You know, where does that match up?
When you're scouting guys, the first question should always be asked in any sport, can he play? And then you can worry about the particulars. Is he tall enough? Is he did? The first question is, hey, can this guy ball? Well, yeah, this guy can ball. Good. Now let's talk about it.
Well,
let's figure out where he fits. If the answer is no, not really, then why are you wasting time?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you got a guy like Derrick Henry, right, who can ball. I mean, that's your guy. Saquon Barkley. But these were obvious dudes. These were beyond obvious guys. You know, you got to find that diamond in the rough if you're the Broncos, and hopefully you get better. One more. Go ahead, Dan, because we do have Leggy come up in a couple minutes.
All right, fellas. According to NFL Executive Vice President Jeff Miller, the dynamic kickoffs are here to stay. So Miller says it led to a 57% increase in returns. The average starting field position improved by several yards. There were more touchdowns returned, more returns past the 40-yard line, and there was a lower injury rate. I know you guys initially didn't like it. Now that we're a season in, did that change your minds at all on the new dynamic kickoff? Or you want to see him do something different?
You had two choices. Allow the most violent play in all of football to exist as the most violent play, or change it. And once you changed it, to me, it no longer became an interesting play. I don't think it's an interesting play. It's a less dangerous play, but you're doing it for tradition. That's it. I still think a much better solution is you start with the ball 4th and 15 at your own 35 or 25 or whatever you want to do. And most of the times you'll punt, which is a much more interesting play than a kickoff. But the whole thing about football is kicking the ball off. And that tradition is not going to go anywhere. It's pretty apparent. So I think we're going to be stuck with this thing forever.
The rule sucks. The play sucks. It's terrible to look at. It's just terrible aesthetics. And I would really be curious when they say more yards gained, more touchdowns. How many? How many more touchdowns? 2, 3?
It's probably like that. It's probably minuscule, small.
What does that mean? Because all I know is it's an ugly-looking play that is boring, and 9 out of 10 times they put it in the end
Well,
zone.
here's the deal. Like when they move,
Why won't they get rid of it, though? You know the reason why, right?
Actually, I don't. Why?
What follows right after a kickoff?
Oh, well, I know you're talking about a commercial. They don't do that, though.
A 3-minute timeout and commercial, and here we go. There's the TV availability to recoup a whole lot of money. The kickoffs are here.
But they take the timeout before.
Yeah. But
they've taken before and then right after the kickoff both, too.
Well, we can bring Jeff Legwald into this conversation. It's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Jeff is at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, and let's get to that in a second. But Jeff, on the kickoff rule, where do you sit with it? They're claiming, hey, listen, there's more returns, it's better, there's less injury, it's here to stay. We good with that? We think that sucks. Where are you at with it?
I guess I've seen them try so many things over the years that, you know, if no one's bringing it back, I guess I was open to anything to try. But I think, like all things, you know, loophole is too strong a word to find, but people always find in the league where the dents are in these things. I don't think they got the return percentage they wanted. It was more, but, you know, like the onside kick's effectively been removed. You got to declare it, all the rest of it. I guess I'd be willing to look at it for more data, but I don't see it as a very impactful play anymore. And having covered guys who were really good in that part of the game, it just seems a shame to me that they can't figure out a way to sort of return the ability to score there somehow without, risking everyone on the field.
Well, what's churning out of the rumor mill down there in Mobile? Anything interesting in terms of the Broncos?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not Broncos specific, but just that the big buzz here is, everybody, of course, wants to know what will happen at 1. This is one of those drafts where there's no real clear, alpha at the top of it. So that always puts a lot of uncertainty for everyone else who follows, even the Broncos way down at 20. But so it could be a really weird first round. So I think everybody, Broncos included, are trying to prep for that. But I know that they've got enough going. The scouting staffs down here, I've seen a bunch of them. I do not believe George Payton has made the trip this week because of all of the other things going on back there. But pretty light week for Bronco news down here. Just the Bronco news back there. Couple more staff changes. Bo Nix with an undisclosed surgery, and off we go.
Hey, real fast, a little bit off of it, but it's news back here. It was announced yesterday the Pinner Group, the owners of the Broncos, are going to provide 15,000 different schools helmets, 15,000 helmets to different schools and football programs and stuff like that. What does that say to you about that move with what they did about that Pinner Group?
I think they're trying to show that they are invested in the region. As the Broncos, Pat Bowlen always said the Broncos were a public trust, and that's how he approached owning the team. And I know the current group doesn't like the comparisons that Pat Bowlen, or they'd like to carve out their own path like anyone would after you spend several $1 billion of your money. But I think they're trying to show they will invest in the region and the state, locally, and having seen up close, kids selling candy or whatever to get football equipment, I think it's, that's one of the most expensive items you could have in a program. I think each of those helmets runs about $600 each. So do the math: 600 times 15,000, you're up around $9 million. So I think it's pretty cool. And the helmet life is probably 12 or 13 years, so a couple generations of players will get to wear them.
How's Riley Leonard looking, the quarterback from Notre Dame? I mean, he's just off the national championship game, and he's participating in everything Senior Bowl. And I know this is a later round sort of guy, if at all. But I am asking him from a Broncos perspective because what the Broncos are going to do for their backup quarterback spot. And I do wonder if a Taysom Hill-like guy is out there, Jeff. And if he's not, fine. But I am curious how he's looking, what the vibe is on Riley Leonard.
Yeah, I think all of the quarterbacks have been sort of,
Okay.
I don't think you're getting much reaction. It says something that a lot of scouts I've spoken to have basically said that, Memphis's Seth Hennigan has had the best, most consistent days the first 2 days here. Now, Milroe had a better day today because they just let him unleash the deep ball a few times. But I don't think Jackson Dart has looked as good as people had hoped. Dylan Gabriel has thrown the ball well, but he's 5'10", and, teams are just going to dismiss him in many ways. That's not a Taysom Hill type player, a 5'10" quarterback. But Leonard, he measured in at 6'3.5" almost. So, he's got the presence people are looking for, but he's just been okay. And whether that's, you're coming off the national championship game and you played the longest season in history, for anybody at the big college level anyway. But he's just been okay. But like all the quarterbacks here, basically, they've been just okay. And I think, especially Dart, I think people were hoping Dart would have a better week so far. We still got tomorrow in the game, so we'll see.
Hey, real quick, Tez Johnson, who is kind of a brother to Bo Nix, is there. First of all, how's he looking? And Bo Nix and his family are from Alabama. I know Bo Nix is not there. I don't think he's there. But is Bo Nix's dad and family there to support Tez Johnson?
I talked to Tez today, and he said he was looking for his family while I was talking to him. So I know for a fact some of the family is here. I don't know. I didn't take a roll call of who came, but he does have folks in the stands. He's been great this week. He had 2 really good practices so far. He consistently gets open, but he's always going to look good in the one-on-ones where there's a lot of space, out there to work with. But consistently gets separation in those situations. It's just that he weighed in at 156 pounds. So a lot of people are going to be like, okay, what do I do with him? But here he's gotten open every day, and I'll be intrigued to see or hear in the weeks ahead as to kind of where people see him. If there's a role for him beyond slot guy, on a few downs.
Jeff, I know that Shedeur Sanders is not at the draft or at the Senior Bowl right now, but it sure feels to me like the trendy thing is to knock down Shedeur Sanders. It's coming out left, right, and center. Even things that I'd never heard before in terms of does the guy have a decent arm or not. Where do you fall on Shedeur Sanders and where he might get selected?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, Tyler. I mean, a lot of those things have been said by scouts, over the last 2 years. It just hasn't made it into the public domain. But when you talk to people, I mean, again, it's a profession of criticism. It's finding blemishes, basically. No matter what kind of player you are or what you've done, they will always find something with you. And I think at the NFL level, they are very troubled by how long he holds the ball, whether that's really a choice or a habit. They want to figure out if he can decide not to do that in a different situation or if it's really a habit. And he doesn't have, the Josh Allen arm. So in the scouting world, that's the benchmark for big armed quarterback or whatever. But so you're going to hear those things, but I do know the people who met with him at the Shrine Bowl really liked how he handled himself, how he handled the whiteboard, the football questions. So he's done well with the teams that sat down with him on a sort of face-to-face level. They liked how he handled himself, how professional he was, how prepared he was, and how well he knew the game. But yeah, people are going to poke holes in sort of the physical things because that's what the profession is. And like I say, some of those things were being said over the last season and a half or so that they just didn't sort of make it into the public domain like they will now. And it's a weak quarterback class. The other one you're going to hear all the way up through April is, where would any of these guys been drafted last year?
Right.
When the 6 quarterbacks go in the first round. I had somebody ask me today, do you think Shador or Ward would have been the number 7th quarterback taken last year? And I was like, I don't think you could say that, but have a nice day.
All right, Jeff. Good job. Enjoy the rest of Alabama, and it's always an I love the Senior Bowl. I think it's a cool event. Any other little notes that we should know? Anything that maybe is off the radar a little bit?
Yeah, it's just that this is a weird year because there's really no marquee, slam dunk guys here.
Right.
Last year was such a good quarterback group, and I think this year all of these guys are getting prepared or getting compared to last year. But I will say that the 2 guys I've noticed a lot are the running back from SMU, Brashard Smith, and the Notre Dame linebacker, Jack Kaiser. I think those 2 guys have had great weeks so far.
All right, good stuff, Jeff. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay, Jeff Legwell, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Well, what are we thinking about these guys? Is anybody standing out, or at least a position that might make sense? That's next.
Hey guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, I know it's a bad feeling and you might be looking for answers. Matter of fact, you might have already gone online and you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and it's just not working the way you want it to. It's time to invest in yourself and do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're the best in the business of what they do. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. Guys, I'm telling you, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals, and it's a comforting feeling knowing that Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. It's a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today. You've got nothing to lose except for your hair. Call Advanced Hair today and get it solved forever. 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. 720-459-HAIR or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
We got big basketball tonight with the Nuggets and the Knicks. 5:30 tip. 5 o'clock pregame. So right here, Kaz calling it. Altitude TV. Scotty's sitting next to Marlo. Who's on the road? Katie out there too, I think, on the road with them. And then you got Vic and Demps in the TV studio. So we got you covered. That's an ESPN game as well, but it is also an altitude game. I know last night was frustrating, as it wasn't. It was just there's a couple of those games. There's not many of them.
Buried.
But yeah, it is ESPN plus Hulu. There are not many of them this whole year. That's just one of the few ones that is. So just is what it is. So I know that's tough. Because how many services? I mean, I'm going through.
I was counting them up. So I got Apple TV. I got Netflix.
Yeah, me too.
I got Prime.
I got that.
I added on to my Prime subscription Paramount Plus.
I got that. Got to have the Taylor Sheridan shows.
Yeah. I got all but the problem is I don't know why I still have Paramount Plus because I've already watched all the Taylor Sheridan shows.
Well,
so I really need to cancel that.
Who knows when he's coming out with more?
Yeah, I think that's my 4. Do I have a 5th in there? I thought I counted 5 yesterday. I'm forgetting what the 5th
Do you
was.
pay for NFL Plus?
I do not pay for NFL Plus.
Oh, I pay for that one.
Yeah, that I get a
Peacock.
I got a lifetime. I got a lifetime thing there.
Okay. Oh yeah,
I don't get lifetime health insurance.
You get that though.
But I do get lifetime NFL Plus.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Really? $100 a year? That's cool. That's the benefit that I get.
Yeah, fair point.
I'm happy to pay the $100 for lifetime health insurance.
You're keeping Fubo.
Oh, I got Fubo. That's my 5th. Yeah.
Right. HBO Max.
Oh, 6. Make it 6. Yep, there's 6.
I'm just going through what I got.
No, I got. Yeah, no, you're right. I do have.
You
HBO
don't
Max.
You don't do Peacock.
I don't do the Peacock.
Yeah.
Nor do I do the Hulu or the Disney Plus.
I do not do Disney Plus
or the ESPN Plus.
I do ESPN Plus.
Well, if you do Hulu and ESPN Plus, you're actually costing yourself more money. You need to bundle it.
I checked out Hulu. Yeah, well, when I went to Hulu,
you'll get Disney also.
When I went to Hulu, it said it didn't connect because I didn't have a TV provider because I don't have cable. So my version of Hulu did not cover me on the game last night, but I have ESPN Plus, so I got that. It's tricky, man, watching sports and just keeping up with everything, man. It's not easy.
It's getting old real quick.
Yeah, my wife was giving me a hard time, just like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know.
And I think I'm going to cancel the Fubo.
You're going to cancel that?
The Fubo.
Yeah. Well, if you got Altitude Plus, you're pretty covered. But you wouldn't have just regular TV stations.
I'm going to get some. I'm going to get some bunny ears.
You can do that.
I think I'm going to cancel the Fubo.
You could just get bunny ears.
I'm going to get some bunny ears.
It still works on TVs. You could do it.
My brother-in-law does the bunny ears deal.
Yeah.
And it's like crystal clear.
It works.
It's HD.
Yeah.
HD off of bunny ears.
Yeah. You got to do it, but yeah, you can. And there you got TV. It's free. Like, who does that, though? Not many. All right, well, best of luck to the Nuggets today. It'd be a hell of a win. I'm not anticipating they win, but it'd be a heck of a one. In terms of Broncos news, they really just have some of these smaller coaching gaps to fill, and I don't even know if it's worth breaking down all that much because we don't know who these guys are. We just got to kind of trust them that, you get guys that fit the bill.
I'm not saying it's a big deal to fill the positions that they've got. Because for the most part, they're all relatively minor positions. Like the biggest position you actually have to fill is your passing game coordinator. But even that is not a big deal because it's Sean Payton that's running the show, right? But I will say, we're up to 4 guys, I believe, that we got to replace. So it's our Ben Kotwika, Declan Doyle, Johnny Morton, who's the passing game coordinator.
Yeah.
Greg Minuski.
Yeah, inside linebacker.
And then Chris Banjo might leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 5 guys. If
technically an assistant GM, I guess, because Muji's gone.
True. Yeah. So 5 guys, that would usually indicate a far better season than what we actually had. I think 2 to 3 is pretty normal. 5, that generally speaks of a very successful season.
Anything standing out for you? Are you catching any Senior Bowl stuff?
You know, I've been watching a bunch of the offensive line, defensive line stuff because I love that. The one-on-ones that's coming out of it. There's a kid out of North Dakota State.
I saw that highlights.
Yeah,
Guard, right?
Yeah, well, he's playing everything.
Okay.
He's played every position on the line.
He was killing it.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job. But offensive line is a moot conversation because we don't need it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't even think we need depth on the offensive line.
We're good.
I like our depth. I like our interior guys. I like our exterior guys.
Mm-hmm.
I run it back. That's what I would do. I would just run it back with the squad that you got.
How about that?
Running backs is interesting. Assuming you're not going to get Ashton Genty, how high do you want to go? Second, third round? That's still relatively high. Third round probably feels a whole lot better than second round, but third round is still pretty damn high for a running back.
I think Sean Payton will get a running back in free agency. I think you and I heard the morning show talk about this, and I agree with them. I think you're about to see with the Broncos running backs the same thing that happened in the goalie position with the Avalanche. And I know that's throwing Audric Esme out the door, which sucks, but I think you're about to see a clean sweep.
Well, that's why I said that I would prefer that they get a free agent running back and draft a running back.
Yes, and I think that's going to happen. And
you'll keep Jaleel. You will keep Jaleel.
We'll see.
I promise you.
We'll see.
You're nuts if you think they're getting rid of him.
I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see. I mean, I'm not predicting they're going to get rid of him, and I get the appeal to him, but I do think that Sean Payton wants two dudes. He does not want 3, 4, 5. I don't know what they had. I mean, you're benching SMA for Tyler Bidet in a playoff game. What are we doing here? You want to talk about a confused team at that position. And if Jaleel was just so obvious, then why wasn't he so obvious?
Well, the problem with Jaleel is that he got forced into a bigger role than what it really should be. And so it didn't feel that special. But he's got a particular skill set that is different than a workhorse running back. And so you've always got a role for that type of guy on your football team. It's the reason why Ronnie Hillman had a very, very impactful role on our Super Bowl team, because he had a different skill set.
I think it's going to be the most complicated decisions the Broncos are going to have in the entire offseason is the running back position. Top to bottom, what are we doing here? And how are we going to focus and what are we going to do? And I think it will be a combination between the draft and free agency. So if you're looking for, I think the tight end conversation is relatively simple. I don't think it's complicated. I think either Tyler Warren's going to be there and you'll take him. If he's not, I would be surprised if they don't take a swing at Colston Loveland if he's there. After that, I don't know. I mean, you're probably going to pick up a guy in the draft, and we'd have to go back further. I think they'll take care of tight end in the draft. I don't think it'll be free agency. So
I'll give you a guy in free agency I'd like.
A tight end?
Yep.
Sure. Who?
Mike Gesicki.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I great. Gesicki would fit the bill for me.
He'd be phenomenal.
Gesicki would be good. It's going to be running back that's going to be the most compelling storyline for the Broncos.
I want to do the same thing at the running back position as I want to do at tight end. I want to get one free agent and I want to draft one dude.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on it and we'll see what's shaking down there at Mobile. I will tell you, without an interesting quarterback class, the Senior Bowl and these All-Star games, Tyler, like interest level just goes. I mean, it falls off the cliff. We just had some really interesting Senior Bowls for quarterbacks over the years, including last year. Never mind in 2018, that was insane what you had going in that year at the Senior Bowl. But this year, like, it's just, I don't know. How long can you watch linemen run into each other?
All day.
And on that note, Kreckman and Lindahl coming up next on 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Previously on Kreckman and Lindahl.
You know, they're playing are the Islanders any good? They also had an early season loss to the Islanders. They're kind of mid. Well, mid's still better than the Blackhawks.
Many hours later.
Drouin tried to send it all the way around, intercepted by Jean-Gabriel Pageau. He'll lift it into the Islanders zone. Holmstrom gets there ahead of Cale Makar, and he'll one-handed it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
That list we made yesterday?
Yeah.
That Islanders loss isn't making the list. They'd won like 5 in a row. They'd owned the third period. Turns out they're actually all right when they have their people. I did not realize that most of their roster was on IR. That still sucked last night, but it's no Blackhawk loss.
What on the ledger?
Sure.
What is lower? Mid, as Spring called the Islanders yesterday, or I believe the term I used was dog butt for the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Dog butt is lower than mid.
Mark Johnson was rating things one time as to where it was a priority for me.
All right.
And he said, I don't even remember what the topic was, but he said that ranks down here just above whale dung in the ocean. So I think dog butt's ahead of that because it's above the water.
Okay.
But mid is in the middle. Mid is fine.
All right. Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask you a tough question then. Are the Avs mid?
They have been lately. Have you noticed? They haven't been very good. In fact, like they've just been trading wins and losses here of late. And yeah, that's what mid teams do. And they're averaging fewer than 3 goals a game on the road trip. They were outscored last 3 games on this road trip. Boston, Rangers, Islanders outscored 8-2 in the third period.
Yeah.
That's troubling. Like last night, there was a good 40 minutes of hockey last night, and then all for naught because the Islanders on their home ice dominated the third period.
Well, I mean, this last night's game reminded me a little bit, at least at times. How about until the third period? Last night's game reminded me of Boston.
Okay.
Where now the difference was the Avs held a 1-0 lead at Boston for those that missed it Saturday morning.
I think when the Boston game was what? It was 3-0 in the third period, and last night's game was
no, they were up 1-0. Avs are up 1-0.
That's what I'm saying. It was 3-0 in favor of Boston.
Scored. No,
in the third period. Last night was 4-1 in favor of the Islanders in the third period.
The Avs here's the thing. The Avs are getting a lot of pretty possessions. They're possessing the puck, but nobody seems to want to shoot it. I sent this over to you guys. I said this on our little podcast last night. I'm getting the feeling that you might need to break up McKinnon and Necas. You may need to do that. I feel like, especially watching it last night, they're both phenomenal puck handlers.
Yeah.
But I said this to you, and I thought I put it in your wheelhouse. Don't tell me if you feel the same or not. I feel like the Avs right now with Necas and McKinnon, it's almost like you have 2 true point guards out there trying to set everybody else up for the easier shot, and someone needs to just shoot it. Because there's been a couple of times, and again happened last night, where it's like Necas gets the pass from McKinnon, takes a peek, but then gives it right back to McKinnon, and McKinnon, one of you guys just needs to shoot it. Now, I will also give you the Lehkonen goal doesn't happen without those two on the ice together, because it was a phenomenal just dime of a pass from Necas to McKinnon, who then got it over to Lehkonen, and Lehkonen, it was such a great pass, Lehkonen could score from his rear end.
On his wallet.
He needed to be on his feet to pull
Not
it
bad.
off.
Yeah.
But I just think, at this point, look, chemistry probably will come with those two, but why are we forcing it right now? What I would say is put Leckie and Drouin back together with McKinnon.
Sure.
And then put Necas together with whatever combo, and maybe you keep him with Drury, because he and Drury know each other from their time together.
I agree with that, and I think some of this is just process of discovery, right?
Right.
Like the guy gets in the door, and it's like, okay, we gotta feel this all out. This is a part of what happens with the trade. Like trading Mikko Rantanen is an earth-moving trade.
It really is,
and it completely changes what your team is, and it's going to change the game of the best player on your team. And McKinnon is going through that right now. This is something where, this happens in any trade situation. NBA trade deadline's right around the corner, and it's like, okay, like how much can the Nuggets afford to mess with things around Jokic? It's a similar situation right here. They got to kind of figure out what's going to work and what isn't going to work. And I think to your point, what they're learning quickly is McKinnon and Natchez, both excellent playmakers. That might be a little bit too much playmaking together.
Yeah, it's a little redundant.
Yeah.
And again, it's not. I'm not even.
Like you said, break them up. They can still be friends.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't have to work right away.
Sure.
I get why.
Go have a cup of coffee.
Look, there's a lot of pressure on you trading Mikko Rantanen.
Yep.
People are going to ask. Now, I think the financials are still the financials. That's not going to change. And listen, Mikko's had a couple of assists as a Hurricane. He's not scored a goal either. And these things take time. No, yeah. I'm just saying that it just was interesting to me to watch last night where there's a lot of puck time. Frankly, they had 3 or 4 possessions in the second period where you go, how did you not end up with a goal? You held the puck the whole time. They had the Islanders defense exhausted, running them around. All the air was out of the defense, and you couldn't put one home.
Let's talk about whatever is goaltender interference now.
Let's get into it. You know what? I thought.
I'm confused.
Yeah. I think Blackwood had a great. Honestly, in order for this not to go the way of pass interference, which is basically just up to the guy deciding it that's looking at it at the time.
Yeah.
This is what I think they ought to do.
I mean, to me, it's tough because who knows, but like he looked like he skated out to Jack and made the contact with him, although Jack was in the blue, so it's I don't know, are we giving that ice to goalies or is that forwards ice if they're there for, I don't know, if they're gonna make a rule, maybe just you can't go in the blue, they're clear cut, because if Jack was standing there, he comes out to get his depth, touches him, and yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
It seriously, he was in the blue. It also looked like he brushed against him while Sorokin was coming towards him.
Yeah, Callahan, the color analyst last night, said that is not goalie interference. And then he said, okay, there was a slight touch of the paddle at the end. And look, I do think.
Big Tom Callahan's son?
Yeah. Tommy boy.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. You shot it right at where he was. I hated the call. I don't really think it was interference. I think it was ticky-tack. But at the end of the day, he was in the blue paint. He was in the area the goalie was trying to go to. And look, you know what else sucks,
But he didn't even really go that way.
No, I get it.
It seemed to me like they brushed against each other.
Right.
Like you're walking past somebody in the airport walkway.
Yeah.
That's what that felt like, a slight brushing. When you don't even make contact. It's just like the clothes brush.
I don't disagree with you at all.
That's all that looked like to me.
But to me, so we can quit having these arguments about it and have one reffing crew call it one way and another reffing crew call it another, just say you're not allowed in the blue paint then. At least everybody can live with that.
Yeah.
At least then you know where the area is.
Because I mean, the NBA, they put the restricted area in, and it's just like, okay, there's a clear-cut delineation right there, but we put all this gray area in the blue area in hockey. What are we doing?
Well, and if you're pushed in, I would say this, and if a defenseman pushes a guy in there, then the rule's off.
Right.
You can't push a guy in there to ruin a play, but other than that, if you're in the blue paint, that's it.
Would have been a 2-2 game, but no. And then, okay.
Look, Blackwood, I don't know that Blackwood had his best night last night. I'm not putting this all on Blackwood. Mackenzie Blackwood's been phenomenal since he got here, but that was probably not one of the top ledger games for him.
It's 2-2 game, and then they take away a goal, and then New York's next goal was a stupid goal.
Of course it was.
Andersley loses it. It just rolls off of his stick and goes right to Horvat, and boom, he just finishes that thing. So, stupid goal. If you were trying to pass that thing, it would have been a great play, but I know that's not what you did. All right. Avalanche lose.
You're
last
about
night.
intent.
5-2.
You would like more intent in the game.
Yes. Intent is important.
You don't want luck, you want intent.
Very, very much so. Yes, that's critical to me. It's like my hatred of the banked in 3. That's not a real thing. You didn't mean to do that. Okay? Every announcer goes, did he call glass? No, nobody's ever called glass before in a 3.
Bang! It would be funny if they did.
Nobody. I mean,
you know who I think would? Jokic.
Yeah,
couldn't you see Jokic go, hey, Bank,
what if that,
Serbian?
What if that was like the next thing that Jokic worked in for an entire offseason on? Of like, that's the thing he adds to his game next year is banked threes. Yeah, he'll just kind of take him kind of below the wing but above the corner and then just start banking threes. That actually is something he would do.
Am I? Probably shouldn't say it, but has that stopped me before? If we're not allowed to have the game, why don't you? I guess I watched on Hulu.
Okay.
Because I got the whole bundle thing.
Yeah.
Hulu had no commercials on their broadcast. Were you getting that? We would go to break, and it just showed a picture of the Bristol building, and it was just like, da, 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 like Brass Bonanza or something was playing, and then the game would just show up, and I'm like, are we going to get one commercial on this thing?
That sounds
Was that
nice.
just a Hulu deal?
That sounds great,
Well, no,
actually.
it's better than getting the same commercial ad nauseum,
Exactly.
which I've seen.
Yeah, I don't need another commerso with Patrick Mahomes right now. I'm
No,
fine
I'm
with
you
this.
there. I'm with you there. So
I'm good to go. That's a good setup. So the Avalanche fall last night. The Nuggets, they play this evening. Do
you have concerns?
You know what? I think they're going to play well tonight. I really do. Okay? Maybe I'm trying to manifest this. I'm trying to put it out in the
no,
universe.
let's try this. I like this.
Okay? But can I hit you with some numbers? I don't want to get too numbers in
Sure,
here.
I want you to. You seem
but I got some numbers.
Kerfuffled by this.
Okay?
Or I don't know. You're bent. You're backed up. Go.
How? Actually, I've been flowing freely. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but you made that.
I've been real Darren
Look,
Rizzi over
all
here.
I'm going to
okay?
say, and we don't need to go any further than this. You made a grunt like you were about to bear down.
No. I'm bearing down with
okay.
frustration.
Gotcha.
Again, that part of it.
Sure, you're good.
I'm good. So these last two games, Minnesota and Chicago, the defense, it's been poor, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
I'd say. Giving up 131 points a game over the last two. You're going to play the Knicks, okay?
Didn't they rain 1,000 threes against you last?
They
home
hit
game?
19 of them.
That ain't good.
Yeah, and they scored 145 on you back on November 25th. Oh, by the way, the Knicks are on a 4-game win streak, and in their last two games, they have scored 143 points in each of those games.
Okay.
All right? So
Say that again?
143.
143.
Yeah.
Like it sounded that was one of those that like I tasted it and then it really hit me. Had a little comeback. 143.
And one of those games was against Memphis, who can defend.
Yeah. Okay, great.
143 to 106. They just beat Memphis. 143 to 120. They just beat Sacramento.
Wasn't that right after they played Denver? Like, wasn't Denver the first stop before
Kings,
Sac? Okay.
And then the Kings went out to New York.
Gotcha.
And
we were
again,
all wondering, should you have pushed the envelope at the end?
Yeah,
I think you brought that exact point up.
They didn't quite have the juice. And here's the other thing about the Knicks, okay? This is the damn thing about the Knicks, all right? They always play hard. That's Tom
That's a
Thibodeau's
Thibodeau
team.
thing, right?
Yeah, that guy's out for blood, okay? That guy is out to squeeze every last bit of sawdust out of his players. And the Nuggets have been on vacation for the last couple of days.
And I don't know why. You've been in two cold cities.
This is a pride kind of game, right?
Sure. Well, yeah.
This is can you show up tonight? I don't even know, like, I think it is possible, and I'm far more concerned in process than results tonight. I think the Nuggets can play well and lose because the Knicks are really friggin' good, and you're in their building. I think that's possible, and that's okay. I need to see this team, though, play with some actual freaking juice tonight and act like they want to be there.
Yeah, I like your pride thing because not only are we talking about the last two games, you got whooped at home by this team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whooped at home.
Yeah.
Give them a little something back. Frankly,
agree.
it's what I keep wishing you do to Minnesota.
I agree. Yeah.
But, you passed that chance up Saturday.
Let's see if it's there tonight. Before the road trip started, Andy, I will fully admit I said I don't think they win this game. And you know what? I don't think they're going to win tonight. But if they go out and they play Nuggets basketball, championship level, prideful basketball, they can be in it. And then if they're in it, they got the best player in the world, they can win any game that they're in. All right? That's what I want to see out of this team tonight. Just a little bit of backbone out of these fellas. Because I haven't seen it for the last couple of games, and I know this team has more in them. I'm a disappointed father right now. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a Wednesday afternoon. We're taking you up until 5 o'clock. Nuggets and Knicks tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my buddies over at Colorado Off-Road. Great place to go and get truck and 4x4 accessories. And they've got a lot of stuff to offer you. Go by the showroom if you want to check anything out. I talk about the bed covers quite a lot because it's been something that's been a great addition to my truck. I've been able to keep things in the bed of my truck and keep the snow out during seasons like this, and I enjoy that a lot. Got the remote start there as well. It gets the truck warmed up before I walk out, and you can keep the cabin locked so there's no worry about having the keys in the vehicle and maybe something unfortunate happening. A matter of fact, mine also doubles as a car alarm. So I've got both those things going on there. I got that done. Jared also recommended step rails to me. Just past summer, he leveled out my truck, got some new suspension on it, got some new tires. I just always go with what Jerry recommends. If you want to do the same, go by Colorado Off-Road. This is a 25-year Colorado business. I believe that anniversary is coming up sometime this year, but they've been in Colorado a long time. They know the conditions. They know what is good and what isn't here, and they will point you in the right direction. It's Colorado Off-Road. You find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Give them a call at 303-761-1264 or cooffroad.com.
Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, with you until 5 o'clock today. The Nuggets play New York this evening as the road trip continues. Game number 3 of the 5-game swing for Denver. Go get this one tonight. Nuggets are 2.5-point or 3-point dogs, depending on where you are doing your shopping for such things for this evening.
I want to ask you a whack question before we get to your topic.
Whack. About the Western Athletic Conference?
Yeah. Do you miss it?
No, the WAC still exists.
I thought it was gone.
Nope.
What about the SWAC? Do you miss the Southwest Athletic Conference?
Right? I think the SWAC still exists as well. Yeah.
Kamaje knows. No, these
conferences all exist. They don't.
We just don't care about them anymore.
We don't. They don't have any money or anything like that, but they do exist.
It's like 60 Minutes. You gave a damn once, but now it's just a commercial in the way of getting back to your football game. All right, real quick. I like the Knicks uniform. Do you have like a uniform?
It's iconic.
Yeah. Wait, what is an okay uniform? I know people are going to get in their feels, and I get it. Like, again, I got to know David Bakhtiari. I'll just answer it on the air because I haven't worn it in a while. But, man, I used to wear some Packers stuff, and people got huge mad on Twitch. What are you doing with that stuff on? Well,
who cares?
I don't mind the uniform. I don't mind the team because they had better quarterback play for a while than we did. And I know a few guys. They've drafted quite a few of the CU buffs that I got to cover.
Yeah, stop talking about our close nerds.
But seriously, I would wear a New York Knicks jersey without hating it. I don't know. You know, you'd probably go
what
Ewing.
Player?
Well, you'd have to go Ewing.
You'd go Ewing.
I don't mind Starks, I guess. Now, I was a Jordan guy, so I didn't love Starks because he was always yapping at our guy there.
Sure.
But, again, who doesn't love, well, probably many. I would love a good old Jordan Bulls jersey, the white one. I'd go the white one. The Knicks white one I think is pretty cool.
The only Jordan jersey that I own, I have like the 84, 85 throwback.
Okay.
With the cursive across the front.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Chicago, I think it said.
Oh, it's such an iconic Bulls jersey. But that's the only Jordan jersey that I've ever owned. I still have it to this day. But yeah,
I don't like the Celtics, but I do like the jerseys.
Yeah,
I don't want the gear.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
But I like the jersey.
Yeah,
I'd probably go as far as a hat.
I would say any of the original 6 in the NHL are
that's a good call.
Are all iconic.
Good maple leaf sweater.
Phenomenal. Yeah, I think all the logos are perfect. The colors, everything about those are very well done. Yeah, and NBA, like iconic NBA jerseys, but it is those teams that were dominant in the 80s and the 90s. It was the Lakers, the Celtics, the Bulls, I think the Detroit Pistons had an iconic look with the blue and the red. It was so weird when they went teal early on in the Grant Hill days.
Yeah, that weird whatever that horse was, that was not a good look.
Yeah, Knicks uniforms are great though.
Larry Johnson, they're saying, somebody texted and see if I got a Grandma Ma jersey, it'd have to be the Hornets. The teal, the original teal.
Knicks Larry Johnson was when his knees went away and he was a below the rim power forward.
Yes.
He was still an effective player. Like LJ was a great player, but once his knees went.
What about an Anthony Mason Knicks jersey? You like a stir it up guy?
A Charles Smith, perhaps. Yeah. This is going to devolve into remember some '90s Knicks.
Well,
Hubert Davis for you.
Do you go with the Pat Riley slickback?
Derek,
or was he
Hopper.
the Heat? Hold on, was he the Heat?
Riles was the coach of the '90s Knicks.
Okay,
yeah, he was. Mm-hmm.
And then it was. It was
Anthony Mason always had like really cool like designs in the side of his head with his hair.
Yes.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Anthony Mason. Between Anthony Mason and Charles Oakley, and the X-Man went through there as well. The Knicks had some of the scariest dudes ever to take the floor in an NBA uniform.
Ooh, Adam says, give me a Mellow Knicks jersey.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Look, yeah. He went away. You got a title. I don't know why people are mad. It worked out better for you than it did for him.
The other night we were at Ball Arena. Abby asked me, what's the next Nuggets uniform that is going to be retired? And I said, it should be Melo. it's going to be Jokic. That will be the next one that they do. And of course, I brought up the part where there's Melo was 15 and Jokic wears 15. It should be Carmelo, but it will be Jokic. Will be the next one that gets retired. Don't you think?
Yeah. But I'm with you. I mean, look, you gave it to your greatest player in franchise history, which Jokic is. No one's arguing that anymore, right?
No,
one's arguing it anymore. So he
in
gets it up
perpetuity,
there.
he is the greatest player ever to put on a Denver Nuggets uniform.
It's too late to put the slash up there like the Broncos do with Tripucka and Manning.
But also, I don't care if there's two banners that have 15 on them. Like, you can retire Carmelo's jersey.
Okay. Yeah, there's a story behind it. There's a reason.
And Jokic will continue to wear it. There is no rule that says, well, we put it on a banner so it can never
it'll be
worn
gone
again.
Yeah, no one's wearing it anyway.
Right.
Oh, Brandon just gave me a Magic jersey. Now, he said the black Magic jersey. I would take a Shaquille O'Neal. You know who else was a fun player? Penny Hardaway. Tell me Penny wasn't a fun player there for a minute.
I was a big Nick Anderson guy.
Were you?
Yeah.
So you liked the three ball.
Went to Illinois. So,
well, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't give a damn about Illinois if you hadn't picked them.
Any member of the Flying Illini, I will love forever. Derek Hopper, by the way, there's a good New York Knick for you.
Now hold on. See, I say all this. I guess I will go again. When we talk about original jerseys, I will never wear a Lakers jersey. I will never wear a Red Wings jersey.
Okay.
I think again, all these teams I'm mentioning, they're out east, and they had no effect really on my childhood.
Yeah, I don't think you need to wear them.
Oh, I'd wear them.
But you can appreciate them.
I'd wear them.
Okay.
I don't think I'd buy them, but I'd wear them if given.
I used to have, I think from like the ages of like probably 18 until roughly 34. And I'll admit I held on to them that long. I had a pair of Knicks basketball shorts that I slept in every single night of my life. And I remember like getting them at Foot Locker. They were like on the clearance rack for like $8.99, and I was like right in my wheelhouse, right there. They were the most comfortable shorts that ever existed, and I slept like to the point where like the elastic was just like no, I completely
gave up.
I quit. I retired.
Couldn't hold it up anymore.
Right, and I probably kept them for like another year after that.
Just trying to
of like I can't let these go.
Well, you're hoping they fall out at the right time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's go time. Maybe turns into a full body deodorant commercial or something. Yeah, you know what?
No effort,
Altitude
ladies.
Authentics is. We might as well get a plug in for the store. They got a few of those on sale Nuggets shorts that I've thought about buying for that exact purpose.
Hell yeah.
Because God knows I'm not taking my pasty white calves out and taking them, not hooping at the local basketball court with my beyond my like alabaster glowing white calves.
A valuable pair of comfortable basketball shorts for lounging and sleepwear that you just
invaluable.
You don't give those up.
See, I got a couple of the Mammoth ones, and the Mammoth quit selling them. I was like, guys,
bring it back.
Can I? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just need a comfortable short.
You know, actually, when I moved on from my Knicks shorts, I got a pair of CU basketball shorts that a friend of the program happened to, let's be honest, just steal out of the equipment locker for me.
All right.
Yeah. And those probably took me another decade.
Do you know who's it were? What player? Was it just random?
No.
ones?
They weren't like game worn or anything like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Supersonic says, Mike, would you go Kemp or Peyton? I like the glove.
I had this is
Sean Kemp.
So Sean Kemp.
Hold on. If you get the Sean Kemp shorts, does it have the same?
I hope so.
Rocky Mountain Men's
I hope
effect,
so.
where you're bound to have 5 kids after or something.
I had a friend that his one of his goals in life was he wanted to find like an old Sonics Sean Kemp jersey.
Okay.
And this was his plan. Okay, he wanted to like get into some fine seamstress activity, and he wanted to change Sonics to Chronics.
Okay.
He wanted to change Kemp to Hemp.
Boom.
And then somehow, because Sean Kemp was number 40, slide a 2 somehow in between the 4 and the 0.
Maybe like, the H2O, you put the little
Yes.
420
yes,
in there.
the Chronics Hemp 420.
Well, If he can find this, he should hit up, who is it? What's her name? Juszczyk's wife.
Oh, yeah.
She does this kind of stuff.
Yeah, she does the custom gear right there.
She might be able to help you out.
I'm of that rare demographic that likes both basketball and weed. Okay?
Yeah. Not a lot of you. If you're looking for a theme night in the future.
Yes.
Ooh, a Sigma jersey. Tom Chambers, Utah. Does it just name random guys who I'd have to get it for free. And I'd have to like you for giving it to me to wear a Tom Chambers jersey. And I know he's from Boulder, everybody. He played for the Jazz.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn about your hometown when you go to the enemy.
Tom Chambers averaged 27 a game one year for Phoenix.
Really?
He did. Yeah.
What?
27.
What?
That's a healthy season right there.
That's a great season.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, it happened. I swear to God.
I just remember him looking like Lurch as Robert Pack tried to drive the lane or something.
Loveland Pete says, I want a jersey for all of Jimmy Butler's teams. That's some shopping that you're doing right there.
Yeah, what was the latest one? The Philly's interested in him now? I'm like, because of course they are.
Why wouldn't they be?
Why not just add something on someone else that won't play for whatever reason?
I'm delving into all the trade deadline stuff. And some of the names that I'm seeing attached to the Nuggets are just so uninspiring. And I know, like, these are good role players that could potentially help, but I'm just like, when someone's just like, Trey Lyles, I know he's okay. I know he's
hadn't he already been a Nugget?
Improved since leaving here?
Isn't that the old Nuggets?
Yes, but I'm good. I'm good on Trey Lyles.
What old Nugget do you want back? We already brought up Brucey B, baby.
Yeah, and I don't even think they can.
What's going on with that? Did Toronto just go, the hell with it, we'll keep him?
In all seriousness, with the deadline, it's what? It's next week? I don't think they're going to do anything. I don't think they're going to do anything. Like maybe flip a pick swap for a future asset, like a future pick or something like that. Like, those things are good to have.
All right, Vic Lombardi asserted they need to. He thinks they need to.
I don't think they're going to do anything.
You think, though, they need to?
No,
going to and need to is a...
Oh, I do think they would be better off if there was an addition. Because, like, okay, for example, I'm sitting
Pull it on up.
Okay, I'm looking at Charlotte's Cody Martin. Okay. Twin brother of Caleb. Honestly, I would take either of the Martins, quite frankly. But, just a 6'6", 200-pound, good defending wing who can make a three. All right? That's what they need.
Why does it feel like for 3 years, whether it's you've got that request for the Nuggets, I've asked for a big defenseman for the Avs, and here we sit, ready to fire up like an old lawnmower the conversation again.
There's pieces like a Cody Martin would be great here. Again, why in God's name would anybody want Zeke Naji? Because basically, like, your trade pieces are like Zeke and Dario. Like, those are the pieces that you can move right now.
Does Dario have value?
His value is a contract number. Zeke Naji's value is in a contract number, but as a player, is there any team that's just like frothing to get one of those guys? No.
But how long are the two contracts? Which one ends sooner? Because to your point, if you have an expiring contract, well, then that becomes desirable.
What's Zeke got? Another 2 years on that thing?
That's probably pretty rough, right? You better think that you got a player there, don't you?
Yeah, you have to like the player. You have to like the player and think I can get value. Because here's the thing about Zeke. This is what's so funny about it is we talk all the time like, God, man, you're paying $8 million for Zeke. $8 million is nothing in the NBA. That's a drop in the bucket. All right. The reason why his name gets brought up and everything is because he actually is one of the pieces they could move and make salaries match up. Like, you basically have to have his contract involved in this thing.
But you don't have picks to say here.
You got a 20
here's incentive to take it.
You got a couple of swaps. That's it. You got like a 31 first-round pick or something like that. Again, the pieces that you have aren't all that good. You're stuck on the first apron. Essentially the Nuggets are operating with their hands tied behind their back. There's not much they can do right now. And so I don't think they're going to do anything. I don't think they're going to trade Porter. I don't think they're going to break up the core. That is such a dramatic move at the deadline. And are you sure that whatever else you got in return would be able to gel quickly enough for you to be able to contend for an NBA championship? I don't think so.
I said this to you yesterday. Porter is their Miko. And we found out via the podcast that the Miko thing had been cooking since the summer.
Right.
I don't get the vibe there's been anything that's been cooking with Porter since the summer.
His name gets brought up because any conversation that Calvin Booth is going to have with another GM,
that's the guy.
If you're talking significant moves, it's going to start and end with Michael Porter. But again, the decision you have to make is a guy that is so damn good with Jokic. And I'm not saying there's not somebody out there that wouldn't be better with Jokic, but a guy that is a known commodity that plays this well with Nikola Jokic and can space the floor in the way that he does. Are you going to blow that up right now, midseason, when at points in this year, this team has looked like they've been good enough to get to a Western Conference Finals? And if you're good enough to get there, you're good enough to win an NBA championship.
Well, here's the other thing I would say, though. Doesn't that become a problem? Like, Miko's off to the stage of his life where he's got to prove that he's good without Nate.
Sure.
I think he probably will. I'm not betting against Miko. But aren't people also going to ask the same thing of, and that's not just MPJ. How many guys that are playing with Jokic right now would a GM say, but are you going to be the same without him?
Oh, of course.
It's a 3-time MVP for a reason.
Yep. That's
so do you get the same value? Like, what else do you have to add to get the trade to go through? You know what I mean?
And again, like, guys are, for example, De'Aaron Fox.
Who everybody, it's the hot name now.
The loud whispers are that De'Aaron Fox wants to go to San Antonio. And I get why he does. He wants to go play with Wemby. And what he is looking at right now is, well, look at what Jokic and Murray have become together. We can be that. We can go and do that. And I would look at those two players and say, absolutely, you can go and do that. Yeah, you're capable of being really, really good and really scary for a long time. So naturally, that makes a ton of sense to me. I think Houston makes a ton of sense for De'Aaron Fox. I think he'd be a good player on that team as well. But earth-moving trades at the deadline, it's so funny because we're in the mode right now of having just watched Miko get moved, and we're just like, anything is possible.
Yeah.
To quote Kevin Garnett. Still highly, highly unlikely that any of this stuff happens.
But I think you're right. You could pull off a Porter trade right now, and maybe we would find out if they were to that, yes, this has been in discussions for a while.
Yeah.
But I don't love, and to your point, I don't love moving core people at the deadline if it feels rushed.
Meanwhile, Cody Martin. That's my sexy name for you. That's who I want the
Nuggets.
Nuggets.
Mark Johnson sexy?
To add, the nothing is. Only Mark Johnson is Mark Johnson sexy. Let's be perfectly honest about that. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Sexy.
Andy,
we can get back to your you had a Bronco topic.
I did.
And then I wanted to know if you wanted a Knicks jersey.
We don't.
And we ended with Cody Martin.
That was a good backtracking right there.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
I remember how we got here.
That conversation felt organic, though.
Listen,
I felt good about
wander
that.
off in the woods quite often. I got to know how I got to get back to where I was.
We figured it all out right there. Mm-hmm. And comfortable sleeping shorts. That's the other thing. Okay.
Available at Altitude Authentics.
That's hey sales staff. That's what I want to sell. Comfortable sleeping shorts.
This is Nate Kreckman for MeUndies.
This is Nate Kreckman for a 9-year-old pair of basketball shorts. They're as slick as can be.
Yeah.
By the way, I was once told by a firefighter that those things are not safe in the event of a house fire. If you're wearing like overly polyester clothing,
going up,
that stuff can straight up melt and just like stick to your skin.
That wouldn't be good.
No,
I was
going to
say you're going to run out naked, but no.
No,
stick to the skin part, ruin that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That sounds painful.
I didn't change my behavior. I still sleep in dangerous shorts, but I'm aware of
you live on the edge.
The risks. Anyway.
Ain't no rules in the Kreckman world. No, there is.
Won't be told what to do.
Now that you've said it out loud, Abby probably won't allow it. You'll be switching sleep gear.
Can I say something nice about the Rockies?
Oh, the bit!
The bit! Easily a top 65 to perhaps 73 Kreckman and Lindahl bit. I will attempt to say something nice about the Rockies next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I want to fix you up with Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com, download the app onto your phone today. Taking a look tonight, you got the Nuggets in New York to take on the Knicks. The Nuggets have a 43.5% win probability right now at the Garden tonight against New York. A 43.5% win probability. Great opportunity for you to buy low on the Nuggets. Who knows? They have a strong first quarter this evening. Win the Jokic minutes. Up at the end of the first, you could see that win probability go up 55, 60%. You sell your bet right there. You buy low, you sell high. That's how you play on Sport Trade. Treat it like the stock market. Buy low, sell high, and watch your bankroll increase. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com right now. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back in your first bet using it. Sport Trade, it's where the big bets happen. And again, you can bet basketball, hockey, and any other sport as probabilities, just like you can with Denver and New York tonight. Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com and download it right now. Sport Trade asks you to please be a responsible gambler. Hey, Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money.
Did you answer yours?
Was I supposed to?
Yeah. Now, I will say to the person listening that may want to know, it is a little buried in there.
Was it an email I was supposed to
read?
read?
Well, no, it's where you got the read from. But see, Spring prints your reads up, so I don't know that you.
See,
I wasn't even going to open my email because there's a day where you may be missing, and I was waiting for that day to then open the email so that I could remember I needed to read this.
All right.
And at the bottom portion of this, there was the link for us to answer the questions. They are you don't need to know nothing about nothing.
It was at the bottom.
There's a little link.
I see.
It's real easy though. Just jump in. This is super easy. They're like, do you like football? Yes or no? Do you like wings? Yes or no? By the way, Hooters Daytona wings, are you hip to those?
What are
grilled ones?
What do they do with that information?
I don't know.
What do they do with this data?
People like surveys.
Yes, I'm one of those white dudes in my 40s that likes football and wings.
Yeah. There's
I'm
stuff too.
Super unique like that.
It's also stuff like who will score first, who will score last. Will Patrick Mahomes throw for a certain amount? Will Jalen Hurts throw for a certain amount?
Okay.
Will Barkley rush? I mean, it's easy stuff.
Okay.
Again, Daytona wings. You into them? Sanford, the Sandman put me onto this.
I haven't had a Daytona wing. Is it good?
Yeah, we need to go over there and have them.
Okay.
They're like really good.
All right.
They're really good.
I'm not opposed. I believe you. Again, white dude in my 40s. I like football and
Well, it was
wings.
funny. You were missing one day, and of course, Sanford's like, let's go to lunch. And I'm like, I had mentioned like 9. He goes, let's go to Hooters. So I was like, of course, college football guy wants to go to Hooters. When I was with the Crush, the only thing when those games got over with, because we always had to stay over, take the red eye out.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't special.
Yeah.
The 4 a.m. wake up. We literally opened an airport one time. Yeah, the Hooters was the only thing open in most of the towns at the Crush that the AFL occupied. So I've seen plenty of Hooters, but I'd not had the Daytona wings. Well, that one will live.
Good for you, guy.
There's a drop of the year. Oh my gosh.
Where's Christian Bale on that one?
I met the restaurant. Maybe.
Oh,
hey,
good
as far as you know,
there
I
he
met
was.
the restaurant.
There he was.
Yeah, I don't know. Daytona wings. Just finish the damn read.
Should I click on the link?
Yes. I want you to answer the questions. Because listen, whatever show wins, we get food.
Okay.
He said he'd buy lunch, and what he's going to do, he's going to buy Daytona wings now when you and I win.
Where was I in this live read?
Who knows?
The entry with the most correct answers wins. I think I'm over. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first. What about the entry that went in last? That's going to be me. So hurry, visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters.
We got invited to show up if people win.
Can I say something nice about the Rockies?
Dude, not without the open you can't.
Let's try it.
It's time for Nate and Andy to say something nice
Nice.
about the Rockies.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to say something nice about the Rockies. Now, by the way, if any of you are unfamiliar with this bit, it's a K&L classic, a staple, really. But the goal here is for one of us to be able to say something nice about the Rockies and then not have the conversation devolve into complaints about
getting back to the negative.
The club.
You cheated the bit.
The Monforts, etc.
You cheated. There's not a lot of time.
Trying to
This is the I got it.
Set it up for everybody.
But just understand, this is the shortest amount of time you have to hold the niceness since we've done the bit.
Well, I had a plan to get to the bit earlier in the
messed
segment.
you up twice. Because I've seen a lot of Hooters. What do you want to do? They're all over the South.
That's what I've heard. So today, I'm on ESPN, right? You know what I click on? Because you know I can't resist this stuff. Top 100 prospects for 2025, ranked by Kylie McDaniel of ESPN. Here we go. Noted baseball scout. Here we go. I got excited about this here, Andy. Number 14, right-hander Chase Dollander. Okay? Now, we've talked about
14?
Dalsey a little bit before. 14 in the top 100.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That'd be the highest ranked guy they've had in a while, right?
Good four-seamer.
Maybe Tovar was, but
yeah. Reminds McDaniel of Dylan Cease. Okay. Listen to this. Potential frontline starter with top-of-the-zone fastball and 2 good breaking balls. I'm interested. Dollander was a low-level follow for scouts in Georgia in the 2020 draft and took a huge step forward the next season as a freshman at Georgia Southern, transferred to Tennessee, put up huge numbers the next 2 seasons in Knoxville, winning 17 starts, striking out 228, and en route to going number 9 in the 23 draft to Colorado. Dollander's 23 was a slight step back for scouts as they focused on some small mechanical issues that affected his command, fastball shape, and the consistency of his breaking ball. It seemed correctable, and it was. Now, as one of the best fastballs in the minor leagues, his breaking stuff has regained its crispness, and his command has improved. Dollander should spend much of 2025 in the upper minors, but could be ready to show his frontline potential in the big leagues as soon as the end of this season.
So September call-up.
Chase Dollander, right-hander. Probably going to Hartford to begin things. Probably send him to Double-A. And then let's see where this thing goes. But plus fastball, good breaking stuff. And the thing that I love here was, again, step back when he gets to Pro Bowl, but he corrects it. That's massive right there, again, because he's going to get to 20th and Blake, and some things are going to get a little wacky because they always do.
Yeah, I would say he definitely needs to go through, where's the in New Mexico?
Albuquerque.
Yeah. He's got to go because they're higher in elevation, right?
They sure are. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go make sure it's still breaking there, and then I'm all for it.
And then that league, I mean, in that league, that's an offensive kind of situation right there, and you're going to have to deal with having a lot of bodies on base. Again, like pitching mechanics are always going to go wonky some way or the other. But again, if you're showing the ability to be able to identify and make those corrections, that's promising.
That's first time for everything.
That's good stuff right there. Chase Dollander.
You better quit before this goes south.
I will not say Eddie Butler.
I
will not say Eddie Butler. I will not say Eddie Butler. Yeah. Charlie Condon also in the top 30, although, a guy that maybe took a little bit of a step back offensively last year, still could be a promising prospect as well. I don't know if all-star games are in his future, but he could hold down a corner infield spot in Colorado for some time. But Chase Dollander.
Now talk about Chris Bryant. Anyway, next hour.
See, I didn't fall for it.
Huh?
I said something nice about the Rockies. Yeah! You think special assistant to the general manager, Charlie Blackmon, is excited about Chase Dollander? He's a special assistant.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think that job is?
It's
what's that job doing?
Show up and kiss some babies. That's what
fantasy camp guy. Is that
yeah?
What we're doing?
Again, I got to get out before it all
here we go.
Goes to hell. Yeah, I said something nice about the Rockies. I want to say a lot of nice things about Patrick Surtain when we come back. An interesting suggestion.
I like Pat.
Yeah, I do too. From PS2. You're going to want to hear this next.
Gentlemen, it's the season of love. The season of love. You know what that means. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, let's get that fixed before the actual big day shows up here in a couple of weeks. The big day. I don't know that I've ever thought of Valentine's Day as that, but you can now if you go and you get your erectile dysfunction dealt with at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. It can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and even contribute to divorce. Don't let this happen to you. Stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get that appointment scheduled. I shouldn't say stop by. Get the appointment scheduled first. That'll be good. They need to know you're showing up. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. And they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You schedule the consult today. It's $99. It includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and they're here to serve you. 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It is the second hour of the show. It's brought to you by Good Times Bambino Burgers. They're legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino, the Bambino Supremo, with bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. Andy,
seen a lot of Bambinos.
I succeeded mightily in Say Something Nice about the Rockies. Not all of our texters passed the test.
No, they didn't get the bit, but they weren't committed to it. They were not under the same oath we took
You guys,
to the bit.
Some of you failed.
Yeah.
It's not surprising.
Twitch felt the same.
It's not all that terribly stunning.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hey, pitchers and catchers, what, 3 weeks?
Is it that quickly?
2
Hell
weeks?
yeah.
Isn't it right after Valentine's
You're
Day
right.
usually?
You're right about that. That's right. Let's get this thing going. Okay.
You know what you can smell right there?
Hope.
Opening day being the only relevant day on the calendar. What? I'm sure there's some fireworks games too.
The bid ended last segment, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm in
We're
the
allowed
clear.
to.
And
Yeah.
frankly, you said you had something nice. I didn't agree to go along.
You got to try sometime.
Sure.
Uh-huh. You want to talk about Patrick Surtain?
Always.
He's going to be Defensive Player of the Year. He's going to win the award next week.
Did you end up dropping? You said you didn't mind those odds and we were in Vegas. Did you end up following through or no?
I did not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Way to go.
Corporate mandates.
Oh,
and
that's
whatnot.
right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Would you have had the guts too anyway?
Yeah.
Guts might be the wrong term. I'm not calling you a coward.
Oh,
I'm just saying the likelihood of a corner is not high.
It's that's I got no idea no problem throwing a long shot. I'm cool with that. Yeah.
How much you throwing a long shot when you used to? $20?
Is
there a limit?
It's 1 unit. That's all. I keep it right in my wheelhouse right there, okay? That's all.
Listen to this guy.
That's all.
Wow.
Don't worry about
I feel like this got congressional or something. You're just
don't worry about it.
All these vague terms are throwing back and forth. What are the drones, Nate?
Stop yelling at me. Okay.
Shut your mouth.
All right. Here we go. Patrick Surtain. Got some quotes for him from our friends at the Westward, actually. Shout out to the Westward. You guys are a wonderful publication, and you have excellent taste in sports talk radio.
Yeah. We'd love to do business for another year.
Absolutely. We are, by the way, Colorado's best sports talk show.
Yeah, so they name another.
According to the fine
Still
people
us.
of the Westward.
We never got a plaque. I'd like a plaque.
No, we didn't. No.
Stink got the best new personality one year. He got like a little certificate. I wouldn't mind a certificate.
We got, I think when CJ and I won it, we got a letter from our congresswoman.
Really?
Yeah, congratulating us. Yeah.
I'd like a park named after us.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
I mean, with inflation and all, let's make it a park.
You know, when I ran humble brag, when I ran the Denver Marathon,
that one time,
never doing it again. It sucked, but I did it once. When I did though, we were running through City Park, and I don't know, we were like mile 7, 8, something like that. And when you run that event, there's a lot of people that come in from out of town. Because people travel to run marathons. Again, the hell you doing? But they do. We're running through City Park, and this guy says, "Hey, are you from Denver?" You know, he came up next to me. I was just like, "Yeah, I live here." What's the name of this park? Told him, Nate Kreckman Park. He was like, "Oh, okay," and he just continued on his run.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but there's one guy out there that was just like, man, that section through Nate Kreckman Park, beautiful park, tough running, let me tell you.
We got to get to these Patrick Surtain cuts, but I like how you go Midwestern. You sounded like Farley. You go, this guy says to me, he says
to me.
So I says.
Yeah. Nate Kreckman Park.
Anywho.
What
did Patrick Surtain says to the Westward?
What he says to
the
Westward.
He says to the Westward.
Okay. So he says, he gets asked about Travis Hunter. All right.
As all the great corners do.
Yeah. Patrick Surtain, can he go both ways? Can he play offense and defense in the NFL? Whatever he puts his mind to, he could go out there and do it. Obviously, he's a great player. He's had great people around him telling him to do the right thing. As long as he has that same drive, that same work ethic, and never gets complacent, I think the sky's the limit for him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's some more interesting cuts that relate to quotes that relate to Bronco fans. I will say and I was just telling our guy Kamaje about this. I have no doubt that he can do it both ways in the NFL.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they will let him.
It won't be like it was at Colorado.
It certainly will not. He was out there for like every snap of the game.
He's not playing 140 snaps a game in the NFL. But it's going to come down to is obviously whatever organization is going to draft him is going to have an area of focus for him, and then it's do you find a role for him on the other side of the ball? But it has to be in a role situation. Whatever he is primarily drafted. And Andy, I know you and we've differed on this. I believe he's going to be a wide receiver in the NFL. And that's where I think he plays his, 50 snaps a game. And then you find something for him on the other side of the ball. The issue is going to be, and any owner is going to have an issue with this, is like, do I want my receiver out there trying to tackle a running back?
Yeah, but
somebody
see, again,
getting downhill on me right now.
Don't forget, though, he got hurt this year diving for a pass.
Yeah.
And he could get blown up by
You can get hurt on any football play. You're right
he could,
about that.
but I just see to me, he's very good at the tackling part. He's very savvy about it. I still think you're right. We'll both have to we'll just see how it plays out. I think he's going to be a corner.
So he gets the question.
Surtain does.
Could you do it?
And Surtain says, so he says,
why not? Put me at receiver. Let me make a couple plays here and there. I could do it. Whatever route you need me to, whatever you need me to do, I'm there. Me at receiver is very dynamic. Playing cornerback and going up against the top wideouts of each game, each and every week, I think that would definitely help my case out even more. Close quote. I'm telling you, man. Do you want to throw a fade to that guy in the red zone? He'll go up and get that thing.
He will.
Nobody's got better ball skills than Patrick Surtain. Hell yeah. Sign me up for this. I don't need him running a crosser or anything like that, but if you can just get him in one-on-one, yeah, give the ball to Patrick Surtain. He'll go make a play. I'm for it. I wouldn't mind a little,
what are his speed numbers?
little PS2 package.
What was the PS2 40 time?
I don't know.
See, again,
when you're that awesome, nobody cares about what your 40 is.
No, I get that, but you have that. You have some magic spot for where you find the 40 time from 2 years ago. What was it? 5 years ago now?
I have no idea. What's your 40 time concern?
4.41 seconds. Mine?
That's fast. That's very good.
But you want my legit 40 time? When I was a kid?
No. Your concern about Surtain's 40 time. You're not throwing go routes to him.
No, I get it. But see, again, I think it's underappreciated just how fast Travis Hunter is.
Yeah.
And I guess I've never gotten the impression Surtain's as fast as Hunter.
No, I don't think he is.
It's saying here that he ran a 4.41, which is pretty good.
It's pretty damn fast.
So we'll see what Travis runs here in 3 weeks?
Yeah.
When's the combine? End of February, right?
I think like as a pure explosive athlete, Surtain is not Travis Hunter. Where Surtain excels is feel for the game and ball skills and anticipation. Like he does have that thing, which Hunter also has, of he will win when the ball's in the air. That is Surtain's gift. And that's where it's like, again, you want to put him out there in the red zone? Put him on the outside? I'm for it. That'd be fun. Hell yeah. Let's get creative over here. There's no bad ideas, is there?
I'd be curious to see if they go for it because, again, it is established he takes away half the field.
Mm-hmm.
So is Sean Payton going to be willing to risk that on his defense to – now, if you're down weaponry,
yeah,
if you're still playing with the same 4 tight ends next year that you had last year and you need options, then maybe you do.
You can get hurt on any play.
Yeah, but it's also
football's a tough game. Like you can get hurt on any play.
But he's not having to make as many tackles, and they're not throwing at him.
I'm not worried about Surtain popping a hamstring, running a fade.
What about him getting
scared.
clocked by a safety?
I'm pretty sure the guy
because he's the best guy in your defense.
I'm pretty sure the guy's going to have a good feel out there. And again, I'm not running him on crossers or anything like that.
Okay, but still, things happen. You know, you get caught up in the wash. You got to block downfield if someone else happens to catch it. All that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'm talking about a very specific package of plays in one area of the field. I'm not trying to get 40 snaps out of the guy at wide receiver. He's not going to go out there and be Lil Jordan Humphrey blocking on bubble screens or anything like that.
Yeah, here's my hope.
Mm-hmm.
You have better options. That you draft a couple of better options, maybe assign an affordable one in free agency.
So vanilla.
Oh, I know you love it, but you love the chaos.
I do. Let's go have some fun out there. Hell yeah. Make football fun in this town for a change.
Well, I thought we had fun last year. Weren't we having fun?
Yeah, it was all right. I've seen better.
Well, I can't argue that. We have seen better. There's no doubt about that.
I know.
But it was better than what we'd seen the last 8 years.
I know when I watched Buffalo and Baltimore 2 weeks ago, and when I watched Kansas City and Buffalo this past weekend, I was just like, that looks pretty fun. See, it can be more fun.
By the way, we'll have to talk about it at some point, but Buffalo, you did this to yourself and the rest of us. They pointed it out during the CBS broadcast.
Yeah, the Mahomes thing.
You gave him the picks for both Mahomes and Worthy.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm Buffalo, you just block that call. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to call me.
Seriously.
You're spam. You're listed as spam risk.
It is stung you guys. I've got some numbers on Josh Allen that you'll want to hear.
Josh Allen?
When we come back right here. And it very much relates to Denver's current plight as well, vis-a-vis being in the AFC. We'll talk about that coming up next. Oh, we hope you're having a lovely afternoon. We'll go to the Garden, talk to Kaz coming up at 4:45. Nuggets Knicks this evening. Keep them under 130. Is that too much to ask?
Well, considering the last two games have been 143, you said, yeah.
Yep.
It's a pretty good goal.
Knicks have won 4 in a row, 143 points each of their last two games. They scored 145 on you back on November 25th. Here's one point I'll make real quickly is I know they made 19 threes against you when you played them in November at your place. But the Knicks are one of those teams that doesn't take a lot of threes too. So I feel like that game was a massive outlier. When did teams ever shoot 19 of 36 from three in a single game?
When they play the Nuggets, because everybody feels
true.
good about their three-point shooting.
That's true. No,
What did Scotty just describe to you yesterday?
Yeah.
Guy walking out with the hand up, that ain't stopping anybody. You got to commit to defending the three-point line. Who do I sound like? I don't know. Coach Malone. How many times has he said that post game?
Show up and have a little bit of little pride this evening. God, Malone's head's going to explode if they lose tonight. If they play like they did the last two games and go out and lose by 25 and get run by his old buddy Tom Thibodeau tonight, his head's going to explode.
I'm telling you, I don't know who needs a break more, the Avs or the Nuggets.
Yeah.
The Avs, I think, need a chance to reset. Real quick before we hit the – can you believe that you've got an Avs player in Netchis that has played 3 games? And I was thinking about this last night. Played 3 games and doesn't even know where he was coming home to live.
Good point.
The road trip.
Yeah, he and Drury.
Well, they both have really big. I feel for the guys.
They got to crash in somebody's
Best Western
guest bedroom,
or,
right?
Yeah, go to somebody. I don't know. Maybe Mac's like, hey, I got a guest room.
Motel 6. They keep the lights on.
But no, I just was thinking, how crazy is that you're about to fly home with this team? You've not even seen the state you live in.
I mean,
and you have no idea
before, but
sure,
yeah.
but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a little
everybody's
going
to get off the plane and go home, and you're probably like, well, where's the bus to the hotel?
I hope somebody's a good teammate and is like,
I'm sure somebody
I got a spare room.
Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Josh Manson offered it up or one of the vet guys.
I got a futon. You got to share it with 3 dogs, but you'll enjoy it nonetheless.
Cagliano, get in on that.
He should
come on by.
Yeah,
but I'm saying that to me, that's a reason why this should get better. These guys' heads have got to be swimming after this trade.
Those are tough adjustments to make midstream. Tough situation.
Anyway, Nuggets.
They play the Knicks tonight. We'll have it for you here. We'll talk to Cosmo.
Oh wait, we're doing the Josh Allen numbers.
We are. I got Josh Allen stuff.
Josh Allen.
We got Josh Allen. All right.
You want it again?
I do.
Josh Allen.
There it is. Now I'm ready to start.
Now you feel ready.
Now we begin the topic. So I'm listening to Chase Daniel. He's got a podcast with Diana Rossini. Chase Daniel's always got good information in there, and his insights on Kansas City are great because he was there as a backup to Alex Smith, sort of when they started their build and their climb back towards this stuff, and so he's always got great insight on this, but he went digging on Allen and sort of what has now happened to this guy as he is now 0-4 in the playoffs against Mahomes and the Chiefs. And as I listened to this, I was like, this is a Josh Allen thing, but it's not just his problem. This is everybody's that they're dealing with right now in the AFC and will continue to for the foreseeable future. But this was Chase Daniel giving some background on the just hopeless situation that Josh Allen and the Bills and everyone else in the AFC, quite frankly, are staring at.
Patty doesn't lose. For a fact you're at least got to get all the way to the AFC Championship game to face him. And it's crazy because teams in NFL playoff history, this is a crazy stat. I don't love giving stats. I want to give a stat for context on Josh Allen, okay? First of all, he's won more NFL playoff games without a Super Bowl victory than anyone else in the history of the game. He didn't have a Super Bowl victory, won more NFL playoff games. That's crazy.
5 straight seasons.
And secondly, 5 straight seasons, okay? Teams with 3 total touchdowns on offense or more and 0 turnovers. Their record in the NFL playoffs, okay, is 140 wins and 19 losses. Josh Allen has 3 of those losses. 3 of the 19 losses in 4 seasons to the Chiefs. That just goes to show you he can't get past the Chiefs. And it's so crazy because I had and I want to be long on this because I want to make sure people understand this. I had our guy at Fox, our research guy, go in and say, hey, how many offensive plays has Josh Allen played this year? It is 1,167 offensive plays that Josh Allen has played. And then of all those plays, including the playoffs, it comes down to 1 or 2 plays in his, really that would switch the trajectory of his career, and it came down to that 4th and 5 play. And we got to talk about it because it's like, hey, do you turn the protection? It's just like one play out of 1,167 plays that you just can't make, even though he makes a crazy play and, why are they in empty? You can do all this stuff. It's just one play. That's how good Patrick Mahomes has been. And to know it, I mean, to be the champs, you got to beat the champs. That's him. So it's just, I feel bad, really, that he's just playing in the wrong era.
Playing in the wrong era.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Crazy. How about that stat, though? Teams that score 3 offensive touchdowns with no turnovers in the playoffs, 140-19, and 3 of the losses belong to Allen. Like, score 3 touchdowns, don't turn the ball over. There's a couple, whatever, you kick a couple of field goals right there, and that's a recipe to win a football game. We always talk about you got to play perfect to beat that dude, to beat Kansas City. They almost did, except they didn't because it was just so damn close. By the way, did you realize also, Andy, and I'm sure you did, Kansas City didn't score 30 points in a single game this whole season until the AFC Championship game?
Yep. Now, in part, Buffalo had that corner go out because you were trying to force a dude with a concussion back in.
Buffalo scored 29, which if you look at the trend, you would have said, that's enough to win.
No, it isn't.
No, it wasn't. And that is what everybody is. It isn't just on Allen. Like, it isn't just on him. It isn't just, 1,167 offensive plays and it comes down to 1. And you still hit a tight end in the arm and he could have, helped you out and made a play, but he didn't.
Here's what with what he's saying, and I get it. I'm trying to go back to find the exact play here. I think I found it in the play-by-play. Everybody is pointing to the 4th down.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And it's
4th and 5.
Driving me nuts because I'm looking for, he had the play where he missed James Cook in the open flat. That was the play. That was the one where they brought the blitz.
Mm-hmm.
Cook was there. Romo laid it out. Corners running in trails, got his back to the plays, watching. I don't know who is the receiver running down the sideline.
Yeah.
But he's running away. He's not going to know it. They at minimum get the first down. Romo put it at 30 yards. I'll trust him. Obviously, we didn't get the wide, but you missed that throw. You had time to make it. You shorted it.
Yep.
That's the one that cost you.
One miss.
Again, we know this in Denver. When you do that stupid stuff against the Chiefs, they win. Let's go back to their very first win against the Jimmy Garoppolo-led 49ers. How did they win that game?
The overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders.
The overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders. The next drive, I want to say, they gave up that big bomb to Tyreek Hill. And you knew as a Bronco fan, because we knew that team, this is over. They're coming back. You screwed it up.
Right.
You got them feeling good.
Right.
Philadelphia did it in their meeting a couple years ago. You had them hemmed in. You were controlling the ball with your run game and with Jalen Hurts. And then you come out and you get stupid and you don't convert the 4th down. Boom. Off go the Chiefs. The game's over. See, here's what I think is also crazy about that stat that you mentioned. You said they'd only scored 30 points. They hadn't scored 30 points, right?
All
Up until
year.
that point.
Not once.
Guess what? They were 15-2. You know what that means? They didn't have to score 30 points. That's the thing about the Chiefs.
They always have to score.
They will score
one more
they're only worried
point
about
than you.
winning. They don't care if it's a sexy win.
Yep.
They don't care if you're impressed by the win. They
One-
don't care if you cash your bet ticket with the win.
It's brutal.
They get the point they need to beat you.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
And I hate them.
So here's a little bit of good news. A little silver lining that I can provide, all right? Because Mahomes already has 3. In a week and a half, he'll have 4.
You're real confident.
Are you taking Philly?
I'm hoping that Saquon Barkley, and
Uh-huh.
now, again, it's
Uh-huh.
going to require Philly
Uh-huh.
to stick to what they are.
Yeah. No,
this is another thing about the Chiefs. Everyone wants to be the Chiefs when they play them.
Andy,
you cannot.
The Eagles are a more complete and better team than the Chiefs. They're not going to win that game.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by it, but I'm going to talk myself into it by the time, because I'll tell you
Good.
what, if I don't talk myself into it, I'm not going to watch the game. It's that simple.
Yeah, I'm never going to pick against him again. Never. because doing so is idiotic. Because they're always just going to win. New England won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. They won their last one in 2004. They didn't win another one for 10 years. Now, they went to 2 of them, lost to Eli and the Giants both times, but they didn't win for 10 years. They didn't win again until 2014 when Russ threw the pick. Pete Carroll, all that. And then, the dynasty started up again for them. You got to hope you get that decade in there.
You know why? See, this is what is crazy about this.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Without Peyton Manning, Tom Brady's probably not getting caught even by Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
But Manning was there to at least prevent. Manning went to 2 at the Colts and 2 at the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
So at least 4 times he stopped Brady from getting there. And I don't know what happened the rest of the time. Mahomes Manning should be Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh can't get it done. Now, I think it could be Joe Burrow, but again, that team decides at some point, that team's going to take actual September and October football seriously.
Yeah.
So they don't have to find themselves winning every little thing to get into the playoffs like they did this year. But what they did this year, they've been doing for 2-3 years now.
Burrow will not beat him. He will not win a Super Bowl until he leaves Cincinnati.
You know what? I don't doubt it, because guess what? I'm not sure they're going to pay Jamar Chase, or I know they're not paying T. Higgins. And I would not be surprised if Mike Brown, one of the cheapest owners in the NFL, says, I'm not paying Chase too. And then Burrow gets frustrated. But to your point, then what? That's 30-something Burrow.
Yeah.
That ain't prime 20-something Burrow.
Mm-hmm. No, it's again, it's going to take some, like a stupid turnover game where you have bad fumble luck, Like a bad snap, but Mahomes still falls on it in the other day against Buffalo. Well, it bounces away from him, and you get to make that play. Or like Jeff Legwold talks about, somebody is going to have a 2-score lead on that guy in a fourth quarter. Although, didn't the Niners in the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
It didn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you get tight. The minute they get close to you,
Yeah.
you get tight.
They don't blink.
No, because they've done this so many times.
Right.
And look, he is the dude. Mahomes is the dude. What we are witnessing, he may be the dude of all dudes. He may be the NFL alpha when this is done.
Also,
it's trending that way.
There was something that Chase Daniel said in there. I think he misquoted the stat, and I think Diana Rossini was trying to correct him on this. Josh Allen, the only guy to win playoff games in 5 straight years and never have won a championship. Andy, do you know what quarterback has the most playoff wins without a trophy?
Jim Kelly?
Tied with?
Without a trophy. Phillip Rivers?
No.
No idea. You're acting like I should know. Is it without a trophy?
Andy Reid coached him.
Donovan McNabb?
Donovan McNabb, 9 playoff wins, 9-7, never won the Lombardi. Jim Kelly went 9-8, never won it all. Marino had 8 playoff wins. Allen is at 7 right now. Fran Tarkenton, 6 playoff victories without getting it done. Burrow is right now at 5. Phillip Rivers, 5 and never got one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said that, and Phillip he would get to the playoffs. They did not do a lot of winning.
They had one trip to the AFC Championship.
I was about to say, and was that a Patriot one too, right, with LaDainian and like the great team?
Yeah.
Here's something else that Chase Daniel said that I think it's important that we focus on.
Okay.
Spring.
Josh Allen.
Now let me have the Vance Joseph.
Josh Allen.
Again, how about we go back to Chase?
Again.
Josh Allen.
Dude, what is going on? What is it about the guy's name that it puts you like that tone?
Why is there a question mark at the end of?
Like nobody's sure about the guy. He did it again later in that answer too. He said it twice, and they sounded the same.
Hold on, give me
Josh Allen.
Spiro did it too.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Are we not? Is nobody sure
There's
who we're
such
talking about?
a beat taken in the middle of the name.
And everybody has to say the first and last name. Nobody just says Allen. It's always Josh Allen. Are there 900 Allens we aren't sure about? I know this. He's the best Allen in the game right now.
He sure is.
Marcus Allen isn't playing in this era.
No, he's not.
Jared Allen retired a long time ago.
Larry Allen,
Name
not
me
in the
some
game any
Allens.
longer. Keenan Allen, not worth mentioning. Allen Robinson.
Yeah, there's him. He's a guy.
Yeah, no, it's Josh. I feel like he's good enough that he should get just Allen status.
Right, he should be a Madonna type, like Mahomes. But instead, everybody's got a Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
VJ did it first, okay?
He did.
VJ was the indie band that everybody else is copying.
Right. He needs to get. They're all sampling him. He
Right.
needs some rights.
Right, exactly. Give VJ his due, okay? Get that man royalties. We'll go talk to Kaz about the Nuggets and their matchup against the Knicks this evening next. Zach Allen can just be Zach, okay? Hey, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. And Andy, do you have the copy? I can't find the copy.
Well, we're talking about the big scratch game here, the Mega Millions, right? I don't know. This won't be one we send to them. No, I don't have. Yes.
Spring, play the next ad. We'll try and find the copy.
No, we'll come back. You don't want to just try to see if we've
I thought I had
got
it in my
no,
notebook.
I've got it. I'll tell you what.
You have it?
We're talking about a decade
All
of dollar
right.
scratch.
Yes.
Hey, Nate, we want you to start off your new year
Wait, I
with
have
a
your
decade
copy,
of
bud.
winning from the Colorado Lottery. Decade of dollar scratch games are here. You can play the $1, $2,
Okay.
maybe throw the fin down or $10, even $20
I can play
games
20
for a chance to win up to $10,000 a
month?
month for 10 years.
For
It's
10
a decade
years.
of winning, Nate.
Yes, it is a decade of winning from the Colorado Lottery. So, Andy, start your new year off with the copy in your hands and with a decade of winning from the Colorado Lottery. Decade of dollar scratch games are here, and you can play the $1, $2, $5, $10, and $20 games for a chance to win up to $10,000 a month for 10 years. Your best decade starts now. Our best live read ever has just concluded. Nuggets and Knicks tonight. We'll have tip-off at 5:30 with Kaz on the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, man. Jason Kosmiski joining us right now from Madison Square Garden to help preview this one. Kaz, did you realize game number 47 tonight, and the Denver Nuggets have not had a 3-game losing streak yet this season?
That's true, bro. And
yeah.
By the way, welcome to Madison Square Garden, where Nikola Jokic had his first 40-point game, where we had, I think, to my memory, fellas, the only fight in the NBA when all 10 players were ejected.
Yeah.
Which was cool.
Yeah, the back pedal.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
That's right, the back pedal. But the highlight of me sitting right here in this exact same seat was watching Rodney White nursing a little bit of a hangover and throwing up on the floor right in front of Spike Lee. I mean, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know how much better it gets than that.
Did you work that into your call there, Kosh? Now, hold on. Were those the Iverson Nuggets?
Putin rally.
I think Schemmel said, oh, no.
The Manhattan flu is a very real thing, Kaz.
Yeah. Actually, Gary Carter was right there, too, by the way.
No
for
kidding.
Baseball fans.
There you
yeah,
go.
He's right
Deep
there,
pull.
yeah.
The late great.
I knew you guys were going to call me today, so I went back and looked that up because I knew we were going to talk about it. And I'll tell you what, Mike Breen doing play-by-play on that entire episode is a gem. That should win a Marconi Award. You need to go back, not necessarily listen, but just read his words on what he said about that whole Rodney White situation. It's hilarious, dude. It's top shelf.
Spring, go digging into the archives. Pull that up for us. Hey, Kaz, talking about this game tonight, this is how I describe this. This is a pride night here for the Denver Nuggets. Okay, you've given up 131 a game over the last two. You gave up 145 against these guys the last time that you played them. I mean, nobody is mistaking the 25 Nuggets for the 90s Knicks as a defensive lockdown team or anything like that. But can you just defend a little bit? That's my request tonight.
Yeah, actually, Nate, it's not a bad point. I mean, we saw that against Chicago, right? So I'm not a big stats guy, but I'll give you this one. On the year, if Denver keeps the opposition, this will be key tonight, to 33% or below from the three-point line, they're 15-3. When they're tweeners, they are 11-6.
Yeah.
And what we saw against Chicago the other night, when they gave up 40% or more, they're 2-8. So you have to get. This is an interesting team, the Denver Nuggets are. They're their best transition team in the NBA, and they're the best paint point team in the NBA. Yet, they're the third best three-point shooting team in the NBA, but they take the third least amount of threes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like this whole dynamic of, who are you? You know what I mean? So, when they look good, they look like world beaters. And when they look bad, they just look absolutely terrible. I mean, and that's kind of what this kind of a half-ass schizophrenic team is right now. But when they put it together, man, I don't think there's a better team in the NBA. It's just like, can you do that on a consistent basis?
All right, I've tried to get this out of Hastings. He really doesn't have an answer, so what are you going to do? Maybe you have a theory yourself. Why do they look off?
I have a bunch
why
of
do they?
theories.
Yeah, well, that's right. You know what? That's going to be the podcast when this is all done. There. Why do they look off? Honestly, Kaz, I feel like the Avs and Nuggets are such mirrors of each other right now. The chemistry just doesn't feel the same. Why? What is going on? Is it the travel? Is it the weird schedule? Is it just winter blues? What do we got going on?
Yeah, I don't know, Andy. I mean, that's a tough one to answer. I mean, like where are we right now? Is Aaron Gordon going to keep coming off the bench?
Right.
Once he gets a minutes restriction done, and then what do? I mean, Russell Westbrook's better starter than he is a backup. So then what does that mean? Does that mean you put Christian Brown on the bench because he doesn't really bark a lot? I mean, I don't know, man. I just think we gotta the Nuggets gotta find out who they are and move forward with that. That all these little things aren't making any sense to me. It's like you just kind of want somebody to say, this is what we are, and now we're moving forward. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
whatever that is.
And I think that the health of Aaron Gordon's calf is or hamstring or whatever is bugging him right now. Something in the lower body is it's when that actually stabilizes itself and they rediscover sort of what they are. I mean, Kaz, to your point, you can't put Christian Brown on the bench. He started every game for you this season, and
I don't disagree, by the way.
He's a young player. Don't mess with his confidence.
Do you risk a Brock Osweiler situation
Right.
too? Isn't he due for an extension soon?
Yeah, Christian Brown's done everything right.
100% that's true. That is 100% true. And by the way, thanks to, I hope he's listening, Tom, our old friend Tom Green from 9 News, he texted me the other day and he goes, if Christian Brown gets 20 points, he moves past Chicago legend Brian Scalabrine for 1,854 on the all-time scoring list.
Now that right there, that's the stat.
Hey, Dan Hyatt, you hearing that?
You work that.
A challenge has been thrown down.
Into the broadcast right there.
Well, so I text this to Christian the other night, right? I'm like, and he had a career high, right? He's coming off of
28.
a career high. And I'm like, hey, congratulations on moving to 1,851 on the NBA all-time scoring list. You just moved past Manute Bol. But anyway, we're screwing around here. But to your point, Nate, he has done everything you've absolutely asked for him. He's coming off of a career high, and this is going to be interesting. When you know, I mean, what do you do here from a coaching standpoint, right? I mean, Westbrook's better as a starter. Aaron Gordon is a starter. Christian Brown has done everything right.
Yeah.
And one of those guys is going to have to come off the bench. I don't know what the hell you're going to do, man.
Yeah,
But it'll be interesting to find out.
It's almost as though everybody is better when they play more with Nikola Jokic. I don't know what's
shocker,
going on
right?
there.
I mean, that holds true with Andy, by the way, too.
That's very true.
He could get me a layup. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah, he could get any of us on NBA bucket.
If it's me and him on the court, all 5 go to him, and I might have to miss one, get my rebound, and try again, but it'll go in.
That is the great Jason Kosmicki joining us from the world's most famous arena where the Nuggets will try to not lose 3 in a row as they take on the Knicks. Kos, have a good call tonight. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the pretzels hanging on the floor and in the world's most famous arena watching all these giant rats come out after the game and trying to eat them up, man. It's a pure pleasure.
Yeah. Did you take the subways, too?
Watch out for those. There he goes. That's Jason Kosmicki with us right there from Madison Square Garden in New York. Nationally televised tonight. The Nuggets will take on the New York Knicks.
Have you ever walked down a New York alley and just been like, what are you trying to catch with that trap? It looks like the Velociraptor cage from Jurassic Park.
It's
I don't want to meet the rat that you're trying to catch.
Wasn't it the rodents of unusual size from The Princess Bride?
The Secrets of Nim is going on in there or something.
It's good stuff right there. Go get him, Nuggets.
Yeah, you ate one up at Secrets of Nim, kid.
That's a deep pull right there. Well done. Got anything on the Dark Crystal for me before we're out of here?
Just say goodbye, Paul.
We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock.